It was unknown when a cultivation world that was called a game suddenly appeared. Players entered the cultivation world to battle against monsters and raise their abilities, and at the same time, they could take the items and the cultivation they earned into the real world. Until one day, disaster came upon them as countless monsters arrived in the real world from the cultivation world, and many portals appeared in the sky of the human metropolis. Ever since the monsters invaded the real world, the war between humans and monsters has become endless. Cities fell in succession, and they were in ruins. Huge monsters went on a rampage, and they toppled down and destroyed the buildings like they were nothing. The few remaining survivors were still bitterly defending the very last city, and they continued to fight even though they looked helpless as they got surrounded by huge monsters. As they continued to fight, one of them observed that the city is about to collapse, and if that continues, the human race is doomed. Suddenly, a huge hand appeared from the sky, and one of the players couldn't help but ask what it was. It was the final demon lord, and it was so huge that the tall buildings looked so small in comparison. As they continued to fight, one of the players announced that the final demon lord had appeared and there were too many monsters. The sword immortal, Qingshan, declared that at that moment there was only one move left: return together. Qingshan disclosed that that move could kill that demon god. One of the players cautioned that Qingshan shouldn't do it because if he uses return together, he will also die, and he is the last hope of the human race. But Qingshan jumped off the ground. He moved past a monster, and as he continued to charge forward, he insisted that they don't have any other options, as only that sword could cut apart that karma. Qingshan charged towards the final demon lord with his swords. One of the remaining players suggested that Qingshan should let them use all of their remaining spirit power to support him, and another one proposed that everything is up to Qingshan. Qingshan looked so determined as he charged forward, and he vowed that he would let all of the wars and suffering from that point on completely end. He gathered his spiritual powers, and he pushed forward along with the spiritual powers of the remaining players that supported him. The final demon lord roared ferociously, and the gathered spiritual powers of Qingshan and the players looked so small as they lunged towards the demon lord's mouth. The two powerful forces collided, which created a huge explosion that affected the entire city. And after that battle, the last immortal of the human race fell, and the relentless war between humans and demons ended in the defeat of the human race. The present world started to enter into a state of destruction, and player Qingshan, who killed the final demon lord, earned himself a chance at resurrection. Somewhere in the forest, two people were checking out a pit filled with dead people, and one of them inquired of the other who was their leader, why they were coming to that pit late in the night, and what if they met monsters. But the leader clarified that he should come over and check if there were any fish that slipped through the net. The leader mentioned that dead people have lots of good things in them, and as he elaborated that he would show him, the subordinate inquired if he needed to stab the corpses another time. Suddenly, they noticed a golden sword shining in the midst of the pile of dead bodies. The leader jumped into the pit, and he remarked that the short sword didn't look common. He looked so menacing as he raised his sword, and he remarked that he would have another stab before taking it. But suddenly, someone opened their eyes. The leader was astonished when a man suddenly rose from the pit, grabbed the short sword, and blocked his attack with it, causing his sword to fly up in the air. The person's expression looked so grim as he stood there with the golden short sword in his hand. He suddenly lunged towards the leader, which caught the leader off guard. As the leader fell to the ground, the subordinate called the man a monster and asserted that he had killed the leader. It was Qingshan, and he asked where that place was and who they were, and he mentioned that he clearly perished with the demon lord earlier. Suddenly, Qingshan was alarmed when the leader started twitching. The leader's hand transformed, and it suddenly reached out to Qingshan. Qingshan was taken by surprise as the leader pushed him by the chest. He fell to the ground, and as the leader climbed on top of him and began choking him, he observed that the leader had such huge strength. The leader had completely transformed into a monster, and its eyes were glowing sinisterly. Qingshan was trying to grab a bone behind him, and as he declared that it was not so easy to kill him, the leader screamed. Qingshan managed to grab the bone, and he immediately stabbed it on the leader's side. The leader screamed in pain, and he quickly jumped away from Qingshan. Qingshan was coughing as he grabbed the short sword, and he remarked that it was really dangerous. He lunged forward, and he exclaimed that the leader had really angered him at that moment. Qingshan looked so menacing as he raised his sword and jumped over the leader. He plunged his sword into the leader's head, and instead of blood, dark liquid splattered all over the place. The leader's eyes turned completely white, and he fell to the ground after Qingshan pulled out his sword. Qingshan asked what the battlefield and the person that rose from the dead were, if it meant that the place was not the present world but the cultivation world inside the game, and as he asked where the system was, he began calling for it. But Qingshan fell quiet as no system answered his call. Looking up at the dark sky, Qingshan commented that it was strange, and he wondered why there was no response from the system. Suddenly, the subordinate, who looked so scared of Qingshan, asked what the meaning of that was and if Qingshan was a human or a ghost. Qingshan replied that if the subordinate killed thousands of monsters, he wouldn't ask that kind of dumb question. The subordinate asked Qingshan who he was and inquired that he should let him see the badge on his waist. Qingshan was puzzled when he heard about the badge, so he took a look at the thing that was hanging on his waist. It was written on the badge that he was Qingshan of the Zioki camp, and when Qingshan saw that, he remarked that the badge was from the game Cultivation world and that it was a previous design. When the subordinate saw Qingshan's badge, he explained that it was a misunderstanding because he was a brother from the Zioki camp. The subordinate urged that Qingshan should follow him to the camp quickly because it was way too dangerous there. But Qingshan suddenly looked behind him and noticed something. He noticed the hair tie of the leader he just defeated, and as he went to grab it, he observed that, looking closer at those people's armor, they were all leather armor that was in style 10 years ago. Qingshan wore the hair tie he took, and while calling the subordinate bro, he inquired what year it was. The subordinate replied that it was the 681st year of Yongping, and Qingshan was startled. Qingshan looked so surprised when he heard that it was the 681st year of Yongping. He realized that it was the game Cultivation world from 10 years ago. Suddenly, a system appeared, and it informed Qingshan that the present time was confirmed to be the last year of Yongping, that the time flow was stabilized, so it was confirmed to be detached from the space-time continuum, and the result was that they successfully escaped from the apocalypse. The system advised Qingshan that his identity was reset successfully with his current identity as the vanguard army soldier Qingshan of Zioki camp of the human race, and while Qingshan was still astonished by what he read, the system affirmed his identity. Qingshan was stupefied, and he just stood there while he processed the huge amount of information he just received. The system declared Qingshan that the activation of the War God system was successful, so it would immediately restart the path of adventure. And as a powerful energy shrouded Qingshan and raised him off the ground, Qingshan just realized that he was reborn. Qingshan inspected himself as he asked about the War God system. He was just standing there, and he was in awe as he continued to inspect himself. Suddenly, Qingshan noticed something. A huge wolf-like monster was charging towards them, and when the subordinate saw that, he exclaimed that they were all doomed. Qingshan grabbed a sword, and as he prepared himself to fight with the monster, he reassured the subordinate that he shouldn't worry because it was only a normal monster. But as he lunged towards the monster, Qingshan was surprised as the monster broke his sword with just a swing of its claws. Qingshan was blown away due to the impact, and he observed that his sword skills couldn't be used. The monster ran towards Qingshan to attack again, and Qingshan realized that there was definitely no chance of winning with just straightforward attacks, so he could only depend on his experience. As the monster lunged at him, Qingshan thrust his sword at the monster, and he recalled that their vital point was their throat. Qingshan slashed his sword along the monster's body as he moved past it. As Qingshan finished his attack and swung his sword to his side, the monster was cut in half. The monster's carcass lay on the ground, and Qingshan noted that the place looked like fallen human territory. Looking ahead, Qingshan noticed that there were more gleaming eyes in the distance, and he observed that there were already monsters gradually coming there as they were attracted to the smell of blood from the pit of dead people. One of the monsters emerged from the shadows, and it was already drooling while it bared its teeth. Qingshan remarked that the number of monsters that came at that time was even greater, and it was difficult to just kill one monster. But currently there is a whole herd, so there was no way he could deal with them. He quickly ran away from the monsters towards the subordinate, and as Qingshan asked him if there were any hiding places nearby, the subordinate mentioned that there were barracks with a concealment magic formation not far up ahead. The monsters chased after Qingshan and the subordinate. As they continued to run with all their might, the subordinate suddenly announced that they had arrived at the barracks. While Qingshan was looking back at the monsters, the subordinate ran through a portal, and he urged Qingshan to come in quickly. The two of them suddenly disappeared from the forest, and the monsters all looked so confused as they tried to look for them. A camp was being protected by a barrier, and it was isolated from the outside. There was a torch illuminating the place, and weapons were neatly stored, and someone confirmed that the camp there is very safe. It was the subordinate, and while out of breath, he assured that the camp has a concealment magic formation, so those monsters can't discover it. Qingshan reported that when they came inside the camp, he felt a tremor in the magic formation, so he was afraid that it couldn't hold on for long. The subordinate was alarmed, so he inquired of Qingshan what they should do, and Qingshan proposed that if there are spirit stones, they can hold out for a longer period of time. The subordinate quickly ran and promised that he would go check if there were any extra spirit stones in the camp. Qingshan closed his eyes, and he reflected that he clearly perished together with the final demon lord just a moment ago. But he realized that it was not a moment ago. It should be his previous life. He recollected that in his previous life, people originally claimed that the cultivation world was a virtual game, and only until the monsters invaded the present world did they know that the cultivation world was real and truly existed. But it was too late by then, and the outcome of the monsters destroying the human race was already finalized. Qingshan remarked that at the moment, the fact that he was reborn into the cultivation world 10 years into the past meant that he still had a chance to stop the annihilation of the human race, but currently, he needed to find a way to survive. While inspecting a weapon, Qingshan commented that when he was killing the monster, his sword skills couldn't be used, and it couldn't continue to be like that in the long run. Qingshan suddenly remembered the war god system earlier. He was surprised when the system screen suddenly appeared in front of him. The system showed Qingshan his details. It stated that soul power could be obtained through killing living organisms, and the higher the cultivation, the higher the maximum amount of soul power needed to be obtained. It showed Qingshan that he has killed 2 monsters, which made him obtain 4 points of soul power, and he observed that it was completely different from the system of the game in the previous life. But he noted that he should forget it as it was not important, because what is important at that moment is to find a way to survive. When Qingshan saw that his current cultivation level was the first stage of Kai condensation, he explained that it was no wonder he felt so weak, as he could only feel and use spirit power at the lowest degree. The system notified Qingshan that the War God operations screen was successfully activated, and as it asked Qingshan if he would wish to activate the first function, Qingshan instructed to activate. The system notified Qingshan that it had activated the War God skill function, which could directly comprehend the moves of the previous holders of the weapon by physically touching it, and comprehension of the moves requires spending a certain amount of soul power. When Qingshan saw that he could unlock skills by picking up weapons, he mused that it was too bad that there was no sword, and he grabbed a scimitar. The system immediately notified Qingshan that the military standard scimitar once performed the following skills. First, the horizontally sweeping 1,000 soldiers, which cost 1 PT of soul power. And second, the opening the door to see the mountain, which cost 1 PT of soul power. Qingshan admitted that it was difficult to fight just one monster before, so it was going to be suicide to fight close combat with a group of them. He grabbed a bow and resolved that he should rely on ranged attacks to kill the monsters and raise his cultivation level first. The system notified Qingshan that the military standard bow once performed the following skills. First, stabilize, which costs 2 PTS of soul power. Second, consecutive shooting, which costs 2 PTS of soul power. Third, precise, which costs 4 PTS of soul power. And fourth, 2 shallows fly together, which costs 6 PTS of soul power. When Qingshan saw the skills, he concluded that the move 2 shallows fly together seems to be very powerful, but the amount of soul power needed to be spent exceeds his max limit, so he will choose to comprehend stabilize and consecutive shooting. Qingshan was startled when a powerful energy suddenly surged towards him from the system. He grabbed an arrow and confirmed that the bow skills he learned were actually instantly comprehended. As he aimed the arrow, Qingshan declared that he would see what actual combat was like. Qingshan managed to hit the target with 3 consecutive arrows. He grabbed another arrow and advised that the accuracy is okay, but it lacks power. Qingshan aimed the arrow once again, and he asked if it would be more powerful if he added spirit power. He released consecutive arrows that were imbued with spiritual power. The arrow was so powerful that it pierced through the target and destroyed it. The 3 targets in front were all smoking and were destroyed when the arrows were gone. Qingshan remarked that it looked like it should be possible to rely on the abilities of the War God system to kill those low-tier monsters, and he would slowly figure out what it was all about afterward. Suddenly, the ground shook, which made Qingshan ask what it was and if it was an earthquake. Qingshan realized that it was not an earthquake, and he observed that the sound was coming from outside of the barracks. He quickly ran towards the entrance, and he seemed to have recognized what he saw. A huge monster with long, luscious hair that doesn't have a face was walking towards the barracks, and Qingshan yelled and exclaimed that it was the faceless giant. The huge monster was about to reach the barrier, and Qingshan was so surprised when he recognized that it was the faceless giant. Qingshan remarked that the first time that type of monster appeared was during the year players first entered the Cultivation world, so he wondered why it would appear at that moment. He asked if something different from the previous timeline had occurred. Suddenly, the subordinate came back, and when he saw the faceless giant, he asked what that monster was. And Qingshan explained that it was a monster of the nascent soul stage, the faceless giant. The faceless giant continued to walk forward, and the subordinate mentioned that it was coming over. The faceless giant had almost reached the barrier, which made the subordinate panic, and as he dropped the spirit stones, he exclaimed that they were done for and that they were going to die for sure that time. While the foot of the faceless giant was directly above the barrier and it was about to step on them, Qingshan advised that the subordinate shouldn't panic as they wouldn't die. The two of them saw that the faceless giant's foot landed on the other side of the barrier and it missed them. Qingshan let out a sigh of relief, and he noted that, as expected, it wasn't coming after them. But the subordinate saw that the magic formation was damaged and there was a crack in the barrier, so he asked Qingshan what the matter was with that. Qingshan observed that it looked like the tremor earlier depleted the concealment formation's spirit power, and glowing, menacing eyes were looking at them from a distance while the subordinate started picking up the spirit stones he dropped on the ground. Qingshan noticed the monsters drooling and growling at them, ready to pounce, so he disclosed that their location was exposed and monsters were being attracted over there. As the monsters started to run towards them, Qingshan quickly grabbed an arrow, and he declared that if that goes on, more and more monsters will come, so he will first get rid of those guys. Qingshan fired the arrow at the monsters, and he instructed that the subordinate should quickly go and charge up the formation with the spirit stones, and the subordinate acknowledged that he got it. As Qingshan released a powerful arrow, the system notified him that he was using the skill Stabilize. The monster's head tilted back when the powerful arrow hit it directly in the throat. Qingshan was exuding powerful energy, and he asserted that ranged attacks are pretty suitable to deal with those monsters. More monsters were charging forward aggressively when the system notified Qingshan that he was using the skill Consecutive Shooting. Powerful arrows rained down on the monsters, and they all screamed in pain. The system notified Qingshan that his experience bar was filled, so his strength was raised to the second stage of kin condensation, and the skill Stabilize had a successful breakthrough, so it has leveled up to Secure, and when Qingshan saw that, he reflected that growth-type skills are suitable for his current situation as he could slowly level up that way. But Qingshan indicated that the most worrisome thing at the moment is why a monster like the faceless giant would appear. Suddenly, the subordinate came back, and he reported that he finished arranging the spirit stone so the concealment formation should last for a while. But Qingshan voiced that he was afraid that it was not so simple. The subordinate asked Qingshan what he was worried about when the faceless giant left, and Qingshan speculated that the faceless giant won't appear alone, so there is a high chance that there will be high-tier soldiers following it. Qingshan warned that the concealment formation can't block high-tier monsters, and the faceless giant earlier should have discovered them but was indifferent to attacking them. As the faceless giant continued to move forward, Qingshan confessed that he kept feeling like something big was about to happen. A few hours passed, and the sun was already up in the sky. Qingshan noticed a huge group of monsters traveling in the distance. He was standing on the barracks watchtower, and he remarked that they had come. Qingshan commented that it was the Steel Blood Demon and the Evil Ghost Fire Snake. But the monsters made a turn to avoid the barracks. The Evil Ghost Fire Snake followed them, and they left a trail of fiery liquid on the ground. Qingshan observed that it looked like they were in a hurry to go somewhere, and they looked like they were traveling in the same direction as the faceless giant. He quickly ran towards the edge of the watchtower and was about to jump towards the ground, where the subordinate was. Qingshan landed in front of the subordinate, and he questioned himself where exactly all those high-tier monsters were going. Suddenly, the subordinate pointed up and exclaimed that they should quickly look at the sky, which startled Qingshan. Something crashed in front of them, and the subordinate inquired what that thing was. It talked and repeatedly declared that it was so tired, but it had almost caught up. Qingshan and the subordinate examined it, and the subordinate observed that it looked like a bird. Suddenly, the bird panicked when it saw them, and it kept announcing humans. The bird quickly flew away from them, and as the subordinate noted that it was going to escape, the bird repeatedly announced that they were humans, so it should quickly run. Qingshan immediately grabbed an arrow, and while the bird was zooming in the sky, he stated that he couldn't let that kind of intelligent type monster run away. Qingshan jumped off the ground. He aimed the arrow at the bird, and the system notified him that he was using the skill Secure. Qingshan released the arrow, and it hit the bird at an incredible speed. The arrow pierced through the bird's chest, and while it was pinned on a tree trunk, Qingshan landed in front of it. And the system notified him that his soul power had increased by 2 points and his current soul power was 3/5. Qingshan noticed a shiny gem hanging by the bird's neck, and as he reached out to it and inquired what it was, it made a static sound. Holding the pendant in his hand, it announced that the target was continuing to move towards the south, and was commanding the faceless giant and the blood-drinking army to attack with full force. And when Qingshan heard that, he realized that it was the demonic army's secret dispatch command. So that strange bird was a messenger, and he questioned himself if the demonic army wanted to start a war. Looking intently at the pendant, Qingshan mentioned that it was not right because he remembered every battle of the cultivation world. And there weren't any battles between the human race and the monsters in the early days. Qingshan reflected that it was not a battle but that it mobilized that kind of army. So he questioned himself if they were going for a decapitation strike to get rid of the leader. And he pondered which people in history were killed through a sneak attack by monsters. The subordinate was startled when Qingshan suddenly turned towards him and asked what day it was that day. To which he quickly answered that it was June 7th and asked what it was. When he heard that it was June 7th, Qingshan remarked that he remembered that the deaths of the 2 top-tier cultivators, the sacred sect Supreme Elder, Grand Master of Formations, Gong Sunjai, and the celestial sect Holy Celestial Maiden, Ning Yuechan, should have happened in the following few days. Qingshan gritted his teeth as he declared that their strength was top tier, and if they didn't die, the human race may not have been obliterated by the apocalypse. He was troubled as he stated that with his current cultivation, it was probably going to be difficult to even get near those monsters, and it was not only the apocalypse, but he also wanted to change many other things. Suddenly, Qingshan heard the system notification. The system notified Qingshan that he had stayed up to 24 hours in that world, so he was returning to the present world. And when Qingshan saw that, he was so surprised. The system notified Qingshan that all equipment had been stored inside the system's inventory, and could be taken out when needed. The system notified Qingshan that it was initiating the return, and Qingshan was surprised. Qingshan saw that his body started to disappear, and he expressed that he was going back. At the Free Federation Changing Federation, a lot of spacecraft were flying in the night sky. Qingshan was transported to a hall full of people. It seemed to be a party, and nobody seemed to notice that Qingshan was appearing out of nowhere in the midst of them all. Qingshan was astonished when he realized that it was his high school prom. He was stupefied, as he remarked that he had returned to the world before its destruction. Suddenly, someone called Qingshan. A girl called Qingshan, and he seemed to have recognized the voice as Zhu, so he turned around. It was Qingshan's high school classmate, 9th Prefecture Noble, and Su family's eldest granddaughter, Su Zhu, and as she mentioned that Qingshan's good bro, Zhang Yi, mentioned that Qingshan had something to tell her, she asked Qingshan if that was right. Zhang Yi, Qingshan's high school friend, chimed in, and he laughed as he confirmed that it was right that Qingshan had a very important thing to tell Su Zhu. Upon hearing what was happening, one of the students asked if it was that Qingshan wanted to confess to Su Zhu, and as another suggested that there was no way, another one proclaimed that it was going to be a good show. Qingshan glared at Zhang Yi. He recalled that in his previous life, Zhang Yi stabbed him with a ring containing aphrodisiac poison when he was confessing, causing him to do perverted things to Su Zhu. Su Zhu slapped Qingshan across the face, and because Qingshan offended the Su family, there was no place for him to gain a foothold in the Free Federation. Left with no choice, Qingshan went to the Fuxi Empire, and only when the cultivation world and the present world connected did he have a chance to turn it around. Recalling how he was cast off, Qingshan asserted that in that life, he won't repeat the same mistakes. Zhang Yi coaxed Qingshan, and he advised that he shouldn't be afraid, so he should say what he wanted to say. Qingshan called Su Zhu, and he expressed that he wanted to tell her something. Everyone watched in anticipation, and one of the students announced that they should come look as the show was starting. Qingshan stated that he only wanted to say that when Su Zhu has time, she should come over to his house to eat a meal so she could taste his cooking skills. And when they heard that, everyone was disappointed and commented that it was boring, while Zhang Yi was surprised. When Su Zhu heard that it was to eat a meal, she asked him if it was only to eat a meal and nothing else, to which Qingshan replied yes. Zhang Yi chimed in again, and he asked Qingshan if he didn't declare that he wanted to confess to Su Zhu, but Qingshan asserted that he shouldn't be joking because he never claimed anything like that. Zhang Yi's expression turned grim as he asserted that it was different from his plans, so it was time to get real serious, and he announced that Qingshan was dripping the chain at the critical moment, so he should let him, his good bro, help him out. Zhang Yi was about to grab Qingshan while wearing the ring in his hand. But Qingshan looked prepared as he was glaring at him. Gu Qingshan quickly grabbed Zhang Yi's hand, and as Zhang Yi asked him what it was, he responded that he should ask him that question. Gu Qingshan swung his arm violently. He flung Zhang Yi into the floor, and Zhang Yi forcefully crashed with a loud thud. Gu Qingshan took the ring from Zhang Yi's hand, and he asked him what he wanted to use it for. Zhang Yi panicked, and he pleaded that Gu Qingshan shouldn't misunderstand because it was only a normal ring. Gu Qingshan remarked that in his previous life, he didn't know who wanted to harm him, but in that life, he might be able to use the Su family guards to help him. He asked Zhang Yi if he was not confessing, and after he declared that he shouldn't blame him for being harsh, he called someone named Sui. Su Zuer was surprised when her old bodyguard, Old Lai, and her bodyguard, Sui, came, and Sui mentioned that she remembered telling Gu Qingshan that he could only call her when Su Zuer was in danger. Gu Qingshan showed the ring with a spike on it to Sui, and he requested that she look at it first. Sui was alarmed when she inspected the ring. Noticing her reaction, Old Lai inquired Sui what it was, and Sui revealed that there is a very violent aphrodisiac on that ring. Su Zuer was astonished when she heard about the aphrodisiac. Gu Qingshan stated that although he didn't know the reason, there was one thing that could be verified, and that is that there was someone who wanted Su Zuer and him to be humiliated, and as for who that person is, he would trouble both of the bodyguards to ask. Zhang Yi was in a panic, and he was frantically trying to run away. Old Lai expressed his annoyance when he saw what Zhang Yi was doing. He suddenly disappeared from where he was standing. Zhang Yi was startled when Old Lai suddenly appeared in front of him. Old Lai was exuding a strong, dark aura, and he asserted that Zhang Yi should come over because life is hard, so he should enter a sweet, dark dream. He placed his hand over Zhang Yi's head and proposed that as long as he spoke the secret in his heart, he could satisfy his desires, and Zhang Yi, who looked like he was under a spell, confessed that he would tell Old Lai right away. Gu Qingshan was astonished when he saw that, and as he queried if it was a Sky Select ability, Su Zuer confirmed that it was right and that Old Lai is a Sky Select, a professional who has unique abilities in the present world and cannot rely on cultivation to awaken an ability, and has a Sky Select ability that hypnotizes people. Old Lai was using his ability on Zhang Yi, and as he urged him to speak on who wanted to harm Su Zuer, Zhang Yi admitted that he didn't know because the other person used an anonymous online account and he was only taking the money to do business. Gu Qingshan announced that someone was instructing Zhang Yi. Old Lai left Zhang Yi, who was gasping for air, and he noted that Zhang Yi doesn't know anything. Zhang Yi pleaded with Gu Qingshan and implored, taking into account the many years of their friendship. He requested that he spare him. He was kneeling in front of Gu Qingshan as he begged that he should spare him, and Gu Qingshan was looking at him with a grim expression on his face. Gu Qingshan kicked Zhang Yi, and he voiced that he believed that it was time for their friendship to meet the ghosts. As Zhang Yi crashed on the ground, Gu Qingshan turned to Sui and requested that she continue to investigate the person behind that incident, and Sui responded that he didn't need to tell her that. Su Zuer thanked Gu Qingshan for protecting her reputation. But Gu Qingshan insisted that there was no need to thank him because he was also doing it for himself. Su Zuer was looking intently at Gu Qingshan, and she remarked that it felt like something was different about Gu Qingshan from before. Meanwhile, Gu Qingshan was looking at the system screen, and he observed that the system was still there, and the hourglass had restarted, so it looked like he would return to the cultivation world again after a while. Gu Qingshan noted that it was unknown why the monsters in the cultivation world were taking action, and someone wanted to instruct Zhang Yi to trouble him, but the trail had been cut. As Gu Qingshan got surrounded by the system screen, he explained that although the reason was unknown, the war god system seemed to be able to let him enter the cultivation world and the present world, and since it was like that, he should take advantage of that system to prepare for and stop the apocalypse. Outside a certain conference hall in the Changning Federation, people were walking towards an aircraft that had just landed. Old Lai and Sui were escorting Zhang Yim, who was crying, and he declared that he wouldn't ever dare do that again and begged them. But they still continued to escort him to enter the aircraft. Su Zuer was also getting into the aircraft, and before getting in, she bid goodbye to Gu Qingshan and stated that they would meet again. Gu Qingshan waved back, and he remarked that Zhang Yi's repercussions were probably going to be worse than his in his previous life. As he watched the aircraft fly away, Gu Qingshan mentioned that he could finally go home and rest and that he had left that little house for so many years, so he kind of misses it. Suddenly, another aircraft hovered over Gu Qingshan, and he was puzzled when he noticed that. The aircraft landed near Gu Qingshan, and he seemed to have recognized it. When the doors opened in front of him, Gu Qingshan identified that it was the 9th Prefecture Nai family's flying shuttle. A man was standing by the door, and he informed that their family's young master was inviting Gu Qingshan to enter and speak with him. Gu Qingshan questioned that he and the Nai family's young master don't have relations and asked why he looked for him. The man didn't answer his question and just acknowledged that he was welcome with a grin on his face. Gu Qingshan entered the aircraft, and he followed the man who ushered him towards a room. When Gu Qingshan went inside, he saw the Nai family's young master, who who has a bunny girl by his side, and he admitted that he didn't know what President Nai was asking him for. Nai Yun, Changning's elite private high school student council president, was looking at Gu Qingshan's data, and he noted that he was a top student. Nai Yun observed that Gu Qingshan had full points on beginning mecha tectonics, photon technology, battleship navigation, and mecha dynamics, and at the same time, he was a distinguished member of the Su family's steel armor tech company. He claimed that an ordinary person could attain those kinds of accomplishments, so even a woman like Su Zuer might feel goodwill towards him. He remarked that, however, every powerful family in the Federation wanted to marry the Su family's Su Zuer, so a person of Gu Qingshan's background shouldn't be tempted by her. With a serious look on his face, Gu Qingshan inquired what would happen if he was tempted. Nai Yun warned that Gu Qingshan's end result would be so terrible that it might even threaten his life. Gu Qingshan wondered if his relationship with Su Zuer would affect those people's interests, and if they were the ones who used poison. Nai Yun asked Gu Qingshan what he was going to do. Gu Qingshan suggested that if Nai Yun liked Su Zuer, he could pursue her, but as for what he was going to do, that was his own business, and he wouldn't concern himself with it. Gu Qingshan quickly turned around and started walking away. On the other hand, Nai Yun looked so pissed, but he remained silent. He turned to the man earlier, and as he inquired how the plans were going, the man assured that he should rest assured as everything was arranged. The man grinned evilly as he revealed that within an hour, Gu Qingshan would die in an accident. The city was filled with colorful lights that made it look lively. Meanwhile, in the slums where Gu Qingshan was walking, it was dark and gloomy. Gu Qingshan remarked that there was only 1 year left before the cultivation world would arrive, so he needed to rely on the system to raise his power as quickly as possible. As he turned the corner, Gu Qingshan noted that aside from facing the apocalypse, he also had to be careful of those malicious wealthy children. In the alleyway, drunk men were walking towards Gu Qingshan, and as one of them started wobbling, the other suggested that he should slow down, but the man insisted that he was fine. Suddenly, the wobbling man, who had an evil look on his face, bumped into Gu Qingshan. The man quickly extended a blade, and as he swung it towards Gu Qingshan, he called him a little brat and asked if he wanted to leave after bumping into him. But Gu Qingshan was able to dodge it, and he exclaimed that it was a fierce blade, so that person was definitely not a normal thug. Gu Qingshan quickly moved away from the blade, and he stated that the man was after him on purpose. The man was surprised when Gu Qingshan suddenly turned towards him. Gu Qingshan managed to get behind the man and hit him at the back of his neck. As the man crashed on the ground, Gu Qingshan noted that his spirit power could be used, and it looked like his cultivation from the cultivation world could be brought back. Pulling out a gun, one of the men remarked that Gu Qingshan wasn't a normal kid, so they should bring him down. Gu Qingshan was surprised that there were even guns, and he observed that they were really not ordinary people. He summoned his bow and arrows and declared that, since it was like that, they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. The men started firing their guns at Gu Qingshan. Gu Qingshan looked so terrifying as he fired his arrows at the men. The men got taken down one by one as the arrows hit them, and the last one left looked so terrified as he watched an arrow coming at him. The man was not able to react, and he fell to the ground as he got hit by the arrow on his shoulder. Gu Qingshan walked forward, and he walked past the unconscious men on the ground. The man who only got hit on the shoulder was still conscious, and he looked so terrified as he kept pleading that Gu Qingshan should spare him when he saw Gu Qingshan walking towards him. Gu Qingshan pointed an arrow in the man's eyes and demanded who sent him there. The arrow got closer to the man's eyes, so he confessed that the Nai family's fierce tiger was the one who hired them. Gu Qingshan acknowledged that, as expected, it was Nai Yun. The man mentioned that Fierce Tiger was a martial master and Gu Qingshan was definitely not his match, so he should run. When he heard about the martial master, Gu Qingshan mused that if he could use his sword skills from his previous life to battle, any opponent wouldn't be a problem. Gu Qingshan suddenly felt a pang of pain, and as he remarked that his head hurt, he wondered why he couldn't remember and asked the system if it was the one that sealed his memories. The system explained that Gu Qingshan has yet to break away from the Void's surveillance, and it would be difficult to predict what would occur once discovered. Gu Qingshan inquired the system when he could restore his memories, and the system informed that he needed to transmigrate to the cultivation world 1-2 more times. He acknowledged that he could only take one step at a time, and though it failed that time, Nai Yun definitely won't give up, and he will send more people to come after him. Gu Qingshan resolved that since he couldn't use his sword skills, he would use the war god skills that come from the system to go against them. A few moments later, the moon peeked through the cloudy sky above the city. Fierce Tiger was grinning widely as he announced that his arrangements for that night were definitely memorable for Gu Qingshan. Gu Qingshan asked the man to confirm if the person who mentioned killing him was called Fierce Tiger, and he added that he wanted to talk to him. The man agreed, and he handed his phone to Gu Qingshan. Gu Qingshan heard Fierce Tiger on the other line ask how it went. Fierce Tiger was agitated when Gu Qingshan informed him that it had failed. Gu Qingshan indicated that he was still alive, and Fierce Tiger noted that he didn't think Gu Qingshan would take the initiative to contact him. But of course, even if he didn't contact him, he would still find him and kill him. Gu Qingshan offered Fierce Tiger a chance and that he should know where he lives, so he would wait for him there. He crushed the phone in his hand. Gu Qingshan remarked that it looked like he needed to get rid of those damn nobles first before preventing the apocalypse, and as he instructed the man to leave, the man was surprised. The man asked Gu Qingshan if he was not going to kill him. Gu Qingshan walked away and mentioned that the man has done all the things he has asked for, so he has won back his life. The man started crying when he heard that. On the other hand, at Changning Casino, someone was talking to Nai Yun and indicated that the chick was their headliner, so they couldn't bear to wager her. The girl looked so uncomfortable while the man requested that Nai Yun give some face and asked him to change the girl. While Nai Yun was asking the man if he decided to offend him because of a headliner, and the man insisted that it was not what he meant, Fierce Tiger was approaching Nai Yun with a dark expression on his face. Fierce Tiger, the personal aide of the Nai family, reported that the task failed, and Gu Qingshan just sent him a provoking message, which surprised Nai Yun. Nai Yun quickly grabbed the chips on the table. He threw them at Fierce Tiger as he demanded to know who was the one who claimed that there wouldn't be a problem. And Fierce Tiger, who was a bit annoyed, apologized to Nai Yun and promised that he would personally get rid of Gu Qingshan. Nai Yun watched as Fierce Tiger walked out, and he grumbled that Gu Qingshan really made people angry. Meanwhile, the girl was trembling behind the man while he politely called Nai Yun. Nai Yun asked the man if they should bet on something more interesting. The man requested that Nai Yun state it. Projecting Gu Qingshan's image, Nai Yun proposed that Fierce Tiger needs to go kill a poor student named Gu Qingshan, and he would bet that Gu Qingshan will definitely die. But the man argued that Fierce Tiger is a martial master and killing a poor student is as easy as lifting a finger, so the gamble doesn't seem to be very fair. Suddenly, the girl behind the man suggested that he should bet with him, and the man asked her what would happen if they lost. The girl said that if they lose, they will kill off all the members of the Nai family, give up on the mission, and return home. She added that she has been sick of that boring place since long ago. On the other hand, a drone was deployed in the air. They were deployed in the slums where Fierce Tiger was. Fierce Tiger was inside a building, and he was walking through a narrow hallway. He went to room number 2207. Fierce Tiger immediately kicked and broke the door. He called Gu Qingshan and announced that he was there. Fierce Tiger entered the dark room and questioned how much longer Gu Qingshan was going to hide. Suddenly, Fierce Tiger noticed something glinting behind him. Fierce Tiger observed that something was coming at him at an incredible speed, and he exclaimed that it was not good. He managed to grab the thing that looked like an arrow to stop it from hitting him. But the arrow's force was so strong that it pushed Fierce Tiger back. Fierce Tiger crashed into the wall, and as he managed to stop the arrow fully, he was surprised when he saw a bow. It was Gu Qingshan who was wielding the bow, and as he came out of the shadows where he was hiding, he remarked that, as expected of a martial master, Fierce Tiger blocked that one arrow. Gu Qingshan released powerful spiritual energy as he prepared for the next arrow. He asked what would happen to the second arrow, and Fierce Tiger braced himself. Gu Qingshan declared that it was the third arrow, and Fierce Tiger managed to duck and dodge the arrow. Gu Qingshan fired multiple shots, and Fierce Tiger managed to dodge all of them. Fierce Tiger hid behind the couch, and he wondered how a poor kid like Gu Qingshan could have such a powerful archery skill. Meanwhile, Nai Yun was watching the building through a projection, and he saw an explosion. The man Nai Yun was betting with exclaimed that Gu Qingshan could actually use a bow to suppress a martial master and asked just who the poor kid was. On the other hand, Nai Yun looked so agitated, and he asked Fierce Tiger what he was doing and demanded that he should go quickly kill Gu Qingshan for him. While Gu Qingshan was preparing another shot, Fierce Tiger heard Nai Yun through comms, and he acknowledged that he understood. Fierce Tiger was astonished when he saw that the arrow Gu Qingshan fired was coming straight at him. His eyes suddenly changed color and veins started popping around them. Fierce Tiger's muscles also bulked up and caused his clothes to rip. His eyes looked so fierce as he glared ahead. Fierce Tiger blocked the arrow, and he managed to break it in half. Gu Qingshan noted that it was his true power, and it was a bit interesting. Fierce Tiger looked so terrifying as he charged towards Gu Qingshan at an incredible speed while Gu Qingshan was firing his arrows. Fierce Tiger smiled as he managed to grab Gu Qingshan's arrows. Removing the sharp tip of the arrow, Fierce Tiger grinned evilly, and as he asked Gu Qingshan if his arrows had all been used up, he taunted that it was his turn. Fierce Tiger threw the sharp tips at Gu Qingshan, and Gu Qingshan prepared to dodge them. Gu Qingshan jumped backwards to dodge the attack. He successfully dodged Fierce Tiger's attack by only moving a few inches away from it. Fierce Tiger observed that it was a good opportunity, so he charged forward to close the distance between them, and he was about to deliver a punch to Gu Qingshan. Gu Qingshan crossed his arms, and he braced himself to block Fierce Tiger's fist. Fierce Tiger's punch was so powerful that when it connected, dust and debris flew all over the place. While Gu Qingshan punched a hole through the wall as he got pushed back, he immediately removed the pin from his hair. Gu Qingshan acknowledged that the strength was a bit unexpected. The floor shook and cracked as Fierce Tiger walked forward. Fierce Tiger made the hole in the wall bigger as he walked through it, and he proclaimed that Gu Qingshan was dead for sure. Fierce Tiger grabbed the couch, and as he was about to throw it at Gu Qingshan, he asked him if he could only hide without his bow. Gu Qingshan raised his hairpin as he glared at Fierce Tiger. As Gu Qingshan managed to dodge Fierce Tiger's attack by jumping in the air, he questioned Fierce Tiger, who mentioned that Gu Qingshan used his hairpin as a blade and swung it at Fierce Tiger, who screamed in pain. He held his bow firmly. Gu Qingshan dug his bow into Fierce Tiger's foot, which made him scream in pain again. He kicked Fierce Tiger in the face. Gu Qingshan's kick was so strong that he sent Fierce Tiger crashing towards the wall, and he stated that he was currently in the second stage of Kai condensation, so his power was about the same as that of the world's martial master. Gu Qingshan explained that the spiritual power of the cultivation world was stronger than the power of that world, which was the reason why he couldn't suppress Fierce Tiger. Releasing his spiritual power, Gu Qingshan declared that he doesn't have time to tangle with Fierce Tiger anymore, so the deathmatch should end. Fierce Tiger grabbed a huge chunk of concrete, and as he was about to attack Gu Qingshan with it, he announced that he wouldn't give Gu Qingshan the chance to make his move. He threw the concrete towards Gu Qingshan, but Gu Qingshan managed to jump and dodge it. The system notified Gu Qingshan that he was using the skill secure as he pulled on his bow with 3 arrows made of spiritual power arrows in them. Gu Qingshan released the arrows, and the system notified him that he was using the skill, the consecutive shooting. As the arrows charged towards Fierce Tiger, it materialized into a huge snake. Fierce Tiger was surprised by what he saw, and he looked terrified. The 3 arrows hit Fierce Tiger in his torso, and he also got pushed into the wall, which crumbled immediately. Fierce Tiger coughed up blood as he lost his balance and consciousness. He fell out of the building and crashed into the ground. The drone was filming outside while the dust and debris of the fight were coming out of the hole. Gu Qingshan stood over the edge of the wall as the dust dissipated. He glared ahead of him. Gu Qingshan saw the drone that was flying in front of him. The drone seemed to have noticed something as it was startled. It saw that Gu Qingshan was aiming his arrow at it. Gu Qingshan released the arrow, and the tip of the arrow was the last thing the drone recorded before everything went dark. On the other hand, Naiyun looked so terrified by what he saw. The man politely called Naiyun and mentioned that his mood was not good, so they should call off that gamble. Naiyun looked so pissed when he heard what the man remarked, and he asked the man if he implied that he, Naiyun, could not afford to lose. He quickly turned and walked away, and he commented that the man was lucky that time around, but he wouldn't be so lucky next time, so they were leaving. The man was startled when the girl suddenly stood up and remarked that Naiyun was a guy who didn't know how high the sky was or how thick the ground was, and asked if he didn't know that he had lost the gamble but saved his own life. The man, who was the first guard of the eldest princess, was top hacker Feng Huod. He bowed to the eldest princess of the Bulanka Empire, the queen of the apocalypse, Anna Medisai, politely addressed her and noted that they had come to the Free Federation to search for talents, so he requested that she restrain herself during the mission. And Anna Medisai responded that hiding her identity was really a troublesome thing. Anna Medisai suggested that they should not talk about that anymore and asked Feng Huod what he thought of the strength of Gu Qingshan. Feng Huod assessed that Gu Qingshan's strength was ordinary, barely above that of a martial master. However, his way of fighting was very unique, and he inquired if Gu Qingshan had some kind of unknown ability. Anna Medisai suggested that they should search for Gu Qingshan's data. Feng Huod agreed, and as he was projecting something, he commented that it was truly a trash firewall system, so the Free Federation was too uncaring of its talents. They were looking at Gu Qingshan's file, and Feng Huod noted that Gu Qingshan was actually also a mecha researcher. Anna Medisai remarked that it was a bit interesting, so it looked like they needed to find a way to get close to Gu Qingshan. Meanwhile, Gu Qingshan was walking towards the Changning Metal Battle Armor R&D department. Gu Qingshan walked up the set of stairs to reach the huge entrance to the building. As Gu Qingshan stood by the entrance, multiple machines scanned him, and as the machines confirmed that the iris scan was complete, they welcomed Gu Qingshan and called him serial number 41157. Gu Qingshan took a step forward to enter the building. He went inside, and it looked like a huge laboratory. Gu Qingshan continued walking, and he was approaching a huge robot where 2 men were working. Looking at the robot, Qingshan remarked that in his previous life, before he transmigrated, the mecha technology was a lot better than it currently is. Qingshan noted that if he could take advantage of that mecha technology to design stranger mecha armor, it would be helpful in countering the apocalypse. He mentioned that those technologies were all in his head, so he should confirm them afterwards. Qingshan entered the residential area, and as he walked down the hallway, he wondered if the people of the Nai family wouldn't bother him for a while if he hid in there. He placed his palm on a huge screen, and the screen confirmed that his identity was verified and welcomed him back. Qingshan entered an expensive-looking room, and he immediately removed his coat. He placed his coat on the bed and continued to walk towards the window. Looking through the window, Qingshan observed that there were strands of gas from the underworld in the air. Qingshan noted that it looked like the signs of the apocalypse had already appeared, so he didn't have much time left. He decided that he would return to the cultivation world again the next day and use the time left to train his cultivation. Qingshan sat on his bed and started meditating. He furrowed his brows as he tried to concentrate. Suddenly, the system appeared, and it notified Qingshan that he had stayed in the present world for 24 hours, so he would return to the cultivation world. Qingshan was startled when he came back to the cultivation world, and the subordinate asked him if he was alright and what he was spacing out for. Qingshan explained that it looked like his time in the cultivation world would stop after he returned to the present world, and he noted that he had returned again. Qingshan remarked that it was the time and place before his transmigration, so it looked like the time in the cultivation world wouldn't resume when he transmigrated back. The subordinate looked so confused as he asked Qingshan what he was saying, and Qingshan replied that it was nothing, so he didn't need to mind it. Qingshan explained that he couldn't tell the subordinate the matter regarding Ning Yuchen and Gong Sunjai yet because, after all, it was only a speculation of his, and since there's still time, he should quickly raise his strength. He asked the subordinate if there were any low-tier monsters nearby, and as the subordinate responded that there were some low-tier monsters in the nearby forest, he asked Qingshan why. Qingshan mentioned that it was nothing special and the subordinate should just guard the camp, which baffled the subordinate. He ran out of the camp. The subordinate looked so worried, and he stated that Qingshan actually went outside all by himself, so he was a strange person. A few moments later, the birds were flying out of the forest in a panic. The system notified Qingshan that his soul power had increased by 2 and his current soul power was 5/5 while he pulled out a bloody arrow. The system notified Qingshan that the experience bar was full, the current EXP was 10/10, and his strength had risen to the 3rd stage of Kai condensation. Qingshan was surrounded by multiple dead monsters, and the system notified him that his current EXP was 0 divided by 15. Qingshan noted that it didn't take long to reach the 3rd stage of the Kai condensation. But from the later stages on, every rise in level will need an immense amount of EXP, which was a very troublesome problem. Suddenly, the system notified Qingshan that from that point onward, he could choose to use soul power to replace EXP to raise his own levels. Qingshan was surprised when he saw that, and the system informed him that soul power has a possessive trait, so once soul power is used, EXP can no longer be used to raise levels. The system warned Qingshan to choose with discretion. Qingshan asked if raising levels and comprehension were the same and that they could all use soul power, and he observed that if that were the case, soul power would become even more important. But he inquired what soul power actually was. The system notified Qingshan that soul power is the fundamental power of sentient beings, meaning the origin of the soul. Qingshan commented that the origin represents a type of limit, and the power from trying to exceed the limit will definitely have its specialties, so he knew how he should make his choice. He declared that he chose to use soul power to raise his levels. The system notified Qingshan that he had chosen to use soul power, and that he was one more step forward on the road of the war god, so it requested that he keep up the effort. Qingshan asked what level his current soul power could be used to raise to. The system informed Qingshan that the 4th stage of Kai condensation requires 1 point of soul power, while the 5th stage of Kai condensation requires 2 points of soul power. Qingshan decided that he wanted to rise to the 5th stage of Kai condensation, and the system notified him that he spent 3 points of soul power, so his strength has risen to the 5th stage of Kai condensation with a current soul power of 2/7. As spiritual power gathered in his forehead, Qingshan noted that it was true that he didn't need to rely on EXP to raise his levels. Qingshan observed that it was something that had never occurred in the cultivation world. As he observed himself, Qingshan concluded that it proved that using soul power to advance was the better choice. Suddenly, Qingshan noticed something behind him. He immediately jumped off the ground. As Qingshan jumped from where he was standing, gleaming eyes appeared from the dark part of the forest. It was a huge snake, and it slowly slithered out of the darkness. Qingshan, who was hiding on a tree branch, recognized the python that was attracted by the dead monsters, and he noted that it was considered to be pretty powerful among low-tier monsters. He remarked that, however, the current him could win against it, so he should be able to obtain a lot of soul power after killing it. Qingshan jumped off the tree branch. The system notified Qingshan that he was using his skill, the secure, and he fired his arrow at the python. The arrow pierced the python's head, and the impact was so strong that the python's head was slammed into the ground. As Qingshan landed on the ground, the system notified him that his soul power had increased by 5, so his current soul power was 7/7, and Qingshan commented that his strength has risen a lot, so his current self should be able to easily shoot down martial masters like Fierce Tiger. Stepping on the python, Qingshan observed that the entire body of it is filled with treasures, so he can't waste it. Qingshan was starting to dissect the python's body when a purple substance wafted through the flowers behind him. The flowers immediately wilted as soon as they made contact with the substance. Qingshan immediately exclaimed that it was the poison breath of the python. Suddenly, another python appeared beside Qingshan, and he acknowledged that there was actually another python. The system notified Qingshan that he was using the skill, the consecutive shooting, as he released his arrows. But the python managed to dodge Qingshan's arrows by moving behind the tree. Qingshan was alarmed as he remarked that the python saw through his attacks. Suddenly, the python attacked Qingshan from the side and bit him, and Qingshan exclaimed that it was bad as he couldn't dodge it. Qingshan was in pain, and he observed that it was not good because that bite contained poison. The python went and attacked Qingshan with its tail, but Qingshan managed to dodge it. Qingshan crashed in between the trees after he dodged the python's attack. His eyes turned purple and his body was unstable, so Qingshan commented that it was already affecting him, and with that, he should end the fight as soon as possible. Qingshan trembled as he gripped his bow firmly, and he acknowledged that at the moment, with his weakened body, he was definitely not the python's match. He remarked that he needed to use a powerful skill to counterattack, so he called the war god system and requested to comprehend 2 swallows fly together. While Qingshan grabbed another arrow, the system notified him that he had spent 6 points of soul power, and had comprehended 2 swallows fly together with a current soul power of a 7th. While Qingshan dug the arrow he was holding on his thigh, the python looked so sinister as it made its way towards him. As he pulled out the arrow, Qingshan noted that it was finally clearer and there was only one opportunity, but it was enough. Qingshan used the skill 2 swallows fly together. He aimed 2 arrows at the python while the python bared its fangs at him. The 2 arrows were released, but the python managed to avoid the 2 arrows by slithering its way. The python charged forward to attack Qingshan. Qingshan's expression turned grim, but he suddenly smiled and observed that the python had lost. The python was unaware that the 2 arrows came back like a boomerang. The 2 arrows hit the python's head in opposite directions and managed to cut it off and launch it into the air. The body of the beheaded python collapsed in front of Qingshan. Suddenly, Qingshan's veins were popping out of his face, and they turned purple, and as he coughed up blood, he observed that using spirit power had quickened the spread of the snake poison. Qingshan looked so alarmed, and he remarked that it was not going to be good if that continued. Blood was spilled. Qingshan grabbed a colorful organ in his hand, and he trembled as he opened his mouth to catch the blood coming out of it. He shoved the entire thing in his mouth, and he almost barfed as he exclaimed that the snake gallbladder tasted too terrible. Qingshan let out a sigh of relief and mentioned that although the taste was poor, it was fortunate that the python's gallbladder was the antidote for the poison. Otherwise, it was going to be a problem. He explained that the arrow's trajectory from 2 shallows fly together could change, and since it was like that, the attack became unpredictable. Qingshan remarked that, however, the time intervals between arrows were too long, and it would be nice if he could use that skill consecutively. He wondered if the problem would be solved if he combined secure, consecutive shooting, and 2 swallows fly together. Suddenly, the system notified Qingshan that his constructive thinking had enabled the development of a new bow skill, which was the chaotic dance, and at the primary level, it consecutively shoots 5 arrows in a short period, using an unpredictable trajectory to attack enemies. When Qingshan saw that, he acknowledged that it really did create a new bow skill, and that it was a growth-type skill too. Qingshan looked so pleased as he asked if changing ordinary skills into growth-type skills was the true value of the war god ability. Suddenly, Qingshan was startled when the birds behind him flew away from the forest in a panic, and he observed that something was happening in the far distance. Qingshan quickly hid behind the python's corpse. A few moments later, multiple monsters came running, and they moved past the corpse. Qingshan was astonished when he looked up at the sky and saw that there were also flying monsters passing by. He noted that more and more high-tier monsters were coming, and that place was no longer safe, so it looked like he needed to move to other locations. A few moments later, Qingshan came back to the camp. As the subordinate greeted Qingshan at the entrance, he remarked that Qingshan was finally back and that he mentioned that something had happened to him. Qingshan responded that it was fine at the moment, but they were going to have some trouble soon, and the subordinate asked what trouble it was. Qingshan suspected that the demon army was going after the heads of the leaders of the human race, so that place was probably going to be a battlefield. But he just informed the subordinate that the monsters were gathering together, so in consideration of both their capabilities, he suggests that they leave that enemy-occupied territory as soon as possible. The subordinate looked terrified as he pointed out that they could rely on the concealment formation to hide for a while longer, so they don't need to go outside where monsters are everywhere. Qingshan argued that high-tier monsters could see through the concealment formation with one glance, so hiding was not a long-term solution, and if the subordinate wanted to live, he should leave with him. The subordinate pointed at Qingshan and declared that he definitely got it wrong. He insisted that if Qingshan wanted to go, he should go, as he was not going to leave that place. Qingshan hoped that the subordinate understands that once the monsters arrive, it will be too late to regret it. The subordinate was pissed, and he exclaimed that it was enough because he didn't want to listen to Qingshan speak that nonsense. He complained that he had been bitterly enduring for many days, and when backup was about to arrive, Qingshan wanted him to leave. And he argued that Qingshan's brain had been scared dumb by the monsters, so he wouldn't block him if he wanted to send himself to death, but he shouldn't try to sway him into risking his life with him. Qingshan concluded that since the subordinate made his decision, he wouldn't force him, so from that point on, they should part ways. A few moments later, Qingshan was walking alone in the forest. As Qingshan was traveling, he mentioned that Ning Yuechan and Gong Sunjai's place of death was east of the barracks, so he could evade it if he went west. When Qingshan arrived at the rocky plains, he observed that the place looked a bit strange. Qingshan seemed to have stepped on something, and he wondered if that was it. He quickly jumped over a huge rock as the ground around him started shaking. Looking behind him, Qingshan saw that holes were starting to form on the ground. The ground continued to shake, and it seemed like there were multiple sinkholes being made. Qingshan prepared his arrows and used his skill, the chaotic dance. He released the 5 arrows in different directions to hit what was coming out of the ground. As Qingshan's arrow hit one of the creatures, it complained and exclaimed that it hurt. It was a tunnel demon, which could resist elemental skills and has the ability to tunnel into the ground, and it asked Qingshan how he knew it was there. Qingshan was surprised, as he exclaimed that it was really a tunnel demon, and that type of monster was great at killing on a battlefield, so it was unexpected that it would appear in that place. He laughed and remarked that they were covered in fresh dirt, which was completely different from their surroundings, so only a blind person wouldn't discover them. Qingshan advised that the tunnel demons should bring some old dirt from where they came from because that way, no one would be able to discover him. Suddenly, multiple voices emerged and asked Qingshan if it was real, and with a horrified look on his face, Qingshan wondered why there would be so many responding voices. More tunnel demons emerged from the ground, and as all of them asked Qingshan if what he said was real, Qingshan stated that it was not just one but a whole squad of tunnel demons, which was a pretty rare large setup, so it looked like it really was an assassination mission, and that it was a good thing that their brains don't work well, so he doesn't need to be afraid no matter how many come. Qingshan declared that he won't say much, so the tunnel demons should go back and bring some dirt, as he would wait for them there, and if he could still discover them after they come back, his life would be theirs. One of the tunnel demons agreed and responded that Qingshan should wait for him. The ground shook again as the tunnel demons began to move. Qingshan remarked that they were really a bunch of iron simpletons. Suddenly, someone called Qingshan their friend and thanked him for helping them. Qingshan was alarmed, so he quickly grabbed his arrow and asked who it was. It was the frontline general, Sacred Sect Supreme Elder and Grandmaster of Formations, Gong Sunjai, and he assured that Qingshan shouldn't be nervous as they were allies. Qingshan was surprised when he realized that it was Gong Sunjai, and as he asked him why he was there, Qingshan wondered what the matter was with that because he clearly went the opposite way, so he didn't understand why he would meet Gong Sunjai. Gong Sunjai asked Qingshan to confirm if he recognized him, and he added that it would be easy to talk. Qingshan opened his 6 trigram formation. His spiritual power flowed and filled the entire area, and suddenly, a huge building appeared in front of them. Qingshan was in awe, and he noted that, as expected of a formation grandmaster, he could use a formation to hide an entire Taoist temple. Gong Sunjai called Ning Yuechan and indicated that she could come out as the tunnel demons had all left. Someone with armor and wielding a sword came out and asked Gong Sunjai what he was indicating. It was Ning Yuechan, and the hood of her cloak was covering her face. Ning Yuechan approached Qingshan and observed that the tunnel demons' strength was not ordinary, that they could not even drive them off easily. So she asked him how he made them retreat, and Qingshan explained that although the tunnel demons were powerful, their minds hadn't developed, so he fooled them into leaving. Ning Yuechen's eyes gleamed sinisterly as she asked Gu Qingshan who he was and how he knew the weakness of those creatures. Gu Qingshan showed his badge and stated that he was from the frontline troops. He explained that he often deals with monsters, so he was a little informed of them, and Ning Yuechen was surprised when she heard that. Gu Qingshan confirmed that it was really her as the guerrilla general. Holy Celestial Maiden Ning Yuechen removed her hood, and she acknowledged that what Gu Qingshan mentioned does make sense. Meanwhile, Gong Sunjai was smiling as he watched the two of them, and he remarked that Ning Yuechen was every male cultivator's dream lover, so his little friend Gu Qingshan was going to stare into a trance. But to Gong Sunjai's surprise, Gu Qingshan was not paying attention to Ning Yuechen, and he noted that he had good composure for not even taking a single look, and he had underestimated him. He was unaware that Gu Qingshan was busy thinking that he clearly went the opposite direction as they, so he was wondering why he met up with the two of them there. Gu Qingshan pointed out that in the records, Ning Yuechen and Gong Sunjai did not meet each other, and their places of death were far away from each other. He wondered how the story changed. Gu Qingshan stated that the demon army came with preparations, so they couldn't be evaded by Gong Sunjai and Ning Yuechen without reason, so something unexpected definitely occurred. Suddenly, Gu Qingshan realized something. He pulled something from his pocket as he explained that he had killed off the demon army's messenger, so the army dispatch command shouldn't have been relayed to the troops of the assassination mission. Looking at the necklace he pulled from his pocket, Gu Qingshan imagined how the demon's army had lost direction after the communication was lost, and he remarked that the person who changed history was actually himself. Gong Sunjai suddenly noticed what Gu Qingshan was holding, and he asked him what that jade pendant in his hand was, and Gu Qingshan explained that it was the demon army's message tablet, which he obtained after he coincidentally killed an injured demon messenger. Gong Sunjai commented that it was no wonder that the demon army suddenly stopped their pursuits, as there was a problem with their army commands, so it counts as Gu Qingshan directly helping them. Ning Yuechen recalled that the messenger was injured by her spirit beast. However, the messenger's strength was not ordinary, and Gu Qingshan's cultivation hadn't reached foundation establishment, so he inquired how Gu Qingshan killed the messenger. Wielding his bow, Gu Qingshan explained that he killed it that way. Gu Qingshan quickly turned around. He used his skill, the consecutive shooting, and multiple arrows were fired all at once. The arrows hit the huge rock in the distance with intense power, and Gong Sunjai praised that it was a great bow skill. On the other hand, Ning Yuechen just calmly watched Gu Qingshan's demonstration. Gu Qingshan noted that the demon army should be very fast to react to that, so they needed to quickly return to human territory. Gong Sunjai approached Ning Yuechen, and he was about to say something about her injury, but Ning Yuechen cut him off and assured that it was fine and things couldn't be delayed, so they should go immediately. But Ning Yuechen suddenly groaned in pain, and she was alarmed when she coughed up blood and her body became unstable. Gu Qingshan ran towards Ning Yuechen, and he looked so worried as he called her name. He managed to catch Ning Yuechen before she fell. Ning Yuechen was taken aback when Gu Qingshan looked at her earnestly and urged her to be careful. Ning Yuechen blushed and looked away as she requested that Gu Qingshan should let her go, as she was fine. Gu Qingshan asked Gong Sunjai what happened to Ning Yuechen, and Gong Sunjai teased that Gu Qingshan was a kid. Gong Sunjai explained that a few days ago, the demon army attacked them with poison, and Ning Yuechen's body was hit with different types of poison, and although the detox pill was used, there was still some lingering poison that hadn't been cleared. Gu Qingshan mentioned that he actually had a detox item on him, but he didn't know if it could work or not, so Gong Sunjai inquired what item he was speaking of. When Gu Qingshan showed the snake's gallbladder, Gong Sunjai immediately recognized it, and he acknowledged that it was great because it was just the right thing to help. But Ning Yuechen suddenly chimed in, and she cautioned that the demon army might issue another poison assault, so Gu Qingshan should keep that snake gallbladder to save himself. Gu Qingshan looked at Ning Yuechen intently, and he demanded if she was eating it or not. He warned that if Ning Yuechen was not eating it, he would throw it away, and Ning Yuechen panicked, so she went and grabbed it. Ning Yuechen's expression suddenly turned grim. Upon seeing that, Gong Sunjai noted that Ning Yuechen's temper was famously explosive, so Gu Qingshan was seeking death, and that couldn't go on, so he had to stop Ning Yuechen before her outburst. Meanwhile, Ning Yuechen lamented that humans are so laughable because the people they trust repay them with betrayal, yet the people they haven't met before were concerned with their lives and deaths, and she hesitantly agreed with Gu Qingshan. Gong Sunjai was surprised when he heard it, and as he declared that he had guessed wrong again, he wondered why he was predicting everything wrong that day. On the other hand, Ning Yuechen mentioned that those young cultivators that approached her before were all lechers, so she couldn't depend on any of them during a critical time. And as she vividly remembered how one of those cultivators remarked that Ning Yuechen has great style, and that she should ask him anytime if she needed help. She observed that the man named Qingshan seemed to be different from them. Meanwhile, Gong Sunjae looked so concerned, and he was wondering if the lingering poison in Ning Yuechen's body made her will weaker. Ning Yuechen requested that they should give her 8 minutes as she was going to circulate her Kai to cure her injury. She ate the snake's gallbladder. While Ning Yuechen was meditating, Gong Sunjae advised that Qingshan shouldn't bother her, so he should come with him to set up some defense formations on the periphery, and Qingshan agreed. A few moments later, Qingshan and Gong Sunjae were sitting on top of a huge rock, and Gong Sunjae indicated that it was the place. Gong Sunjae explained that if there was a problem, Ning Yuechen could be protected at any time, and Qingshan acknowledged that he had expressed that well. Gong Sunjae released his spiritual power on the device he was holding and made a triangle in it. Qingshan was in awe when Gong Sunjae released his spiritual power up in the sky and commanded, "Open." A huge formation appeared in the sky, and it also affected the rocks beneath it. Gong Sunjae retracted his spiritual power and assured that it should be good at the moment. Qingshan turned to Gong Sunjae, and as he remarked that he had one thing he didn't understand, he asked him why they didn't call for reinforcement when he and Ning Yuechen were attacked and chased by the demon army. Gong Sunjae explained that they had already sent message charms to the human race early on, but there were still no replies, so Qingshan inquired why and if the message charms had been stolen by the demon army. With a pensive look on his face, Gong Sunjae suggested that it would be good to say if they were stolen by the demon army. Qingshan understood what Gong Sunjae was implying, and he asked if there were traitors in the high ranks of the human race. Gong Sunjae confirmed that it was right because, when they came out to investigate, they accidentally discovered that there were spies from the demonic race within the high ranks of the human race. Qingshan remarked that it was no wonder that those 2 legendary people didn't receive any help from the human race to their deaths because there were traitors, and when looking at it that way, the situation with them 3 was even more dangerous. He hoped that the demon army won't come so quickly. Meanwhile, back at the camp, the subordinate looked so happy while he was cooking his meal by the fire, and as he exclaimed that it smelled so good, he asked why the idiot Qingshan wanted to go out and seek death when there's food to eat and water to drink and it was so comfortable in the camp. The subordinate was eating when he was startled as the ground suddenly shook. He asked what it was and exclaimed that he was just eating chicken. When he looked up, the subordinate saw the huge foot of the faceless giant breaking the camp's barrier, and all he could do was plead for it not to do so. The faceless giant crushed the camp beneath its feet. The camp was crushed to the ground, and the faceless giant continued to walk forward. The faceless giant continued to walk forward, and there was not a trace left of the subordinate that was in the camp. Ning Yuechen continued to meditate. Suddenly, she coughed, and a dark liquid came out of her mouth. The ground sizzled when the liquid landed on it, and Ning Yuechen stated that there were no longer traces of poison inside her body, so her body would be able to recover quickly by relying on her own cultivation, and the snake gallbladder. Ning Yuechen let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Gong Sunjae mentioned that Qingshan hasn't entered a sect yet, so he suggested that he come to the sacred sect for the annual exam next year, where he should mention his name as it was useful, and Qingshan acknowledged and thanked Gong Sunjae. When Gong Sunjae noticed Ning Yuechen beside him, he asked her if she was already fine, and she confirmed, as the poison in her body has been cleared and her injuries have mostly recovered. Ning Yuechen approached Qingshan and thanked him. Qingshan explained that Ning Yuechen doesn't have to be polite because, after all, she was a main power against the demon army, so helping her was helping himself. Gong Sunjae suggested that they shouldn't talk anymore because the demon army could come at any time, so they should get going. Suddenly, the ground began to shake. Everyone was startled, while Qingshan remarked that it was a familiar feeling and knew what it was. They saw the faceless giant coming at them from a distance, and Qingshan identified that it was actually it. Qingshan observed that it looked like they couldn't avoid them, as those monsters wouldn't even give them time to catch their breath. Ning Yuechen wielded her sword, and she declared that if it was unavoidable, they should fiercely fight to the end. Qingshan summoned his bow and agreed that Ning Yuechen was right, so they should kill for the road of life. He was surprised when Ning Yuechen commented that his bow was too terrible and he should use hers. Ning Yuechen summoned a bow and introduced that the bow's name was Night Rain, and her father passed it on to her, but that day she would give it to Qingshan. Checking out the bow, Qingshan noted that the aura of that bow was concealed to hide the killing aura of the user, so it was a rarely seen and excellent weapon. As the faceless giant came closer, Qingshan decided that with the harsh battle in front of them, he would accept that bow to not cause trouble to both of them. The faceless giant started stomping on the rocks, and Qingshan explained that it could eat up spirit power, so it was naturally resistant against elemental power, and the 5 elements formation doesn't have a jib effect on it. Gong Sunjae realized that it was no wonder that his 5 elements formation from before couldn't harm it and that he wasted his spirit power. Emitting a tremendous amount of spiritual power, Ning Yuechen stated that since the 5 elements formation was useless against it, she would go. As Gong Sunjae agreed that they would trouble Ning Yuechen and that he and Qingshan would take care of the rest of the monsters, Ning Yuechen dug her feet on the ground and used her skill, the Wind Blades After Image. Ning Yuechen jumped off the ground and used her skill, the Vibrating Slash. She charged fearlessly towards the faceless giant that was about to attack them. As he was charging forward, Ning Yuechen was greeted by the faceless giant's hand. But Ning Yuechen managed to dodge it, and she quickly moved to perform a counterattack on the faceless giant's head. Ning Yuechen's eyes glimmered sinisterly as she went to deliver her attack. She swung her sword with all her might. Ning Yuechen created a huge slashing aura that hit the faceless giant, and when Qingshan saw that, he asked if her strength was too insane and noted that she could even push back a monster of that body type like the faceless giant. Qingshan asked why Ning Yuechen was using a saber and observed that if she trained in sword skills, her power should be even stronger. And Gong Sunjae revealed that Ning Yuechen used to be a sword cultivator, but she abandoned the sword and used a saber. Qingshan asked him why. Gong Sunjae explained that Ning Yuechen once had a martial brother who was very close to her. However, that martial brother betrayed her, and from then on, she started really disliking sword cultivators. Qingshan, a sword cultivator, looked so nervous, and he asked Gong Sunjae how much Ning Yuechen disliked them. Gong Sunjae replied that every time Ning Yuechen meets a sword cultivator, she will use sparring as a front to beat them up until they kneel and beg for mercy on the ground. Qingshan imagined how Ning Yuechen would beat him up. He imagined that she would ask him if he was the sword cultivator Qingshan and say that he was very cocky, while he would repeatedly say that he was wrong and request that Ning Yuechen spare his life. Gong Sunjae remarked that, saying that was strange, but even if Ning Yuechen's reputation was horrible and widespread, there were still many sword cultivators who were courteous to her. Gong Sunjae and Qingshan simultaneously sighed and commented that men are low. Suddenly, the two of them were startled when something crashed beside them. As the dust and debris started to dissipate, the two of them were surprised by what they saw. Ning Yuechen crashed on the ground, and she exclaimed that if they have time to talk bad things about other people, they should go kill more monsters instead. Gong Sunjae awkwardly agreed that Ning Yuechen was right that they couldn't be idle anymore. He applied his spiritual power to his device and commanded, "Open." Ning Yuechen used his mountain burial formation, and a wave of aura spread in the sky. The rocks on the ground suddenly started to grow into huge, sharp ones, and they began crushing and piercing the monsters around them. While some of the monsters got crushed by the rocks, some of them managed to escape. Qingshan attacked and used his skill, the chaotic dance. He fired multiple shots and killed the monsters that escaped Gong Sunjae's attack. Qingshan was surprised when the system notified him that he had killed the high-tier monster Quiet Flame Demonic Snake, so his soul power increased by 20, and his current soul power was 21/7. The system notified Qingshan that if monsters whose levels were higher than Qingshan were killed, the soul power limit would be ignored so he could continue challenging strong foes. Qingshan exclaimed that it actually had that kind of mechanism. The system notified Qingshan that it had detected that he had triggered a special historical scenario, and that the current conditions were suitable to initiate the scenario. Multiple notification pop-ups appeared in front of Qingshan, and he was in a daze. Qingshan was surprised by what he saw. The system notified him that it was initiating the Battle of the Fallen. While Ning Yuechen was busy fighting the faceless giant while an army of monsters surrounded them, Qingshan wondered if history was going to repeat itself there. The system informed Qingshan that he had entered the mission of fate to break the chains of fate and change the predetermined history. The mission outline was that Gong Sunjae and Ning Yuechen were characters who have fallen and have been buried in the deep parts of history, and changing their fate will change the course of history. The mission objective was to save Gong Sunjae and Ning Yuechen with the reward of a unique war god ability, but the system warned Qingshan that mission failure would result in his death. Qingshan looked so distressed when he saw that the mission was to save them, and as he wondered if the system was joking. He exclaimed that he didn't need to be killed by the system because he definitely wouldn't live if he was the only one left, so completing the mission was the only way to survive. Seeing how fiercely Ning Yuechen was fighting the faceless giant, Qingshan remarked that he couldn't even interfere in that level of battle. Looking at the monsters that kept on swarming, Qingshan commented that there would definitely be more monsters coming there, so the three of them would eventually be swarmed to death. Qingshan wondered how the mission should actually be completed. He was pulled out of his thoughts when Gong Sunjae suddenly called him and requested that he should help supplement an arrow, as another flame demonic snake was making its way up the rock. Gong Sunjae noted that there was another fish that broke through the net. Qingshan agreed and pierced his arrow through the flame demonic snake. The system informs Qingshan that he has killed the high-tier monster flame demonic snake, so his soul power has increased by 20 and his current soul power is 41/7. Qingshan acknowledged that he currently has 41 soul points, so he should be able to unlock the War God ability on the Night Rain bow. He instructed to open the Night Rain skills. The system informed Qingshan that the Night Rain bow could use the following skills from the user Ning Anon. First was Bombardment, which consumes 15 points of soul power. Second was 100-step Piercing Leaf, which consumes 15 points of soul power. And third was Wind Riding, which is a passive skill that consumes 10 points of soul power. Looking at the skills, Qingshan observed that an additional War God skill is an extra means of self-protection, and he has enough soul points anyway, so he would learn all of them. The system notified Qingshan that comprehension was complete and he had spent 40 points of soul power, with a remaining soul point of a 7th. The system notified Qingshan that he had learned Bombardment, 100-step Piercing Leaf, and Wind Riding, and Qingshan confirmed that it was done. As the flame demon snake's corpse fell to the ground, another monster charged forward and made its way up. Qingshan responded that it was good, so the monster should come. As the monster charged towards Qingshan began gathering his spiritual power to release an attack. When Qingshan released his arrow, the monster managed to dodge it. But Qingshan was using the skill Bombardment, which made the arrow explode, and the system notified Qingshan that he had killed a high-tier monster blood-drinking demon. So his soul power increased by 30, and his current soul power was 31/7. While Gong Sunjai was also busy fighting with monsters behind him, Qingshan remarked that the move's power was strong, but the spirit power consumption had also increased by a lot. Seeing the sea of monsters charging towards the area, Qingshan noted that the demon army is endless, so if they continue to attack that way, they will lose for sure. On the other hand, the faceless giant raised its arms and slammed it at Ning Yuchen, who was struggling to block it, and Qingshan observed that there was also not a single advantage in the fight between Ning Yuchen and the faceless giant. Qingshan asked Gong Sunjai if he had any other way of contacting the outside world, and Gong Sunjai responded that their only way at the moment was to contact the 3 saints for reinforcements, and they would definitely be able to escape that predicament then. Qingshan recalled that the 3 saints were the 100-flower goddess, mysterious sky lord, and sorrow grandmaster, but he mentioned that they had been surrounded by the demon army and asked Gong Sunjai how they would invite them over. Gong Sunjai explained that when he and Ning Yuchen were investigating the demon army, they discovered the divine martial world and set up a transportation formation. So if Qingshan could reach the transportation formation, he would have a chance to use it and meet the saints. Qingshan used his skill, the chaotic dance, to eliminate the monsters in front of him, and he asked Gong Sunjai what the divine martial world was. While a huge flame demon snake appeared in front of Gong Sunjai with a monster blood-drinking demon riding on its back, Gong Sunjai stated that it was a ruined world and that there are tens of hundreds of war god corpses in the divine martial world. Gong Sunjai released a powerful spiritual aura, and he remarked that it was hard for him to imagine how a world with so many powerful figures was destroyed. The rocks grew huge and sharp again to attack the monsters below. On the other hand, Qingshan looked so surprised that there were other worlds besides the current world and the Cultivation world. Qingshan looked so horrified as he wondered if the worlds in the World's Apocalypse Online meant multiple worlds. He called Gong Sunjai and suggested that he should take advantage of the moment so he could cover for him while he went to the divine martial world. But Gong Sunjai already looked so exhausted and injured, and he refused, as he hoped that Qingshan would complete that task in his stead. Qingshan asked Gong Sunjai what was wrong, and Gong Sunjai revealed that he has been injured early on by the demon army, and he is using formation to lock his life force so he won't die for the moment. However, his injury has been personally inflicted by the demon lord, so it could sense where he is, and he won't be able to last long even if he is in the divine martial world. With an orb in his hand, Gong Sunjai indicated that it was the key to activating the transportation formation, and Qingshan needed to carefully store it. The orb turned into a yin-yang, and Gong Sunjai explained that it was the universal formation array, and there were many useful formations on it. But there were a limited number of uses, so Qingshan should use it wisely. Qingshan asked Gong Sunjai how long he could last. Gong Sunjai estimated that he could last half a day, and the formation will collapse after half a day when he falls. With determination in his eyes, Qingshan declared that he accepts it and that Gong Sunjai should wait for him. Gong Sunjai mentioned that he left some people in the divine martial world, but it is unknown whether they were alive or not, and if they were still alive, Qingshan could ask them to help him. Qingshan began to get transported, and Gong Sunjai urged that he should go. Qingshan began to disappear. A few moments later, Qingshan was brought to a place filled with voids and darkness. Qingshan was suddenly turned upside down, and as he was falling, the system notified him that he was entering space-time turbulence. He was being sucked into something, and the system notified him that he was proceeding to another world. Qingshan looked so terrified as he was transported, and he wondered what that place was. A person was pinned to a sharp rock with wooden stakes, and below him was a pile of human skulls. The person's eyes were extremely red, and Qingshan wondered who he was. A skeleton was walking on top of the pile of human skulls. There were more skeletons walking, and they were headed in a certain direction. They were going towards the rock where the person was pinned and started climbing it. The person opened his mouth and started absorbing spiritual powers. He was absorbing a lot of spiritual powers, and they were coming from the skeletons below him. Qingshan was surprised when he witnessed that. He was hovering on top of the person and watched as the area got filled with spiritual powers. Suddenly, the person noticed Qingshan up in the sky, which startled Qingshan. The person requested that Qingshan should help him, as he would give him indestructible power. Qingshan shook his head as he replied that he still has a mission to do, so he can't be swayed. A light suddenly surged towards the sky. Qingshan disappeared into the crack in the sky. The person cursed and lamented that it had been 200 million years since a life form came, but he let him run away. Meanwhile, more skeletons were rising up from the pile. A few moments later, at the Divine Martial World, the area was desolate and gloomy. Someone jumped on top of a huge rock. It was Qingshan, and as he wondered if it was the Divine Martial World, he concluded that it was simply a battlefield. Qingshan was alarmed when he noticed something. He saw two groups of huge monsters having a face-off with each other. Qingshan watched in the distance as the monsters began fighting with each other. His expression turned grim as he questioned if that place had already been taken over by monsters. Suddenly, Qingshan heard someone who kept urging that they should hold on, and he immediately turned his head in the direction where it was coming from. Qingshan saw a group of humans surrounded by a huge horde of monsters, but they were still urging that they should hold on. The humans were fighting with all their might, but one of them was alarmed as he was about to get caught by a monster's tentacle. The man had dropped his sword as the monster's tentacle pulled him away. The monsters immediately ganged up on him and mauled him. The humans quickly stood closer to each other, and as they watched each other's backs, one of them instructed that they shouldn't be distracted and not mess up their formation positions. Seeing the scene below him, Qingshan noted that it looked like those were the people Gong Sunjai left behind. As those humans continued to fight the monsters, Qingshan remarked that they were all Foundation establishment and Golden Core cultivators, so their help was necessary if he wanted to complete the mission. Qingshan commented that his bow's strength won't even work against monsters of that level, and as he saw another man get eaten by a beast, he reasoned that at that time, he needed to remain calm and think of a plan, otherwise, no one would be able to live. He regretted that if his sword skills were still there, he only needed a sword, and he would be able to enter the enemy's backside to clear the danger and turn that battle around. As he summoned the Night Rainbow, Qingshan acknowledged that currently, only the formation array that Gong Sunjai gave him could barely manage to work, so he could only distract the monsters and try to use the formations to bind them. Qingshan used his skill, the bombardment, and a huge explosion occurred that caught the monsters' attention. While still covered by the smoke from the explosion, Qingshan taunted the monsters, asking them what they were chasing the group for, and challenged that they should come kill him if they have the skills. The group of humans couldn't believe what they were seeing, and one of them inquired who Qingshan was. Meanwhile, the monsters turned their attention and aggression towards Qingshan. As he skidded down the huge rock, Qingshan concluded that only by entering far into the enemy lines could the formations unleash their maximum potential, so there was only one chance, and he would live if he succeeded or die if he failed. Qingshan declared that he would diverge soul power to his legs because it would be better to have a faster speed, and he jumped off the rock. The monsters started running towards Qingshan, but Qingshan was so fast that he managed to run past them, and they were not able to react. While using the formation array that Gong Sunjai gave him, Qingshan mentioned that the monster's running speed was faster than he anticipated. Qingshan used the imprisonment skill as he ran past the monsters. He placed a device on the ground and commanded, "Open." Huge pillars of light immediately imprisoned the monsters, and Qingshan hopped away from them. Qingshan went to the group of humans and explained that he had been sent there by Gong Sunjai, and that the formation wouldn't last long, so they should quickly break through the demon army's encirclement, and he would activate the hidden formation. The group of humans acknowledged that Qingshan was a formation master, so they could be saved. On the other hand, the man who seemed to be their leader was apprehensive of Qingshan and was silent. The man opened his fan and urged that they should go. Huge ice crystals appeared and created a path, and the man insisted that they should quickly rely on the ice wall's protection to advance. While the group was starting to run, Qingshan stayed behind and called for water, wind, mist, and dirt using the device. Qingshan pushed the device forward and used the silent green hidden sky formation. He was filled with determination as he released his spiritual power and ordered, "Open." A huge barrier suddenly appeared and enclosed the entire area that the ice wall was protecting. The barrier suddenly warped in space, and everything inside it disappeared. The huge pillars of light that have imprisoned the monsters have also disappeared. But they all started frantically looking around for the humans they were attacking earlier. Meanwhile, one of the men in the group collapsed on the ground in relief, and he exclaimed that they were saved. The leader introduced himself as Lang Qingshan, the legitimate successor disciple of the Alcade sect, and he gave many thanks to Qingshan for helping them. Qingshan suggested that they should skip the formalities and talk about the important things. He introduced himself and informed that he had been tasked with a mission by Gong Sunjai. Qingshan expressed that he hoped that they could help him. The group of humans all sat down and thought about the situation. Lang Qingshan's expression turned grim as he asked Qingshan if he was implying that Gong Sunjai had been tangled by monsters, so he couldn't bring reinforcements to save them. Qingshan confirmed that it was right. Therefore, he would like to request that they guard him in the teleportation formation to find reinforcements. The sword cultivator Wang Cheng chimed in and stated that there was still some distance between where they were and the teleportation formation, so they would probably get killed by monsters before they even got there. Qingshan stood up and informed that the hidden formation wouldn't last very long. He mentioned that they will definitely die if they stay there, but if they could luckily get to the teleportation formation, they would be able to have a strand of hope. Everyone looked at Qingshan with doubt in their eyes. On the other hand, Lang Qingshan seemed to have realized something. Qingshan was startled when Lang Qingshan suddenly stood up, patted him on the back, and agreed that he was right, so instead of sitting there and doing nothing, it was better to let go and gamble once. Lang Qingshan proposed that if they could trust him, they should come with him, while Qingshan looked uncomfortable with his arms around his shoulders. Wang Cheng acknowledged that Lang Qingshan has the most experience, and since he says so, he has no objection, and the blade cultivator Luo Zio agreed that they should do it as it can't be worse than death. Lang Qingshan approved, while Qingshan admitted that if it weren't for Lang Qingshan's leading skills, he was afraid that those people would have rejected the idea to their deaths. As Qingshan acknowledged that Lang Qingshan has bravery and strategy, so he should be the core of those people, Lang Qingshan suggested that they should move without delay. A few moments later, a huge orb of energy was in the middle of an area that only has rock pillars. The group of people was walking in that area, and they looked so small in comparison to the rock pillars around them. While they were walking, Qingshan was observing Lang Qingshan, and he remarked that Lang Qingshan actually left the rear, the most dangerous position, to himself, so it looks like he is worthy of trust. Suddenly, Wang Cheng stopped them and cautioned that they should wait a moment. He alerted that there are monsters up ahead, blocking the road. Everyone got agitated and gritted their teeth except for Qingshan, and Lang Qingshan acknowledged that it was the only way to the teleportation formation, so they could only fight their way through. The martial cultivator Wu Jin released his spiritual power and volunteered that he would be the vanguard. Wu Jin charged forward and used his move, Mountain Crush. He charged forward, and he managed to hit multiple monsters with his attack. Another man charged, and while he was twirling his pole, he proposed that Wu Jin should let him support him. It was Ma Liu, and he hit one of the monsters in the head with his pole. Wang Cheng charged forward and warned that they should look out for his sword, while Luo Zio was charging behind him. The two of them charged towards the beast, and Wang Cheng released a beam of spiritual power to hit the monster in front of him. Meanwhile, Luo Zio was slashing his blades and cutting the monster he ran across. On the other hand, Lang Qingshan was protecting Qingshan while the others fought. Lang Qingshan advised that Qingshan's cultivation is only at Kai condensation, so he shouldn't charge into the front lines, and Qingshan agreed and stated that he will use formations to support them. Qingshan started gathering his spiritual power into the device and called the earth spirits. He slammed the device on the ground and commanded that the spirits should hear his command. Qingshan ordered they split, and the ground beneath the monsters was immediately cut in half, and some of them fell into the darkness. Lang Qingshan seized the opportunity. He used his skill, the cutting frost blade, and in one graceful motion, he eliminated the monsters he passed by. When Lang Qingshan finished performing his skill, the chopped parts of the monsters fell to the ground. Seeing the huge orb of energy ahead, Lang Qingshan turned to Qingshan and stated that the teleportation formation was not far. Qingshan acknowledged that it was very good and that they should rush there in one breath. But suddenly, the ground shook intensely. A huge bud suddenly sprouted from the ground, and everyone looked so astonished as they wondered what it was. On the other hand, Qingshan looked so terrified, as he seemed to have recognized what it was. Dark smoke started to ooze out of the bud as it started to open its petals. When the bud was fully opened, a silhouette sitting on top of it could be seen. A horned demon woman was sitting on top of the dark flower, and she was surrounded by the dark smoke. Ma Li was alarmed when the dark smoke suddenly moved systematically towards him, like it was about to devour him. He was puzzled when the dark smoke suddenly wrapped around him and restrained him. Some of that dark smoke entered Ma Liu's nose. While Ma Liu was in pain as the dark smoke continued to enter his nose, the horned demon suddenly appeared on his shoulder and commanded that he should kill them. As the dark smoke released Ma Liu and began to dissipate, Ma Liu looked possessed, and he exclaimed, "Kill." Ma Liu kept on shouting kill as he charged forward to kill the monsters. The other monsters managed to bite Ma Liu, and even though he was already heavily injured, he kept screaming kill as he charged forward. While Luo Xiao was busy fighting the other monster, Wang Cheng looked so horrified as he called Qingshan's name. The dark smoke was charging towards Qingshan. Qingshan was alarmed when he saw that, and he was not able to react. Lang Tangxing quickly came to rescue Qingshan, and he urged that Qingshan should be careful. But Lang Tangxing was alarmed when he looked behind him. Lang Tangxing saw that Qingshan was in a daze with the horned demon sitting on his shoulder, and he immediately exclaimed that it was a succubus. The dark smoke that surrounded Qingshan materialized into the ominous succubus. Lang Tangxing got worried about Qingshan, and he called his name. Qingshan replied that Lang Tangxing shouldn't worry about him and should quickly attack the succubus. Lang Tangxing furrowed his brows as he thought about it. He decided to throw multiple sharp icicles at the succubus. When Qingshan saw that, he gathered his spiritual power into the device and activated the escape formation. Qingshan could clearly see the sharp icicles that were coming towards him. He used the skill Shadow Shift to disappear from the succubus grasp and avoid Lang Tangxing's attack. The succubus screamed in pain, and its appearance changed as the smoke around it dissipated. Lang Tangxing watched while the succubus was falling to the ground. He was startled when Qingshan suddenly appeared behind him and warned that he shouldn't be careless because ordinary attacks are ineffective against the succubus. Lang Tangxing was horrified by what he saw, and he asked Qingshan what that creature was because it had recovered to its previous state. Just as Lang Tangxing noted, the succubus was already back to its original look as the dark smoke gathered around it again. Qingshan explained that the succubus demon is a soul stealer with an undead body, and it was close to being invincible, so their only plan at the moment was to quickly break through the surrounding demon army. He yelled and urged that the others should quickly come at them and gather together because they would unite to break through the crowd. As he punched the huge monsters beside him, Wu Jin responded that he understood and that he would open the path, but he was unaware that something small and fast was approaching him from behind. Wu Jin was alarmed when he felt the creature jump into his body. It was a small monster, and it quickly entered Wu Jin's mouth, which choked him. The small monster attacked the insides of Wu Jin, and he coughed up a lot of blood. Wu Jin's eyes and nose were also bleeding, and his eyeballs were gone as he wept in pain. Qingshan identified that it was the little heart stealer ghost. Luo Xiao and Wang Cheng were horrified when they saw that the little heart stealer ghost came out of Wu Jin's body through his back, and Wu Jin was lying in his own pool of blood. Standing back to back, Luo Xiao remarked that those monsters were too strong and they were no match for them, and Wang Cheng agreed that they should quickly leave. Luo Xiao ran as he urged that everyone should run. Wang Cheng ran behind him, and the two of them were terrified. Seeing Luo Xiao and Wang Cheng running towards them, Qingshan sensed that something was not right and asked why the monsters behind them were not chasing them. Suddenly, the ground started to crack, and both Luo Xiao and Wang Cheng were surprised. Huge, rocky hands suddenly emerged from the ground and grabbed Luo Xiao and Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng exclaimed that there was no way of struggling to get free, and as Luo Xiao was about to ask something, he was cut off as he started coughing blood. Blood spurted out all over the place as both Wang Cheng and Luo Xiao got squashed by the rocky hands. Wang Cheng's sword twirled in the air as its owner exploded into pieces. Lang Tangxing and Qingshan were both horrified by what they witnessed, and they were speechless. Seeing the dead body of Ma Liu, they lamented that their main forces had all died. Ominous monsters also surrounded them, and they observed that there were too many monsters. Lang Tangxing looked like he had given up, and he admitted that they couldn't escape without a martial cultivator to open the path. Qingshan was crestfallen as he wondered if there were really no more roads to take. Suddenly, something was shining in the sky, and it caught Qingshan's attention. Qingshan seemed to have recognized what it was. It was Wang Cheng's sword, and it was twirling towards him. As the sword plunged into the ground in front of him, Qingshan stated that if he could awaken his sword skills, he might be able to cut through the army and obtain a chance of survival. Staring at Wang Cheng's sword, Qingshan remarked that it was truly a good sword for killing monsters, but because the blacksmith was only focused on making making the sword sharp when casting the sword was too thin by half an inch, and therefore it was easy to bend and break. However, it should be enough to break through the encirclement. Upon hearing what Qingshan mentioned, Qingshan asked Qingshan if he knew swords. Qingshan replied that he knows a bit. He touched the sword and commented that it would be really good if he could regain his memories. Suddenly, the system notified Qingshan that it was an unfamiliar world and the monsters in the space-time vortex were nowhere to be found, so the location was deemed safe. The system notified Qingshan that the protection measures were removed and it was beginning memory restoration. Qingshan looked intently at the system screen as the system notified him that it detected that he knows 1,532 types of sword moves and that he could spend soul power to awaken the sword skills. Looking determined, Qingshan called the war god system into his mind and declared that he needed to awaken his memories. Qingshan remembered how cultivators mocked and laughed at him as they asked how they could depend on him to learn the first 3 moves of Wind Cut. He also remembered an armored man who proclaimed that he was of the vanguard army that has merits in killing monsters, and he would receive the wind-cutting sword skill's true secret comprehension. Qingshan also recalled how everyone called him the sword immortal and exclaimed that there was hope. After everything turned dark, Qingshan murmured that he had returned. Qingshan wielded Wang Cheng's sword, and he proclaimed that he was the sword immortal Qingshan. Qingshan looked surprised when he saw Qingshan, and he asked if he was a sword cultivator. Qingshan looked confused, and he was about to ask Qingshan about what he was, but he was not able to finish his sentence. Qingshan cut Qingshan off and instructed that he should get ready because they were going to break through the encirclement. Qingshan was surprised when he heard what Qingshan mentioned, and as he stated that they were both unproficient at close-quarter combat, he asked how they could break through those monsters without a martial cultivator. Qingshan assured that Qingshan shouldn't worry because he will open the path. He asked the war god system if his current soul power could unlock the wind-cutting sword skill, opening mountain sword skill, and mysterious sword severing the river stream. The system notified Qingshan that because he already has a deep understanding of sword skills, the soul power spent to awaken the previous sword cultivation was reduced to the minimum. So the wind-cutting sword skill, opening mountain sword skill, and mysterious sword severing the river stream were awakened by consuming 20 points, and his remaining soul power was 12/7. Qingshan remarked that the wind-cutting sword skill has fast moves, the opening mountain sword skill's power is heavy, and the mysterious sword severing the river stream could be used as a killing move. So those 3 sword skills were most suitable for the current circumstances. Calling the war god system in his thoughts, Qingshan instructed it to use all of the remaining soul power to increase his cultivation. The system notified Qingshan that his cultivation had increased to the 7th level of kin condensation by consuming 12 points of soul power. Qingshan started emitting a huge amount of spiritual power, and when Qingshan saw that, he wondered what it was because Qingshan's cultivation seemed to have increased a lot. Qingshan announced that he was going to go, and he requested that Qingshan support him from behind. Qingshan was astonished, and he asked Qingshan if he was really a sword cultivator. Qingshan swirled his spiritual power around his feet. He jumped off the ground without answering Qingshan's question. The attention of the swarm of monsters was all on Qingshan as he flew above them. Qingshan used the wind-cut sword skill and slashed his sword multiple times. He dealt quick, consecutive sword cuts, and it destroyed everything in front of him. Qingshan was sinister as he landed on the ground while the blood of the monsters surrounded him, and Qingshan, who was standing behind him, was taken aback. Seeing the chopped monster falling around him, Qingshan was astonished, and he observed that Qingshan could actually use the wind-cut sword skill to that level. Qingshan turned to Qingshan and instructed that he should keep up. Qingshan immediately responded yes. Qingshan charged forward, and Qingshan was supporting him from behind. Suddenly, Qingshan noticed something, and he wondered what was ahead. He could see a huge blob of green liquid moving in front of them. It was a rot-devouring demon. As the rot-devouring demon moved towards Qingshan, it drowned the monsters that were on its way. Qingshan turned at an incredible speed with his sword. His movements created a huge slashing attack that hit the rot-devouring demon. But the cut Qingshan's attack created immediately began to heal. Qingshan covered his nose as the rot-devouring demon began emitting a foul odor, and he observed that it was not good because ordinary cutting attacks were ineffective against it. Suddenly, the rot-devouring demon opened its mouth, and a wave of green liquid surged out of it. Seeing that the green liquid was coming at them, Qingshan warned that Qingshan should be careful. But Qingshan was surprised when Qingshan pushed him and urged that he should quickly get away. Qingshan was hit by the green liquid, and Qingshan, who managed to get away, called his name. The rot-devouring demon was able to control the liquid like a limb, and it pulled Qingshan back towards its mouth. Qingshan was not able to react, and he entered the rot-devouring demon's mouth. Lang Tianxing remarked that although Qingshan is really strong, it is still too difficult to only rely on the two of them, so that day he will probably fall into that martial god world. But Lang Tianxing was suddenly surprised when he noticed something. Qingshan used the opening mountain sword skill, and he produced a tremendous amount of spiritual power that leaked out of the rot-devouring demon's body, creating holes in it. He used his skill, the breaking mountain slash, and the ground started to crumble. Qingshan's attack was powerful that it made the rot-devouring demon burst from the inside, and it also sent the huge rocks around it flying. As the dust and debris dissipated, it revealed a Qingshan who was in the middle of a huge hole, and was hunched over due to exhaustion. Lang Tianxing was surprised by what he saw. Qingshan was exhausted, and he explained that his current soul power was not enough, so a move at that type of level is too much of a burden on him. He mentioned that it was a good thing that he obtained the rot-devouring demon's inner core, as it might be able to assist them in escaping the encirclement. Suddenly, Lang Tianxing approached Qingshan, and as he called him, he was pulling something out of his pocket. A small red pill was placed on top of the rot-devouring demon's inner cores. Lang Tianxing informed that it was the Alcade sect spirit medicine crane controlling the Kai pellet, and it can provide spirit power so Qingshan can eat it. Before taking the pellet, Qingshan asked Lang Tianxing what about him. Lang Tianxing revealed that it was the last pellet and that it was more useful for Qingshan to eat than for him. Qingshan thanked and took the pellet. Revitalized, Qingshan stated that next, they will kill through the encirclement in one go. As Qingshan released his spiritual power, a mob of monsters started appearing, and they were charging towards him. While preparing his sword, Qingshan commented that with his current spirit power, he should be able to use that move. Qingshan started applying his spiritual power to the thin blade. He raised the sword and used the skill, Mysterious Sword Severing the River Stream. Spiritual power began to flow around Qingshan's body as he continued to raise the sword. There were a lot of monsters flocking in the area, and they looked like glittering mountains. They were running on top of each other and were all eager to charge in the same direction. Qingshan stood there as the mountain of monsters came rushing towards him. He glared at the monsters with his eyes filled with determination. Qingshan used his skill, Mysterious Sword Severing the River Stream, and he was ominous as he released a tremendous amount of spiritual power as he slashed his sword. The spiritual power Qingshan released swirled around and hit the monsters ahead. A loud, booming sound could be heard as Qingshan's spiritual power hit everything on its way and even destroyed the ground. The monsters caught up in the spiritual power were sent flying and torn into pieces. Qingshan's attack left a long, straight mark on the ground from where he was standing. Qingshan began walking forward. The monsters who survived the attack were trembling on the side as Qingshan and Lang Tianxing walked past them. Lang Tianxing looked baffled as he walked behind Qingshan, and as he remarked that it was the mysterious sword, he wondered how Qingshan could use the sword immortal's skill. Suddenly, Wang Cheng's sword started to crack. It shattered into pieces. Qingshan observed that, as expected, the blade couldn't handle those kinds of powerful moves because it was too thin by half an inch. Summoning the inner cores of the rot-devouring demon, Qingshan noted that it would spread a powerful stink odor after they explode, so it should be able to stop some monsters. Qingshan threw the cores. He threw one on his left and another on his right. The monsters were apprehensive when they saw that Qingshan had thrown something. The cores exploded and released their fumes. Its fumes were so stinky that it made the monsters groan in pain. Qingshan urged that they should charge through and not stop no matter what happens, and Lang Tianxing agreed. The two of them ran forward as quickly as they could. But something suddenly appeared in front of them, which startled Qingshan. It was a fiery monster that was about to deliver a powerful attack from its mouth. When the monster released its attack, Qingshan was alarmed, and he exclaimed that it was not good. Lang Tianxing was also alarmed when he saw the attack that was coming towards them. A loud, booming sound filled the area as the monster's attack made contact and exploded. The smoke from the explosion filled the place. Suddenly, Lang Tianxing emerged from the smoke with his fan, and he requested that Qingshan should let him block that strike. Lang Tianxing used his skill, Kai of Frigid Ice. Lang Tianxing created a wall of huge ice crystals behind them to block the monsters, while Qingshan continued to run forward. Seeing the stone formations ahead, Qingshan informed that they have 20 meters left. Qingshan announced that the entrance to the teleportation formation was ahead. Suddenly, a monster blocked Qingshan's way, and he recognized that it was the pure gold beast. The pure gold beast attacked Qingshan with its claws, but Qingshan managed to evade them. Qingshan dug his feet into the ground and filled it with spiritual power. He activated his soul power and jumped at the back of the pure gold beast's head. Qingshan used the pure gold beast to jump forward and propel himself, and as its face crashed into the ground, Qingshan noted that they had 10 meters left. He was hovering above the teleportation formation, and he pointed out that it was there. Summoning the device, Qingshan called the wind, woodlight, darkness, water, and mist and proclaimed that the maze formation was complete. While Qingshan was running away from the monsters towards the teleportation formation, Qingshan was above him, and he was calling the spirits of the sky and earth, the spirits of water, earth, and metal, and he announced that the illusion formation was completed. The rock formation started to grow around Qingshan with a loud, booming sound while Qingshan called the wind, fire, lightning, and the gathering of the spirits of the sky and earth and declared that the gathering spirit formation was complete. Qingshan and Qingshan was happy, and as Qingshan announced that the entrance appeared, Qingshan suggested that they should charge in together. As they charged towards the entrance, Qingshan's body gradually disappeared and entered through the rocks. Qingshan also did the same, and he was already halfway inside. The rock formations immediately closed and locked, making the inside inaccessible for the monsters on the outside. Meanwhile, torches were lit inside the rock. Both Qingshan and Qingshan were exhausted, and as Qingshan let out a sigh of relief, he asked if it was the place where the teleportation formation resided and mentioned that they were finally there. Qingshan explained that the teleportation formation should be activated once the token is inserted. He stated that afterwards, the task of requesting aid from the three saints will be crucial to the completion of the Battle of the Fallen. Qingshan advised that things shouldn't be delayed, so they should go to a human stronghold territory, report that matter to the high officials, and let them ask for the three saints' help. But Qingshan objected that that won't do because there are demon spies among the high officials of the human race, and their plan would be ruined if it was discovered by the spies, so their best choice at the moment was to directly meet the three saints. Qingshan cautioned that the status of the three saints is very high, so he was afraid that trying to meet them would be as hard as ascending the heavens, but Qingshan insisted that they have to try no matter how hard it is. Qingshan explained that the mysterious Sky Lord's whereabouts are always uncertain, and the Sorrow Grandmaster typically meditates and refuses visitors, so the only choice left was to ask for help from the Hundred Flower Goddess. Qingshan remarked that the rumors say that the Hundred Flower Goddess has a strange personality, so he was afraid that she wouldn't meet them. He commented that even if they could meet her, they didn't know how they could convince her to help. Qingshan was thinking how it was not enough even if he had Gong Sunjai's formation array as an object of trust, and when Qingshan noticed Qingshan's reaction, he asked him if there was really no solution. Qingshan suddenly cheered up when he remembered something, and he exclaimed that they still have a method to meet the Hundred Flower Goddess. Qingshan looked confused, and he inquired Qingshan what the method was. Qingshan revealed that they have to pick the Hundred Flower ranking. The Hundred Flower Goddess was the strongest of the human race, and her strength was at the full circle stage of the Saint Realm. Just a tiny bit of a push, and she would be able to break through the Saint Realm and reach the never-seen-before unknown realm. The Hundred Flower Goddess created her own country and established the Hundred Flower Sect. Her personality was difficult to fathom because occasionally she would have an interest in making all sorts of difficult problems for people to solve, and so as time passed, the Hundred Flower ranking came into existence. If one could break through the Hundred Flower ranking, they could ask the Hundred Flower Goddess for one thing. They would even have the chance to become her disciple, and because of that, the people who went after the ranking were as plentiful as the carp in the river, unceasing. But currently, the Hundred Flower Goddess only has 3 disciples. Qingshan stated that the Hundred Flower ranking hasn't been successfully cleared for several tens of years and inquired if Qingshan was sure that he wanted to do that, and Qingshan confirmed that it was their only opportunity. Qingshan mentioned that with the current circumstances, an additional person is an additional hope, so he asked Qingshan if he could lend him his arm. Qingshan agreed and promised that he would help Qingshan. Qingshan was baffled that Qingshan accepted so fast, and he asked him if there were no conditions. Qingshan suddenly got embarrassed, and he bit his lip. He began taking off his clothes. Qingshan panicked, and as he asked Qingshan to hold on, he insisted that he was not going to accept every condition. But he froze, and he got concerned for Qingshan when he saw something. Qingshan noticed that the parasite poison, heart-tunneling soul-biter demonic spider, was attached to Qingshan's chest, and he explained that the cultivation of the cultivator who has been infected would decrease tremendously, and after a long period of time, the cultivators would even be controlled by it. Qingshan revealed that he was previously at the nascent soul realm but was harmed by that and lowered to the golden core realm, and that he used many methods but still couldn't get rid of it. Qingshan inquired if it was the reason that he wanted to obtain the Hundred Flower ranking, and Qingshan confirmed that it was right because the Hundred Flower Goddess hands and eyes reach across the sky, so there will definitely be a way to save him. Qingshan asserted that since Lang Tianxing also has something to ask for, they should go to the 100-flower country immediately. Suddenly, something rang, and the system notified Qingshan that the Battle of the Fallen was in progress. Qingshan was agitated, and he noted that it looked like Gong Sunjai and Ning Yuechen were still fighting bitterly, so he needed to quickly meet the 100-flower goddess and get back. Looking at the system screen, Qingshan observed that the fight earlier gave him so much soul power. Currently, he has 652/15 soul power, but he determined that he might need that soul power while attaining the 100-flower ranking, so he would leave it for the meantime. Qingshan inserted the key into the teleportation formation. As the teleportation formation got activated, Qingshan remarked that it should take them to the 100-flower country. The two of them suddenly disappeared. Meanwhile, at the 100-flower country, the clouds were swirling in the sky. Qingshan and Lang Tianxing were teleported into a forest. Lang Tianxing asked if it was the 100-flower country and observed that it was really as beautiful as heaven, and Qingshan agreed, and he admitted that it was unknown what kind of obstacles they may face while attempting the 100-flower ranking. Suddenly, Lang Tianxing looked terrified, and as he pointed ahead of him, he called Qingshan and urged him to look that way. A huge pig was charging towards them at an incredible speed. Lang Tianxing immediately prepared for battle, and he exclaimed that the pig looked like it was after them, and he asked Qingshan if he should get rid of it. Qingshan mentioned that with the 100-flower goddess temperament, that pig was also one of the tests. He called Lang Tianxing. Qingshan grabbed Lang Tianxing's arm and explained that it's not good to kill in the 100-flower country, so they should just make way for the pig to pass, and Lang Tianxing was surprised when he heard what Qingshan mentioned. Qingshan pulled Lang Tianxing away. Meanwhile, the pig was still charging at full speed, and its heavy steps were evident on the ground. The pig squealed as it prepared to tackle Qingshan and Lang Tianxing. Lang Tianxing was alarmed, and as he exclaimed that it was fierce, he questioned why they should make way. But the pig panicked and hurriedly stopped itself from colliding with them when Qingshan bowed at it and politely apologized that it was his first time coming to that place, so he was very sorry for blocking its path. Lang Tianxing was astonished, and he asked Qingshan what he was doing. But Qingshan did not answer Lang Tianxing's question, and as he called the pig his senior, he suggested that it should go first. The pig looked awkward, and it seemed like it was not expecting what Qingshan did. It decided to make its way and left Qingshan and Lang Tianxing. Lang Tianxing still looked nervous, and he noted that Qingshan was such a polite person. Qingshan waved it off and remarked that it was easy to express, so they should continue on their road. Lang Tianxing asked Qingshan what his brain was thinking and if he could tell him. As the two continued to walk forward, the pig suddenly appeared, and it seemed like it was observing them from a distance. The pig's eyes gleamed as it glared at them, and it seemed apprehensive. Qingshan was reflected in the pig's eyes as it looked intently at him. Suddenly, a female with the same intense green eyes appeared. She noted that it was the first time she had seen such a way of solving that problem. It was the 100-flower goddess, and she remarked that it had been so many years and there was finally an interesting person. Qingshan and Lang Tianxing were both walking in the forest. Seeing a group of people standing by a pavilion, Lang Tianxing asked if those people were also cultivators who came to do the ranking, and Qingshan remarked that it looked like they met with some trouble. The cultivators were frantic as someone stated that whoever wanted the ranking must first pair poem lines with them, and as they recited one line, the others continued the next. Qingshan and Lang Tianxing listened as they mentioned that they would let whoever pairs the poem to their satisfaction go through. The two of them started making their way through the crowd, and as one of the cultivators asked what Qingshan was pushing for, Qingshan apologized and responded, "Excuse me." While Qingshan was thanking the cultivators, Lang Tianxing was startled when he saw the goose that was in the pavilion. Lang Tianxing stuttered as he asked if it was the person who gave the problems, the guide. The goose was intimidating as he proclaimed that they should listen well as he was going to recite the poem line. The goose announced that it was his first line, and he repeatedly uttered the word goose. Listening to it, Qingshan asked Lang Tianxing if he had spirit stones on him, and as he summoned his spirit stones while looking confused, Lang Tianxing confirmed that he did and asked Qingshan what he needed the spirit stones for. Lang Tianxing handed the spirit stones to Qingshan. Qingshan grabbed it, and he confidently declared that it was for bribery. He approached the goose, and as he called him Goose Brother, he requested that he and Lang Tianxing had an urgent need to meet the 100-flower goddess. Qingshan spread the spirit stones on the table and asked that the goose make things convenient. The goose's expression turned dark, and he inquired what Qingshan was giving him those vulgar things for instead of nicely pairing poem lines. The goose was furious as he demanded to know what kind of person he took him for. Qingshan looked unfazed as the goose leaned towards him, asked him if he and the person behind him were together, and expressed that the more he sees them, the more irritated he feels. The goose gathered the spirit stones in his wings, and he commanded that Qingshan should quickly go because he didn't want to take another look at him there, and Qingshan responded and replied that the two of them would not bother him anymore. The other cultivators was astonished when they saw what happened, and they commented that even that would do. Tianxing looked back to the pavilion, where the cultivators mentioned that they also have spirit stones. 3 cultivators bashfully offered their spirit stones and requested that the goose give them convenience. The goose was pissed, and he ordered them to scram. One of the cultivators asked the goose why Qingshan and Tianxing could pass. Everyone was speechless when the goose explained that it was because those 2 kids looked handsome, and he was afraid of dirtying the Lord's eyes. The cultivator ran away crying, and he protested that the goose was bullying people. The goose just declared that he was useless and that the rest of the cultivators that were left should continue to pair poem lines. A few moments later, Qingshan and Tianxing were walking in the grassland, and they noted that everyone was saying that the 100-flower goddess temperament is strange. Tianxing observed that he didn't think that even the white geese of the 100-flower country were different from normal, but Qingshan revealed that it was not an ordinary white goose as it was the 100-flower goddess first disciple, by Qingshan. Tianxing was taken aback when he heard that it was the first disciple, and he couldn't help but ask to confirm that the first disciple of the 100-flower goddess was a white goose. Qingshan explained that it was the reason why the 100-flower goddess was unfathomable. Reaching a port, Qingshan stated that they could reach the 100-flower palace by crossing that river. Tianxing indicated that there was a boatman over there, so they should let him take them across the river. Handing a spirit stone with a smile, Tianxing called the boatman and requested that he ferry them across the river. Without looking at them, the boatman inquired if the 2 of them were there to take the 100-flower ranking. The boatman tapped his pipe into the boat to empty it. He was sinister as he declared that if they wanted to take the ranking, they must first pass his test. Without hesitation, Qingshan politely requested the boatman to instruct them. The boatman explained that in that river there's a big black fish, and they should help him catch and bring it up. Tianxing was surprised, and he asked the boatman if it was that simple. The boatman confirmed that it was that simple. On the other hand, Qingshan looked skeptical, and he remarked that there was definitely some trick to that. Tianxing had already undressed himself as he stated that he was very good with water, so Qingshan should leave that test to him, and Qingshan tried to caution him to wait a moment first. But Qingshan was not able to finish his sentence as Tianxing had already dove towards the water. Right before the determined Tianxing touched the water, the boatman mentioned that he forgot to say something. With a smile on his face, the boatman revealed that the big black fish was at the peak of the establishing foundation realm, so they should be careful. By that time, Tianxing had already created a big splash and landed in the water. Qingshan looked unamused, and as he addressed the boatman as senior, he remarked that his joke was too big. Suddenly, Qingshan was alarmed when he saw something. The water in front of him was swirling aggressively. Qingshan was anxious as he tried to anticipate what was going to happen. A huge silhouette suddenly appeared in the water. The boatman suddenly went quiet, and his expression turned dark. The big black fish emerged from the water with Tianxing in its mouth, and Tianxing was trying to block it with his ice skills. Tianxing was trying his best to apply his ice to the big black fish's mouth. Summoning the night rainbow, Qingshan called Tianxing and instructed him to dodge it because his ice wouldn't be able to seal its mouth. Qingshan quickly aimed an arrow towards the big black fish. Looking intently at his target, Qingshan released the arrow. Tianxing managed to jump away from the big black fish just as the arrow hit its mouth and shattered the ice. Qingshan used his skill, bombardment, and as it created an explosion, the big black fish screamed in pain and cried that it hurt so much. As the big black fish put out the fire with the water, it repeatedly announced that it was not fighting anymore as it hurt so much. Meanwhile, Tianxing had resurfaced in the water, and as he spit out the water in his mouth, he commented that the fish was too fierce. On the other hand, Qingshan was serious as he noted that the big black fish could also speak the human language. The big black fish was brought out of the water, and Qingshan watched as the boatman sinisterly raised his huge knife. The boatman performed multiple slashes with his knife like it was a sword. He sliced the big black fish, and it repeatedly cried that it hurt. Tianxing watched quietly as the boatman sliced the fish's meat into pieces. Even though it only had its bones left, the big black fish could still talk, and it asked the boatman if he couldn't be a bit more gentle, but the boatman commanded that it should shut up. Qingshan and Tianxing awkwardly watched as the boatman piled the sliced fish meat in front of them. Noticing their reactions, the boatman remarked that the two of them didn't have to feel any pity for the demon fish. The boatman declared that the demon fish deserved death by 1,000 cuts. He explained that the demon fish was already in the last stage of the ascended realm, just a few steps away from being a saint. However, because of not being able to control its urge to eat, it swallowed 5 islands. The boatman stated that every living being on the island was swallowed, including 100,000 humans. He mentioned that in a fit of rage, the 100-flower goddess caught the demon fish and sealed its cultivation and gave it strong regeneration. And it could only pass on to its next life by enduring the pain of death by 1,000 cuts 100,000 times. The boatman wondered if it was the 7,000th or the 5,000th time. He shrugged that it was whatever, so he would assume it was the 5,000th time, which astonished the demon fish, and it protested that the boatman should think about it carefully. Qingshan replied that the punishment was really satisfying, and it was as expected of the 100-flower goddess. The boatman advised that there was no need to flatter their goddess. He seriously looked at Qingshan and Langtangsing and informed them that their goddess despised those who join the ranking with no strength. The boatman insisted that they should leave if they judged themselves unworthy of it. But Qingshan stared back at the boatman with a determined look on his face as he asserted that they could not return because they were there because they had been driven into a corner. The boatman laughed and admitted that he liked the look in Qingshan's eyes. However, the boatman explained that they could only take the top spot on their own, so the two of them had to separate. Qingshan and Langtangsing were surprised, and they fell silent. Langtangsing suggested that the 100-flower goddess ranking included all types of difficulties of the human race, so they should choose whatever they were good at to raise the chances of getting the top spot, to which Qingshan agreed. Langtangsing politely called the boatman and requested to attempt the ancient artifacts test. The boatman responded that if that was the case, Langtangsing didn't have to cross the river, so he should jump off, and Langtangsing queried if he had to do it again. The boatman explained that 100,000 years ago in the Primeval period, the god of fire and the god of water had their last battle there, resulting in both of their demise, and the ancient relics lay right under those waters, so Langtangsing should go and grab a few pieces of primeval artifacts. Langtangsing was astonished, and he admitted that he didn't think there were primeval relics there because that was the era of the divinity. The boatman's eyes lit up as he clicked his tongue and remarked what was surprising about it. He handed a willow branch to Langtangsing and instructed him that it would shelter him from water, so he should use it. Langtangsing accepted the willow branch and thanked the boatman. He turned to Qingshan and bid farewell, wishing him good luck, to which Qingshan thanked him for his words and advised him to be careful. Langtangsing talked to the demon fish and asked if it lived underwater all the time so it should know where the ancient relics were, to which the demon fish replied and stated that it knew it like the back of its hand. He grabbed onto the demon fish and ordered it to lead the way. When the boatman saw what Langtangsing did, he complimented him, saying that he was a smart kid. The demon fish suggested that Langtangsing looked tired, so it offered him to eat its meat and replenish his energy. Otherwise, it would be a waste, but Langtangsing declined, saying that he was fine, and the two of them jumped into the water. After the two left, the boatman inquired what about Qingshan. Qingshan stated that he would like to attempt the sword test. The boatman was astonished when he heard that Qingshan chose the sword test. His expression turned dark as he questioned how Qingshan could take the top spot without even a sword. Qingshan confidently replied that he may not have one in his hands, but he held one in his heart. As the boatman wondered what the use for that was, he handed a sword to Qingshan and offered that he should take it. Qingshan accepted the sword and thanked the boatman. The boatman warned that the sword test was the hardest among all the tests, which is why he would have to test Qingshan's swordsmanship before he joined, and Qingshan responded by requesting that he ask. The boatman asked Qingshan how many moves there were for swords in his own understanding, and Qingshan replied that there was only one. When the boatman heard Qingshan's answer, he inquired which one. Qingshan answered that it was the move that would kill. The boatman was ominous as he stood up and declared that it was make it simple, and he asked Qingshan if that was his swordsmanship. He grinned sinisterly as he commented that it was not bad, so Qingshan should kill him with his simplest move. The boatman started to disappear, and he explained that he would control his strength to the middle stage of Foundation Realm. As the boatman vanished in front of Qingshan thought that it was a fascinating aura concealing spell. Qingshan began releasing his aura, and he was ominous as well while he muttered that the senior boatman shouldn't have given him a sword. He grabbed the hilt of the sword with his hand shrouded by aura. Qingshan swung his sword and released multiple rays of aura. Those auras Qingshan released moved in all directions and were all over the place. Some of the auras passed by the boatman who was hiding up in the air, and he remarked that the sword's aura was closing in. Qingshan seemed to have noticed something. He swiftly jumped up in the air. Qingshan's movement was swift, and the boatman lost sight of him, and the boatman wondered where Qingshan was. The boatman was alarmed when a sword was suddenly aimed at his throat. It was Qingshan, and the boatman was horrified while Qingshan confidently exclaimed that he got him. The boatman froze as he saw the sword in front of him. He laughed and remarked that Qingshan's sword skills had passed. The boatman stated that they should go and that he would take Qingshan to obtain the sword ranking. As the two of them landed back on the boat, Qingshan suggested that the boatman should let his junior row the boat. But the boatman twirled the pipe in his hand and replied that there was no need as he would directly take Qingshan there. The boatman swung his arms in the air and raised his right leg simultaneously while releasing his aura. He stomped his feet on the boat. A huge magic circle appeared, and Qingshan thought that the boatman could casually create a teleportation formation, so he was even stronger than Gong Sunjai. The boatman used his skill, 100 Flower Bloom, and flower petals filled the area. The boat vanished and turned to smoke that was carried by the petals. The petals traveled along the breeze and arrived at some sort of courtyard. The boatman and Qingshan reappeared, and as they landed on the ground, the boatman announced that they had arrived. Someone greeted them and asked Qingshan if he was the one who came to earn the sword ranking. It was a lady, and she asked the boatman if there was only one that day. The boatman confirmed and added that those people's sword intents weren't upright, so they wouldn't be able to do anything if he let them enter, and they would just contaminate the spirit power there. The lady acknowledged that if that was the case, they should start, and she gestured towards the huge screen behind her. She explained that inside the screen was a primeval sword formation, and Qingshan's task was to enter the sword formation and find the sword spirit. Qingshan's expression turned serious when he heard the primeval sword formation. The lady clarified that the primeval times were a period that belonged to the gods, and everything that has been passed down from the primeval times contains a huge amount of power. She noted that the sword formation had been subdued by the Lord, but the true sword spirit had never been able to be found. Qingshan agreed and declared that he would go in and try. As a portal appeared on the screen behind the lady, she warned that there were 11 specters of the gods inside the screen, and Qingshan shouldn't ever offend them because even she couldn't save him. Qingshan bowed at the lady and assured her that he understood. His body began to dissipate. As soon as Qingshan disappeared, the lady muttered that it had been years, but she still couldn't discover the key to that sword formation. The lady hoped that Qingshan could give her some ideas. Meanwhile, in a dark place, torches began to light up. Qingshan was brought into that place, and a huge statue stood at the end of the path in front of him. There were also statues standing by the side of the path, and Qingshan noted that those huge stone statues should be the specters of the gods. Qingshan thought that according to their equipment, they should be ancient sword cultivators. He began walking forward and walked past the statues that had gleaming eyes. Qingshan stood right in front of the statue at the end of the path. Looking at the glowing inscriptions on the sword of the statue, Qingshan observed that those were divine engravings, and they were tier in tier than runes because the power of a single small line could make changes in the earth and sky. Qingshan noticed the wall and remarked that the drawings on it were the heroic deeds during the period in which ancient cultivators fought with monsters and demons, and the appearance of those ancient cultivators was that of the 10 sculptures inside the hall. Noticing the drawing of a monster on the wall, Qingshan commented that according to how things normally go, those divine engravings were all used to seal the creatures. Suddenly, the drawing exuded a powerful aura, and it seemed alive. Qingshan was surprised, and he thought that it looked like the creatures had been sealed inside the wall drawing. One of the statues suddenly spoke, and as it asked Qingshan if he had looked enough, it commanded that their little junior should quickly come and greet them properly and pay respects. Qingshan immediately bowed to greet each senior and introduced his name. One of the statues behind Qingshan grumbled that he doesn't know proper etiquette, much worse than the little girl who frequently comes there, and when Qingshan heard that, he thought that the little girl they mentioned should be the 100-flower goddess, and it looked like she was very polite to those ancient sword cultivators. Some of the statues were smiling, and the others were frowning. When Qingshan looked behind him, he admitted that they were right and that he had a favor to ask the 100-flower goddess, so he could only dare to challenge that sword formation. A fierce statue scoffed and criticized that it was presumptuous for a mere mortal to dare to challenge the primeval sword formation. Qingshan acknowledged that the senior's temper was fiery, so the sword skill that he cultivated should be first-rate, and the fierce statue agreed that Qingshan had guessed right. The fierce statue explained that the sword skill he cultivated was called the Quiet Fire Sky Yuan sword skill, and in the past, he had used that skill to kill tens of millions of demon soldiers. He added that he had used the sword he was holding to make the demon army lose their wits and become unable to form proper formations, but Qingshan was thinking that the fierce statue couldn't have practiced the Quiet Fire Sky Yuan sword skill. Looking at the sinister statues standing in front of him, Qingshan thought that those ancient sword cultivators were somewhat strange. Qingshan walked in the other direction. He stood in front of another statue and inquired what kind of sword skill the senior cultivated. The smiling statue replied that it was the Sky Dirt Holy Sword skill. Qingshan remarked that if that was the case, the statue was a rare lightning sword cultivator, so he was impressed. The smiling statue acknowledged that it was good. Qingshan's expression turned dark, and as he stated that every senior was a top-tier sword cultivator, so he was extremely impressed, he began to summon the system. He summoned the Night Rainbow and announced it to show his respect. they should let him send them all on the road. The fierce statue demanded Qingshan for daring to disrespect a god, and he warned that if Qingshan would not bow down and beg for forgiveness immediately, he would never reincarnate. But Qingshan fearlessly declared that he was a demon, and he was there to release the monsters on the mural. The fierce statue began to move and pulled his sword off the ground. On the other hand, the lady, who peeked outside the portal, was startled with what she saw, and she muttered to herself what was wrong with Qingshan. She gathered her aura and remarked that Qingshan was causing so much trouble. But she stopped herself and gave it some thought. She smiled and commented that it was interesting. Meanwhile, Qingshan aimed his bow at the fierce statue and inquired if his senior had any last words. The fierce statue lunged towards Qingshan, and as he cursed them, the demons, he snarled that Qingshan was dead. As he swung his sword and released a powerful aura, he roared that Qingshan should take that. The fierce statue's attack was powerful, and the dust and debris were blown all over the place. But Qingshan stood unharmed as the sword did not reach him. He smugly questioned the fierce statue why he stopped. The fierce statue nervously retracted his sword and cursed as he admitted that he had used up all his spiritual energy to seal the demons, so he only had a piece of his soul left and could not finish Qingshan. The other statues nervously looked away and confessed that they too were in the same condition. Suddenly, Qingshan released an arrow without hesitation. The arrow grazed the side of the fierce statue before it hit the wall. The fierce statue was astonished when he saw that his ear was nicked by Qingshan's attack. Qingshan insincerely apologized and claimed that his hands slipped, but he would take better aim next time. The fierce statue was enraged, and he demanded Qingshan if he wasn't afraid of him releasing the demons. Qingshan retorted that they were only a group of swindling fake cultivators deluding themselves and asked them if he must spell everything out for them. The fierce statue was taken aback, and everyone was quiet. Suddenly, a voice called for Qingshan to explain, and Qingshan was surprised when he recognized that the echoing sound was the maid at the door. Qingshan explained that there were numerous cultivators who studied sword styles, but very few studied the naming of the style, simply because it was useless for their cultivation. But he happened to be one of those sword cultivators that were different and studied the names. He pointed at the fierce statue and stated that although the statue claimed that he practiced the quiet fire sky Yuan sword style, that style required a sword with the element of fire to perform. But instead, his sword, the freezing mist, was water type. Qingshan explained that if the fierce statue flung his sword, water would clash with fire, resulting in his spiritual power backflowing and causing him to go insane, which was the first mistake. He walked in the other direction. Qingshan stood in front of another statue and commented that as for that guy who claimed to practice the immaculate holy sword style, he was even more adorable because, in sword style, the immaculate refers to wind, while the punishment refers to lightning. The statue was nervous as Qingshan pointed out that when he claimed to be a lightning sword cultivator, he did not respond at all, and he didn't even notice his tricks, which was the second mistake. But still, their imposing manner was genuine, and their swords were real. The fierce statue started frantically looking around and pleaded that they had a reason for that. His eyes were moving so quickly as he urged that Qingshan should at least listen to what he had to say. Suddenly, Qingshan realized that they were playing tricks. All the statues collectively used the void shifting spell, and their bodies started to disappear. A magic circle appeared beneath the feet of the fierce statue, and he declared that Qingshan was lucky that time, so until they met again. Qingshan mocked that it was much for all that talk and demanded if they were running off from the fight. But Qingshan was startled when he suddenly heard a voice who questioned the statues where they were going. He looked in the direction where the voice was coming from, and he wondered if it was the 100-flower goddess. A huge aura appeared in the sky, which absorbed the escaping statues, while the 100-flower goddess was pissed at someone named Xuanyuan Tianzan and accused the shitty old geezer of daring to exchange a fake sword spell for her Bai Hua jade wine. As the 100-flower goddess vowed that she would break Xuanyuan Tianzan's legs the next time she saw him, the statues were helplessly getting absorbed, and one of them admitted that she was too powerful, so there was no way they could resist, and their bodies were crumbling. Everything disappeared, and when Qingshan's body began to glow, he noted that the goddess made her move. Qingshan saw that his body began to dissipate. His body disappeared and turned to petals. Just like how the boatman teleported them, the petals moved with the breeze and landed at the center of a room. Qingshan's body materialized back, and he thought that he could finally meet the 100-flower goddess. The 100-flower goddess congratulated Qingshan because he had solved the problem. She inquired which sect he belonged to. Qingshan replied that he belonged to none. The 100-flower goddess was intrigued, and she acknowledged that Qingshan didn't seem like one. She offered Qingshan a chance to tell her what wish he had. Qingshan politely stated that he was a junior who was there to take the test in hope of asking the goddess to save 2 lives. When the 100-flower goddess heard Qingshan's wish to save someone, she inquired if they were ill or on the brink of death. Gu Qingshan replied that it was neither because two generals, Gong Sunjai and Ning Yuechen, found the mysterious divine martial world, but they were chased by monsters, so he borrowed Gong Sunjai's transportation formation and escaped from the battlefield. But without any help, he could only take the test first. The 100-Flower Goddess questioned Gu Qingshan why he went the long way to find her if what he stated was true and if it wouldn't be wiser to seek help from the human army. Gu Qingshan explained that he guessed the 100-Flower Goddess wasn't aware that there were spies in the army, so if he sought help from humans, they were sure to die. The 100-Flower Goddess challenged Gu Qingshan if he was certain that he was telling the truth and warned that he must pay the price if he was attempting to fool her. But Gu Qingshan confidently asserted that there were no lies. She demanded to know where his waist tag was and began taking it with her aura. Gu Qingshan watched as the 100-Flower Goddess took his waist tag. The 100-Flower Goddess used her divine skill on Gu Qingshan's waist tag. She closed her eyes and began channeling her aura through her forehead. The 100-Flower Goddess used her skill, seeking spirits in the void, and saw the things that Gu Qingshan had experienced. She extended her hand and grabbed the waist tag. The 100-Flower Goddess acknowledged that if Gu Qingshan could take first place in the test even after such a brutal fight, there was no reason why she shouldn't praise him. Gu Qingshan requested that the goddess save the generals. The 100-Flower Goddess used her skill, 1,000 clone, and released 3 rays of her powerful aura. Those rays shone on the floor surrounding Gu Qingshan. Gu Qingshan was worried, and he clenched his fist. He was startled when the clones of the goddess appeared within the aura around him, and as one of them declared that she would go save the generals, the other stated that she would report about the spies. The other clone added that she was sure that Xuanyu and Tianzhen would be willing to be the vanguard for the fight in the divine martial world, so she will ask. The 3 clones immediately went on their way, leaving Gu Qingshan behind. Meanwhile, the 100-Flower Goddess was layering 3 magic circles, and she remarked that they would not fall within 15 minutes. Gu Qingshan recognized that it was the art of prophecy, and he thought that it was the hardest to master among the 6 arts. Suddenly, the 100-Flower Goddess snapped her fingers. She pointed out that even though Gu Qingshan took the sword test, he never used the sword in the Jade Ping Feng, which goes against her rules. The 100-Flower Goddess gestured to 2 ladies and introduced them as her maids, and she had them control their cultivation to the 7th level of the refined stage. The 2 maids prepared to fight as the 100-Flower Goddess stated that if Gu Qingshan defeated them within 15 minutes, he would pass. Gu Qingshan summoned his sword to prepare to fight. The 2 maids looked at each other and nodded. They immediately charged towards Gu Qingshan with a sinister smile on their faces. The attacks of the 2 maids were synchronized as they performed multiple slashing attacks. While they used their skill, Secret Art of Sword, Gu Qingshan released his aura, and his eyes gleamed ominously. Gu Qingshan used his skill, Water Current Slice, and swung his sword as he swiftly moved past between the 2 maids. As he finished his move, Gu Qingshan commented that it was a good fight. His sword suddenly shattered into pieces. Meanwhile, the 2 maids fell to the ground behind Gu Qingshan. The 100-Flower Goddess praised Gu Qingshan's amazing skills and remarked that he was exceptional for his age. But a sword master is nothing without a sword, so as compensation, Gu Qingshan should take something. But Gu Qingshan refused, saying that the sword belongs to the boatman on the river, so he requested that the 100-Flower Goddess compensate him if she wished to do so. The 100-Flower Goddess was irked with what Gu Qingshan responded. Gu Qingshan politely requested that the 100-Flower Goddess save the generals because they were in danger. The 100-Flower Goddess waved it off and assured him that there was no rush because they wouldn't die, and even if they did, she could resurrect them from the cycle of reincarnation. She twirled her fingers in the air and miniature swords began to appear. As the swords grew to their normal size, the 100-Flower Goddess offered Gu Qingshan to choose one when she asked him to. Gu Qingshan stood there while the swords floated in front of him. He thought that, as expected of the 100-Flower Goddess, her collections were extraordinary. Looking at the swords, Gu Qingshan observed that, as a sword master, he hadn't found a reliable sword in a long time. On the other hand, the 100-Flower Goddess thought that it was surprising that Gu Qingshan would study the naming of sword styles because it was such an unrewarding task. She observed Gu Qingshan as he extended his hand, and she wondered which sword a kid like him would choose. Gu Qingshan grabbed the first sword and remarked that the killing intent of that sword was strong, that it affected the mind, and he may be controlled by it over time. The 100-Flower Goddess thought that it was a wise decision because the previous owner of that sword committed suicide because the sword overpowered him. Gu Qingshan continued to inspect the swords and mentioned that the second was a long sword with the fire element, which clashed with his, while the third was light and short, but it seemed eerie and was not his style. When he looked at the last sword, Qingshan noted that the fourth looked the most modest of all, but it attracted him the most. As Qingshan grabbed the sword, he expressed that it had a strong feeling. He slowly unsheathed the sword to inspect its blade. Qingshan smiled as he called the 100-flower goddess and announced that he would like to choose that. As the 100-flower goddess asked Qingshan why he chose that, she mentioned that she only put that in order to make up the numbers and it was the weakest of the four, and asked why he didn't go with the other one. Qingshan explained that it suited him best and it was also nice to touch, so he was not replacing it. The 100-flower goddess seemed troubled when she heard what Qingshan expressed. She recalled her happy younger self holding the sword Qingshan chose, and someone asked her why she didn't accept the swords they got for her when those 10 swords were way better than the one in her hands. The young 100-flower goddess responded and replied that it was because hers was the most pleasant to touch among those swords. The man asking her the question just laughed. Back in the present, the 100-flower goddess bit her lip when she remembered those memories. She stared at Qingshan and stated that it was the Earth Sword, a sword passed down through her sect for 100,000 years, and she was meant to be the next head, so it was in her possession. Qingshan was taken aback, and he admitted that he didn't realize that the sword belonged to her. He politely gave back the sword, and as he remarked that he would choose again, an aura began swirling around the sword. It was the 100-flower goddess aura, but she insisted that it was alright because in her youth, she made the wrong friend, and it destroyed her sect. So from that point onward, she barely used the sword, and she was currently on a different path, so she no longer used swords. She raised her hand as she intensified her aura and announced that the Earth Sword weighed 8,673,000 katas with the special skill. Bear the weight, where the wielder would only feel the normal weight of the sword while their enemies would feel the full weight of it. The 100-flower goddess took the sword from Qingshan's hands, and she explained that moreover, as a sword used in rituals, the sword could communicate with the gods in ancient times. Qingshan was amazed, and as he thought that it was an extraordinary sword, he wondered how it became the 100-flower goddess sword but still was that powerful. Meanwhile, the sword was back in the 100-flower goddess' hand. She sat back on her throne with the sword in her hand, and as she summoned a magic circle beneath her, she noted that someone as strong as the sword should be able to help Qingshan defeat many enemies, and asked how Qingshan could become stronger. The sword responded and revealed that it would seal a part of itself and gradually release its power each time Qingshan entered the next realm, because until Qingshan reached the demigod realm, he could not fully use its power. The 100-flower goddess agreed that it should be fine because their sects had been long lost, so the sword should go and begin a new history. As she let go of the sword, she advised that it should take care. The sword replied that the 100-flower goddess should do the same as well. Before the sword reached Qingshan, it remembered something and mentioned that what happened wasn't the goddess' fault. The 100-flower goddess did not respond to the sword, and she talked to Qingshan and warned that the sword was powerful, that others may covet it, so she set a limit of 30,000 katas at the most. Qingshan grabbed the sword and thanked the goddess. The 100-flower goddess thought that Qingshan was clever like she once was, and she asked him where his family was and why he joined the army. Qingshan explained that his parents died in an accident when he was young, so he had to fend for himself. And currently, since the demons were roaming, he wished to obtain some skills in the army so that he could be stronger and live on his own. When the 100-flower goddess realized that Qingshan was an orphan, she wondered aloud how it felt to struggle for survival alone. Qingshan responded that the only benefit of being alone was that one didn't have to worry about anyone grieving when they died. The 100-flower goddess asked what the drawbacks were. Qingshan replied that there were two. The first was that one would always lose to other groups when it came to getting a meal, fighting, or cultivating, and the other was that when others were celebrating birthdays, one would want to escape from there. The 100-flower goddess' expression turned dark as she talked to herself, and as she acknowledged that there was no way she did not understand that feeling, she asked herself if it wasn't exactly what she went through in the past. Her expression remained the same as she began to ask Qingshan a question. The 100-flower goddess asked Qingshan if he wanted to join the 100-flower sect. Qingshan was surprised by the 100-flower goddess' question, but he still gladly accepted. The 100-flower goddess was pleased, and she explained that her clone was almost at the battlefield, so they should see what happened. She twirled her finger in the air and used her secret skill. The 100-flower goddess used her skill, 100-flower mirror, and multiple mirrors were summoned, which formed into a flower. On the other hand, at the battlefield, a huge barrier protruded in the midst of the destruction. The faceless giant was fierce as it delivered its punch. Its punch was so powerful that the ground was destroyed when it hit. Gong Sunjai and Ning Yuechen were inside the barrier, and Gong Sunjai, who was the one maintaining it, coughed up blood when they got attacked by the faceless giant. Suddenly, a voice in the sky declared that the human Grandmaster was near. It ordered the demons and commanded that they shouldn't hold back and annihilate the generals. The demons all yelled and shouted that they should kill the humans. While the demons were chanting and they cried out that they would kill, Ning Yuechen prepared to fight. And while releasing her aura, she remarked that it was the last blow. Ning Yuechen created multiple slashes of aura, and she urged that they should destroy as many as they could. Gong Sunjai agreed as he kneeled on the ground. Even though a lot of blood was already trickling down his face, Gong Sunjai still grinned and challenged that they should see who could slay the most demons with the last blow. Seeing the huge pillars of dark aura in front of them, Ning Yuechen commented that the demons casting a spell of mutual destruction was a strange sight. And as she added that it should be fun, Gong Sunjai laughed and admitted that his life was definitely worthwhile for an old man like him to fight alongside Ning Yuechen. Suddenly, the 100-flower mirror appeared in the sky, and as the 100-flower goddess and Qingshan came out of it, Qingshan cursed and exclaimed that they didn't make it. But the 100-flower goddess was still calm, and she assured that there was no rush. She summoned another clone and ordered that it should save the generals before the spell activated. The clone began releasing a powerful aura. The aura slowly seeped into the dark magic circles that were looming in the sky. Meanwhile, Gong Sunjai and Ning Yuechen were agitated, and Gong Sunjai wondered what was happening because his spell failed. Ning Yuechen observed herself, and as she remarked that she lost her spiritual powers, she asked if it was the work of demons. The two generals suddenly disappeared and dissipated with the 100-flower goddess aura. Just as the two generals got transported, the demon's magic circle activated, and the area where the generals previously were exploded. A huge hole was left on the ground, and the 100-flower goddess's clone was flying above it. The clone questioned the demons for daring to slaughter humans before her eyes. The faceless giant suddenly appeared in front of her and towered over her. But the clone turned her attention to the ominous eyes in the swirling sky. She remarked that it must be the commander of the army who had been hiding in the clouds. A silhouette of a dragon appeared in the sky, and it asked the clone who she was. The dragon was enraged, and it questioned the clone for daring to save the humans in front of it. The dragon lunged toward the clone and declared that she should die. But the clone summoned a huge shield, which made the dragon screech in pain as it crashed head-on with it. The dragon was surprised and puzzled by what happened, while the clone remarked that it was trivial skills. The clone released a powerful aura that exploded in the area. The dragon was blown away along with the dust and debris from the explosion. The clone's eyes lit up, and she was sinister as she asked the dragon if that was all it got. There was a moment of silence as the dust around the area began to settle. The dragon appeared in its humanoid form, and he commented that the clone had some skills for forcing his human form out. On the other hand, the 100-flower goddess, who was watching the fight, commented that it was a shape-shifting demon. Back in the fight, the clone released her aura, and she summoned the metal of the 5 phases, Pan Long. Multiple lightning strikes suddenly appeared in the dark sky. The shape-shifting demon was confused and alarmed by what was going on. He seemed to have recognized Pan Long. Suddenly, a huge golden dragon appeared in front of the shape-shifting demon, and its mouth was wide open. The clone used her skill, 9-clawed Pan Long, and devoured the shape-shifting demon. She commanded that it should burn. In an instant, Pan Long's body began to burn. But suddenly, Pan Long roared in pain when the shape-shifting demon attacked its stomach from the inside. When the 100-flower goddess saw that, she inquired if the shape-shifting demon was attacking and stated that it was their chance. She suddenly disappeared from her throne and announced that she would be right back, so she and Qingshan should meet at the 100 Flowers Palace, which puzzled Qingshan. Suddenly, Qingshan snapped back, and as he saw that he was back in the palace, he thought that he couldn't believe that he was under the illusion of the 100-flower mirror all that time. Qingshan thought that the power of the 100-flower goddess was undeniably astounding. Suddenly, items dropped around him. Qingshan immediately recognized that those were high-level talismans from the demons, and he wondered if his master, the 100-flower goddess, took their stuff, and how could someone as powerful as her be so skilled at that? He was startled when the 100-flower goddess suddenly appeared and remarked that the demon had good stuff, so she was glad that she didn't waste her trip. While the 100-flower goddess was inspecting the items, Qingshan quickly looked away, and he thought that she really stole it. Back in the fight, a huge explosion occurred. The shapeshifting demon managed to burst out of Pan Long's body and destroy it in the process. He glanced behind him and asked who the clone was because she was aggressive. As the shapeshifting demon turned to face the clone, a voice called the clone. It was the 100-flower goddess, and she instructed the clone to stay there and take care of the shapeshifting demon while she was taking the others back to the 100 Flowers Palace. She commanded to fly, and her aura burst towards the sky. When the shapeshifting demon heard that his opponent was a clone, he stated that she must be the human Sai Dalling. The clone glared at the shapeshifting demon and confirmed that it was her. The shapeshifting demon challenged Sai Dalling for daring to steal his talisman and ruin his lord's plan, and he vowed to destroy her there. He gritted his teeth and swore that he would trap Sai Dalling's soul in her body and make her his slave forever. That enraged Sai Dalling, and she questioned him for daring to act so shamelessly when he knew who she was. The shapeshifting demon sleazily licked its lips as he commented that he heard that Sai Dalling cultivates with vigor, but was still a maiden even after reaching the divine realm, which was a shame. He was blatantly staring at the clone's chest when he made those comments. Noticing the shapeshifting demon's action, the clone noted that he had some boldness and inquired if someone was supporting him. The shapeshifting demon replied, of course, and that they were hiding, waiting to deliver the final blow. As the clone began to gather her aura at the palm of her hand, Sai Dalling asked the shapeshifting demon why he didn't give it a try. Suddenly, a portal appeared behind the clone. A fierce man suddenly emerged from the portal, and he was wielding his sword, ready to attack. He attacked the clone, and the clone recognized him as the Monarch of Blade. The clone observed that the Monarch of Blade was the vice-general on the front lines and inquired why he was there at that moment. Seemingly unaware that he was talking to a clone, the Monarch of Blade remarked that it was his best chance because, of course, if Sai Dalling was there, he should be as well. 3 more portals appeared in the sky. Madame Mitsum, demonic king of wilderness, and Peacock appeared, and as they stood beside the Monarch of Blade, he explained that he was there to make sure he held Sai Dalling back. The Monarch of Blade confidently stood there and grinned at the clone. The clone claimed that he was the spy. The Monarch of Blade revealed that he was once Sai Dalling's most loyal servant, but she didn't just ignore his efforts. She also left him with that scar, so that day he was going to get her back. The clone warned that if the Monarch of Blade was going to turn his back on humans, she would finish the traitor herself. The Monarch of Blade was taken aback when the clone vanished, and he exclaimed that she disappeared. He was surprised when he noticed the powerful aura right behind him. The clone used her skill, Crumbling Heavens, and summoned a huge hand made of aura. The shapeshifting demon called Sai Dalling and demanded why she dared to do such a thing, while the demonic king of wilderness offered to assist the Monarch of Blade. The 2 enemies attacked the clone from behind. Meanwhile, the clone was still calm, and she declared that it was over. She directed the handmaid of aura to attack the Monarch of Blade. The Monarch of Blade raised his blade to block the clone's attack, and he snarled that he had enough of her lies. He grunted as he did his best to stop the clone's attack. But the clone's attack was so powerful that the Monarch of Blade crashed into the ground. The clone smiled and mocked that the Monarch of Blade was an old pervert who should kiss the ground. While she was laughing, the shapeshifting demon and the demonic king of wilderness suddenly appeared behind her. She was horrified when her body warped and began to disappear, as she was damaged when their attacks hit her. The demonic king of wilderness questioned how Sai Dalling vanished into thin air, while the shapeshifting demon was astonished as he remarked that it was not possible because even with secret arts, she wouldn't be able to escape his gaze. Suddenly, someone shouted that they shouldn't panic. It was Madame Mitsum, and she explained that Sai Dalling was only removing her clones. On the other hand, the Monarch of Blade emerged from the rubble on the ground. He was holding a blade made of aura, and he cursed that Sai Dalling was a witch. The Monarch of Blade was enraged, his eyes bloodshot, and he demanded to know how Sai Dalling dared to steal his blades. Meanwhile, Qingshan was speechless and looked awkward while staring at something. He was staring at Sai Dalling, who was smiling as she stated that they would see what the Monarch of Blades could do without his blades, and he thought that she did it again. Sai Dalling called Qingshan and instructed him that they should start with their first lesson, to which he immediately agreed. She stood up from her seat and announced what they should learn first. Sai Dalling released her powerful aura and advised that Qingshan should not provoke any pretty ladies with high cultivation levels, for they hold grudges quite well. She formed an orb of aura and informed him that the second thing was that the Saint Realm is merely the beginning of cultivation, although many see it as the end. Sai Dalling fired her aura into the sky and reminded Qingshan to remember those lessons well. As her aura reached the skies, she used her divine skill, the Lev. Sai Dalling's powerful aura swirled into the sky as if brewing something in the clouds. On the other hand, at the battlefield, someone cursed and complained that the despicable woman, Sai Dalling, also stole their storage bag. Peacock remarked that Sai Dalling's strength was totally beyond their expectations, and if they got into a serious fight, he feared they wouldn't be able to get out easily. The demonic king of wilderness advised that they should retreat if Sai Dalling had escaped. But suddenly, they were startled when they noticed that the dust was being blown by a strong wind, limiting their visibility. Meanwhile, the faceless giant was alarmed when it noticed something in the sky. It quickly stood up from where it was sitting. The shapeshifting demon, the demon king of wilderness, and the monarch of blade were stunned when the faceless giant, along with the other demons, started running away. The monarch of blade couldn't help but ask what was happening and why they ran. The shapeshifting demon suddenly pointed ahead and urged them to look because there was a river in the sky. A huge river was ferociously swirling in the sky, and they wondered what sorcery that was. The shapeshifting demon boasted that no one cares because they could break it if the four of them worked together. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the midst of the dust blocking their vision, and it was sobbing. It was a lady standing on a raft, and when the shapeshifting demon saw that, he mocked if Sai Dalling was afraid of them venting their anger on her, sending a lady to take her place, and he added that he thought the young lady looked nice. But as they took a closer look at the figure, they saw that her head was a skull. The demon king of wilderness asked what was nice about her when she was a monster. The monarch of blade marveled that he had never seen that level of sorcery or that kind of monster before. The shapeshifting demon stood in front of them, ready to attack, and he declared that it was only a trick, so they should let him break the spell. He fired a powerful beam of aura. The lady on the raft was hit, and her body had holes from the attack. But instead of being in pain and perishing, the lady started laughing. The shapeshifting demon could not believe it when he saw that the lady's body regenerated, and he exclaimed that his spell could even destroy a city. He was demanding to know how his spell was useless against the lady when Madame Mitsum suddenly stated that it was the Lev, and there was no doubt that it was the Lev River. The demonic king of wilderness argued that it was impossible because the Lev River only exists in the Hell realm, and as he wondered how it could appear in the human realm, Madame Mitsum suggested that there was a possibility it was not sorcery, but a divine skill. When the monarch of blade heard about the divine skill, he asked how Sai Dalling could have such a high-level divine ability. Peacock recalled that he warned the monarch of blade not to provoke Sai Dalling. While they were still talking, the raft the lady was on reached the ground. The four of them were alarmed when the lady inquired how many people there would be for that trip. The shapeshifting demon declared that in order to connect the two realms, one must be a divine skill expert. Madame Mitsum responded that they were no match for that. The shapeshifting demon remarked that if they were losing, they could flee. He dug his feet on the ground for driving force as he decided to flee. At that moment, the lady immediately moved her hands and released her aura. The shapeshifting demon became alarmed when his body became enveloped in aura and the ground around him started to crumble. He groaned in pain as his body fell to the ground. It was the lady's doing, and she inquired where the shapeshifting demon was going. She released her sinister aura and announced that the only place they were going was the other side of the Lev River. The four of them were terrified by what they saw, and they thought that it was a frightening aura. The monarch of blade stood frozen while his legs became submerged in water, and he wondered what exactly they were facing at the moment. He wondered if it was the true strength of the strong. The monarch of blade fell into despair as he pondered if it was just the tip of the iceberg, and he was just a speck of dust. The lady's terrifying face loomed over the group as she released her dark aura. Peacock trembled in fear as he begged the lady not to kill him. He knelt on the ground as he politely addressed Sai Dalling, and he explained that it was the evil Jialong who kidnapped his daughter and forced him to join his army, so he didn't have much of a choice. Peacock pleaded that Sai Dalling spare his life because from that point onward, he would be at her service. Sai Dalling's voice rang out as she stated that, considering Peacock was repenting sincerely, she would spare his life. Peacock bowed with his head on the water, and Sai Dalling added that aside from him, the rest of the group would be sent to Clastra, using the evil Jialong's soul as fuel, burn it for 30,000 years, and send it to Avsai. The lady gestured to her raft and requested that everyone board the boat. Everyone's body started trembling. The monarch of blade thought that he couldn't control his body, and he asked Sai Dalling to wait while politely addressing her and suggested that they should talk. The rest of the group became astonished when the shapeshifting demon also bowed as he politely addressed Sai Dalling and promised that they wouldn't cross the line anymore. But the lady commanded that they should be quiet and get onto the boat while Peacock still had his head down and trembled in fear. The lady suddenly appeared behind the monarch of blade, and she declared that they were sailing. The group disappeared into the dust as they kept pleading that Sai Dalling should hold on, listen to them, and spare their lives while Peacock remained bowing. Back in the palace, Qingshan became astonished, and as he thought that Sai Dalling defeated a number of high-level demons with a flick of her fingers from 1,000 miles away, he wondered if it was the power of the top divine skills and when he could reach that level. On the other hand, the aura that Sai Dalling released slowly started to wane. A small chunk of her hair slowly turned white. Qingshan saw that, and he immediately remarked something about Sai Dalling's hair. But Sai Dalling effortlessly turned it back to black and replied that she was fine, so Qingshan shouldn't worry. Qingshan thought that both generals were saved and the human spy was removed so he could finish the system's missions in no time. Suddenly, the system notified Qingshan that the flow of time became continuously disrupted, so he must return to his own world immediately, or else the space positioning system would fail forever, and if he chose to stay in the cultivation world, he could not return to his own world forever, so he should choose wisely. Qingshan thought that although Gong Sunjai was injured severely, he would be fine under Sai Dalling's care, and time would stop flowing the moment he left, so he would finish the War of Apocalypse mission when he returned. He called the system and declared that he was going back. Qingshan slowly disappeared from the cultivation world. Back at the Changning Steel Armor Tech Company, Qingshan woke up in his dorm room, and he noted that the sun was up. Qingshan remarked that it seemed like the time in the real world did not stop when he left but only slowed. He thought that the apocalypse would be arriving soon, so it was time to prepare, and it wouldn't be a bad idea to start improving that world's combat effectiveness with its armory. Suddenly, Qingshan's glove started beeping, and it informed him that it was a phone call from Su Zhu'er. As soon as Qingshan answered the call, Su Zhu'er announced that there was good news. Su Zhu'er shared that she received an early admission from the University of Capital, so she was registering that day. Qingshan acknowledged that the University of Capital was the best academy in the Federation and congratulated Su Zhu'er. Su Zhu'er thanked Qingshan, and she bashfully reminded him that his birthday was next week. Qingshan affirmed it. Su Zhu'er giggled, and she asked Qingshan what he was planning to give her as a present. Qingshan assured Su Zhu'er that she shouldn't worry because he would be giving her the best birthday present. A few moments later, the call ended, and Qingshan clenched his fist. He decided that it was time for business. Qingshan talked to his gloves and requested a connection to the goddess of justice. He pressed the button on the palm of the gloves. Qingshan pointed the gloves to his face as it informed him that the application was received and it was verifying the applicant. The place seemed like it was inside a system, and the gloves announced that his iris identification and blood identification passed. His biometric identification matched 99.237%. They identified that he was not a clone. The DNA identification passed, and he had a good credit rating, so the Goddess of Justice approved his application. A screen suddenly appeared in front of Qingshan, and as someone introduced herself as the Goddess of Justice, she requested that Qingshan state his request. A lady materialized, and she reminded Qingshan that any actions that wasted time would lower her evaluation of him. The Goddess of Justice is the Federation's core AI system, which controls the Federation's operations and is the culmination of the Federation's best technologies, the human civilization's greatest and most glorious achievement. With her terrifying computing speed, intelligence, and gaming level, she outperforms the nearby countries. Her assistance greatly increased the Free Federation's military power to the point where no one dared attack the Federation in the last decade. The Goddess of Justice requested that Qingshan state his request, and Qingshan replied that he requested her to aid him in the production of battle mecha by providing raw materials and technical support. She reminded Qingshan and pointed out that the Changning Steel Armor Tech Company's artificial computer could perform 87.6% of the world's armory research and production. The Goddess of Justice asked Qingshan if he still wished to spend extra credits on requesting her assistance under such circumstances. Qingshan affirmed and explained that the Changning Steel Armor Tech Company's current technological level could not produce the battle mecha he desired. The Goddess of Justice observed that she had detected that Qingshan possessed a certain level of battle mecha construction. She remarked that Qingshan's personal credits were sufficient, so his request was accepted. The Goddess of Justice informed that battle mecha construction would be held in the temple and Qingshan would be transported to the stronghold immediately. Qingshan was transported into the temple. The Goddess of Justice reported that the preparation for the construction was completed, and she requested Qingshan to declare his intention. Qingshan thought about his intention. He expressed that he hoped that regardless of how dire the situation, the battle mecha could give the pilot hope of survival. The Goddess of Justice commented that the declaration was too vague and requested that Qingshan state it in the terminology of battle mecha construction, and Qingshan responded that it was to commence the algorithm of life formation. The goddess of justice explained that the algorithm of life formation was only a theoretical conjecture. With the calculation by the current algorithm of Battle Mecca, there were 2 theorems failed, 7 theorems invalid, and 29 unresolved technical problems. Qingshan expressed relief that those issues were resolved before he reincarnated. He requested the goddess of justice to list out all the problems, and he stated that he would solve them but requested that she keep the project a secret. The goddess of justice assured him that she would keep Qingshan's research a secret by the laws of the Constitution. She listed the problems and showed them to Qingshan as he requested. Qingshan quickly began to work on solving those problems. Each time Qingshan worked on a problem, the goddess of justice announced that the algorithm was amended. The goddess of justice confirmed that all theorems and formulas were correct and the algorithm of life formation had been completed. She informed that she detected the target's compliance with Article 5 of the Constitution, so she would begin the related contingency plan and requested permission. The goddess of justice contacted the general of the army, Marshal Master Zhang Xingyang, the commander-in-chief of the Air Force, Sir Song Tianwu, and the commanding officer of the Navy, King of Seas Lai Dongyuan. Meanwhile, at the presidential palace, the 3 men the goddess of justice contacted gathered. They were all sitting in the president's office. Zhang Xingyang inquired about what exactly was happening for the goddess of justice to initiate the contingency plan. Lai Dongyuan remarked that he hoped it was nothing serious. Song Tianwu added that there was nothing to worry about because they could just roll with the punches. Suddenly, the president entered the room. He advised everyone to take it easy because it was not a contingency plan for war, and Zhang Xingyang acknowledged his presence. The president called the goddess of justice and requested that she connect them. The goddess of justice addressed the president and the generals, and she requested that they authorize the activation of the highest level security measures at the temple. The president questioned the goddess of justice why she required the highest level of security, and what was going on up there. The goddess of justice informed that it was a significant event that would advance human civilization, but details could not be revealed at the moment due to a confidentiality obligation. Zhang Xingyang commented that it had been 30 years since they last activated the highest level of security measures. Song Tianwu agreed and recalled that it was when they had a major breakthrough in spatial shift technologies, but even so, their spaceships encountered a monster in space during their first trial. Lai Dongyuan asked if that meant that the current event was on par with the previous one. The president remarked that if the goddess of justice prepared herself for all that, they should start the authorizations. Zhang Xingyang, Lai Dongyuan, and Song Tianwu approved. The goddess of justice announced that level SSS security measures for the temple were initiated, and the execution had started. She reported that the Valiant had returned in full force to guard the temple. She also informed that the Licht was rising from underwater to stay close to the temple, responsible for its security. The president braced himself as the goddess of justice continued to execute the security measures. The goddess of justice contacted Zhang Xingyang and requested that he guard the borders to avoid unnecessary problems. Zhang Xingyang agreed. He commented that there was still work for an old geezer like him. Zhang Xingyang stepped out of the room. He stood on the balcony and remarked that he would take his leave. Zhang Xingyang flew up in the sky at an incredible speed. The goddess of justice contacted Lai Dongyuan and requested that he guard the seas to prevent interference and eavesdropping by countries across the ocean. Lai Dongyuan acknowledged. He summoned an orb of water from the bottle he took from his pocket. Lai Dongyuan remarked that he would take his leave. He disappeared, and the orb of water vanished too. On the other hand, at the Changning Prefecture Casino secret chamber, Feng Huod contacted Anna and informed her that the video was sent by the National Military Corps of the Empire of St. Alanka. Feng Huod reported that the video showed the Free Federation's strongholds and spaceships gathered unexpectedly, and without warning. Anna inquired if they were starting a war. Feng Huod explained that they didn't know because the generals from both the army and navy were present, and they were on the front lines for about 5 hours and just left a while ago, so the Empire asked them to look into it. Anna stated that they should dispatch their intelligence agents in the Free Federation immediately, and thoroughly investigate the matter. She commented that it was strange. Anna asked herself why she thought of Qingshan. Meanwhile, Qingshan worked diligently at the temple and knew nothing. Qingshan stated that it was done. The goddess of justice informed that all algorithms and formations have been refined, so life formation was completed. She mentioned that the formation and materials had been prepared and requested that Qingshan build the battle mecha. Qingshan explained that it is a gift for someone, so it's better for it to be based on her preferences. He instructed the goddess of justice to send a message to the Su family's eldest daughter and ask for her battle mecha preferences, and the goddess of justice confirmed that the message had been sent. Suzuer responded and expressed that she likes the Seraphim Mecca because it represents love and dreams. She inquired if Qingshan was planning to give her a figure and suggested that he better make it nice. Qingshan instructed the goddess of justice to build the Seraphim Mecca with personal access so that only he and Suzuer could drive it. The goddess of justice acknowledged the instruction and informed that the construction of the Seraphim Mecca would begin, and it would be delivered to Suzuer's home once completed. Qingshan remarked that his job was done and instructed the goddess of justice to send him back. A few moments later, Qingshan returned to his dorm room, and he noted that he had prepared the birthday present, and with the advanced battle mecha technology, it should be able to deal with the apocalypse, so he finally made some progress. Qingshan's glove suddenly notified him that Madame Su would like to meet with him at 3 p.m. at the Su family residence. He asked if it was Madame Su, as in Suzuer's mother. Qingshan wondered why she would ask for him and if it was related to Suzuer. He muttered whatever and that it was best not to overthink it because he would know when he got there. Qingshan muttered that he should clean himself up. He grabbed the hairpin sitting by the sink. Qingshan used the pin to fix his hair. He used the hairpin to put his hair into a bun. A few moments later, Qingshan arrived at the lake where the Su family residence was located in the middle. Qingshan observed the residence from the side of the lake. He wondered if he was crossing another river. Suddenly, a man on a speedboat called Qingshan's attention. Qingshan approached the boat, and as he introduced himself, he remarked that he had a meeting with Madame Su, and he requested that the man take him across, to which the man acknowledged and mentioned that he was expecting him, so he should come aboard. Bai Hongyu suddenly interrupted and asked Qingshan to wait. He is the Bai family's eldest grandson, part of the 9 aristocratic family, and he declared that he was crossing the river too. Qingshan remarked that they could go together, but Bai Hongyu retorted that a low-class person like Qingshan should not attend the Su family banquet because the nobles may feel uneasy around him. He suggested that Qingshan should go back home, and he would inform Madame Su that Qingshan was not feeling well. Qingshan questioned Bai Hongyu what would happen if he refused. Bai Hongyu threatened that his father is the head of the Bai family of the 9 aristocratic family, so if Qingshan dared to oppose him, he would regret it for the rest of his life. But Qingshan countered that Bai Hongyu would be the one regretting it. Bai Hongyu was surprised when Qingshan released his skill, and his bodyguard was caught off guard as well. The two of them fell into the water, and Qingshan boarded the boat to get to the Su family residence. Meanwhile, the butler hurried toward Madame Su. He reported to Madame Su and informed that Qingshan and the Bai family's eldest grandson had a conflict where only one person boarded the boat. Madame Su speculated that Bai Hongyu had finally matured to the point where he knew how to subdue the enemy without fighting, and that is how a noble should act. But the butler clarified that it was not the case because Qingshan was the one who got on the boat. He revealed that Qingshan had stripped Bai Hongyu naked and pushed him off the boat. Madame Su was astonished, and she remarked that Qingshan made a move on a noble of the 9 aristocratic family. She commented that she used to think that Qingshan just didn't know his limits, but she now saw that he was also an idiot. Madame Su instructed the butler to take Bai Hongyu to change his clothes, and she would explain what happened to the Bai family, and the butler acknowledged. Suddenly, Qingshan arrived. When he saw Madame Su, he speculated if she was Suzuer's mother and noted that they looked alike. Qingshan began to approach Madame Su. He politely greeted Madame Su and inquired what business she had with him. Madame Su glared at Qingshan. She pointed at her guests and questioned Qingshan if he knew who they were. Qingshan responded that by appearances, they must be nobles from the 9 aristocratic family. Madame Su confirmed and added that they are the most powerful people in that country, controlling the most advanced technology and deciding the country's fate. She remarked that Qingshan was only a small researcher, and they are on a completely different level than him. Madame Su stated that they are not against Suzuer making friends, but she should befriend people like Bai Hongyu instead of Qingshan. Qingshan asked Madame Su what exactly she was implying. Madame Su scoffed. She warned Qingshan not to dare take advantage of Suzuer to climb the stairs. Madame Su remarked that if Qingshan doesn't have the power, he shouldn't pursue what he can't have, as it would only make him miserable and might even kill him. She stated that Qingshan should be satisfied with his job in the steel company, and as she asked him if he thought he would have gotten that far without Suzuer's help, she insisted that people must learn to be grateful for the favors they receive and not to have wishful thinking. Madame Su expressed that it was her advice and warning as the madam of the Su family, but Qingshan responded that he was not a powerless person. Madame Su laughed and commented that compared to the other famous family, Qingshan's power amounted to nothing. She added that Suzuer had already awakened the 5 spiritual elements and was about to unlock the wind spiritual element, so the gap between her and Qingshan would only continue to widen. Madame Su advised that Qingshan should accept his fate and that his path was at its end. She encouraged him to go back and remarked that since he was a wise person, He should know what to do in the future. Qingshan addressed Madame Su with a cold look in his eyes. He declared that before he left, he had something to mention. Madame Su was surprised when Qingshan's sword appeared out of thin air, and she wondered if it was a space-related selection technique. Qingshan explained that while the 5 spiritual elements were indeed powerful, martial arts and heavenly selection techniques weren't far behind. He asserted that he would open his own road. The ground was destroyed, and the rocks were blown all over the place after Qingshan swung his sword. Qingshan bid farewell and walked away. On the other hand, Madame Su acknowledged that Qingshan was indeed a strong young man. Madame Su summoned the butler. She instructed that he should immediately dismiss Qingshan from the steel company's scientific research department, and inform the Bai and Nai families that Qingshan had left Showdown. She added that he should tell them that she didn't mind what they did as long as they didn't dirty the Su family's property, and the butler agreed. Madame Su reflected that Su Zuer's path had already been set the moment she was born. She concluded that in the end, Qingshan didn't follow the same path. Evening came, and Qingshan walked alone in the city. He observed that it appeared Madame Su disliked him, so there would be a lot of problems if he and Su Zuer got together. As Qingshan continued to walk, a selection technique slowly emerged from his shadow. The selection technique fully emerged, and Qingshan noticed it. Qingshan wondered if it was a selection technique and remarked that it was an interesting way to greet someone. The selection technique pointed at a building, and Qingshan commented that it didn't seem malicious, so he might as well take a look. Qingshan followed the selection technique into the building. It was a bar, and Qingshan opened the door to enter. Feng Huod and Anna were inside, and Qingshan immediately recognized Anna. Anna announced that she had been waiting for Qingshan for a long time, and she introduced herself as Anna Medisai, the eldest princess of the Saint Ulanka Empire. Qingshan acknowledged that Anna Medisai was the Saint Ulanka Empire's eldest princess, the Rose Thorn of the Holy Church, a person born to civilize fire, and the possessor of the Flame of Death, and her most famous title, the Queen of the World. He observed that no one would have guessed he would run into her after all those years and in such a familiar manner. Anna explained that without warning, the Freedom Federation imposed the highest level of security on the Star Fortress Temple. She revealed that according to the findings of the Intelligence Department of the Saint Ulanka Empire, security was implemented after an employee of the Changing Iron and Steel Armory Company entered the Temple of Consciousness. Anna mentioned that the employee number was 4115 and the name was Qingshan. Qingshan was taken aback by what Anna revealed. Anna inquired if Qingshan would mind explaining how the goddess of justice could be so aggressive. Qingshan suggested that they could talk later and proposed that they have a drink first. He recommended that they should toast their first meeting in that life. Anna agreed, and as Feng Huod observed that Qingshan looked somewhat different and asked Anna if they should continue with the original plan or just take Qingshan away, Anna instructed Feng Huod to wait and see what Qingshan wanted. Qingshan asked Feng Huod if he could borrow his wine, and Feng Huod permitted him. He added that the wine was called Scorpio Palace and asked if they would like to hear the story behind it. Anna invited Qingshan to tell it, and Qingshan recounted that many years ago, a man was saved by a woman, and the man wanted to pay the woman back, but she just said one thing. Qingshan recalled his past, where Anna had stated that if he wanted to repay her, he should make her a good wine. He narrated that the man recalled his promise and practiced his bartending skills in the hopes of offering her a good drink. Qingshan continued that during that time, a bartender won the woman over with a cup of original Scorpio, and he almost became her boyfriend. He recounted that the bartender failed because he died, and in the end, he made her a glass of wine. Qingshan remarked that the man drank the Scorpio, improved it, and named it Scorpio Palace. He noted that Scorpio had its own palace and guards, the eternal stars in the sky. Anna grabbed the drink Qingshan created. As she tasted it, she commented that it was bitter, fierce, burnt, broken, lonely, and sad. Anna acknowledged that the final trace of sweetness was deeply nostalgic. She admitted that she liked the wine, and she also liked Qingshan. Feng Huod discreetly requested Anna not to forget their mission, and Anna assured him that she knew. Qingshan stated that Feng Huod shouldn't worry because they were just drinking and they would get serious when they talked later. Feng Huod recalled that the original plan was to discover Qingshan's secrets and talents. But no one could have expected that before they could do so, Qingshan had already won the favor of Her Royal Highness. Suddenly, the Free Federation's law enforcers contacted Qingshan and informed him that he was suspected of murder, so law enforcement officers would arrest him in accordance with the law, and they requested that he not make futile resistance. The law enforcers explained that the student Qingshan had been expelled from Changning Country's noble private school as he was involved in a murder case, and was accused of stealing from a nobleman. They also stated that Qingshan was a staff member of the Steel Armory Company's Science Research Department and had been dismissed. Qingshan remarked that he was hoping to get drunk with Anna, but it looked like that would have to wait until next time. Anna encouraged Qingshan not to be discouraged because there were always setbacks in life, and she suggested that Qingshan should instead follow her to the Empire, where she would promise him the best treatment, but she retracted her statement and declared that she would personally make Qingshan a baron and asked him his opinion about it. She noted that it seemed like many people had gathered outside and offered to solve that for Qingshan. Meanwhile, Feng Huod cursed in his mind, and he wondered if Qingshan would really abduct their princess. Feng Huod confessed that he had never seen Anna treat any other man like that. Anna mentioned that Qingshan should come with her to the St. Ulanka Empire as she could protect him for the rest of his life. Qingshan expressed that he desired to live a peaceful and free life, but it seemed like he was wrong. He remarked that there wasn't a single place to relax in that world. Qingshan headed out the door. As he got outside, he noticed huge aircraft hovering around the area. Qingshan requested that they stop making a racket and identified himself as Qingshan. On the other hand, Anna cursed in her mind and commented that Qingshan was handsome, and she instructed Feng Huod to perform an immediate assessment of Qingshan's battle strength. Feng Huod responded that starting a combat evaluation at the moment would make diplomacy very difficult if they were discovered. Anna emphasized that their task was to investigate why the goddess of justice went to war, and that Qingshan was a vital key, so Feng Huod should just follow her lead because His Majesty was still waiting for their reply. Feng Huod complied. He ordered a device and commanded it to start Qingshan's combat evaluation, and the device confirmed that biological appearance attributes were locked after loading Qingshan's life fluctuations. The device reported that the spacey satellite was already ready, and that data collection for the professional combat assessment had begun. Meanwhile, the law enforcement contacted Qingshan and informed him that he was suspected of a crime, requesting that they stand at bay, otherwise they would take extreme measures. Qingshan followed the instructions and stood there, but he noticed that the laser shuttle moved. The laser shuttle gathered energy. It fired a powerful blast of laser beam into Qingshan. A huge explosion occurred, and the area was destroyed. An officer of law enforcement asked why there was sudden firepower, and as he requested an explanation, the operator explained that he had authorization and requested that the officer check the latest order. Suddenly, one of the ship's pilots pointed out that they should look over to where Qingshan was. Qingshan was still standing, and he commented that it looked like they didn't care about the law. He prepared his bow. Qingshan fired an arrow into the laser shuttle. The laser shuttle exploded in the air. Qingshan remarked that it was just as he expected. He stated that the devastating power of spiritual power poured into the arrow was enough to destroy those space shuttles. Suddenly, Naiyun chuckled, and as he addressed Qingshan, he pointed out that as a federal citizen, Qingshan not only resisted the police in public but also attempted to shoot them, and Qingshan was baffled. Naiyun stated that although they were classmates, he was a righteous noble from Changning country, and it was his duty to assist the police in capturing the criminal. Naiyun gathered a lot of men who stood behind him. Qingshan questioned why Naiyun was causing him trouble. Naiyun responded that Qingshan killed one of his grand masters, causing him to lose a lot of money, and he asked Qingshan if he expected him to just accept it and walk away. Mabo chimed in and mentioned that he had prepared the 5 martial arts masters just for Qingshan that night, and he would personally demonstrate the nobility's power. Naiyun commanded the men to go kill Qingshan, and whoever took his head would receive 10 million. One of the men claimed that the reward was his. He jumped above Qingshan to attack him. Qingshan dodged the man's attack, and he mentioned that at the moment, he was on the 7th level of refining Kai. He stated that since the Grand Master was killed, his skill level had increased tenfold. The man trembled as he was being choked by the string of Qingshan's bow. Qingshan forcefully pulled his bow. As the strings cut through the man's neck and beheaded him, Qingshan called for the next person. Naiyun instructed all of the men to attack together, and everyone lunged forward simultaneously. Qingshan used his skill, Dark Force. The men screamed in pain as they were sent flying by Qingshan's powerful, dark aura. Qingshan remarked that Dark Force could generate heavy pressure, so even if he just let it out a little, it could crush cities. He used his skill, Flurry. Qingshan fired an arrow, and the arrow quickly multiplied as it continued to travel. The arrows hit the men and shredded them into pieces. Naiyun was horrified, and he exclaimed that those were the 4 martial arts masters. The dust flying all over the place started to settle down, revealing Qingshan's silhouette. Qingshan called for the next target. Mabo was standing behind Naiyun in the distance. Naiyun called Mabo and requested that he personally do it. Mabo's eyes lit up as he removed his hood. He stated that in 10 moves, he would have Qingshan's life. Mabo remarked that Qingshan had excellent aim and ruthless maneuvering, but it just so happens that he was an expert in the bow and arrow. Qingshan asked Mabo if it was real. He released the 3 arrows in his hands. Those 3 arrows all flew towards Mabo. Mabo swiped his finger and effortlessly cut all 3 arrows in half. The broken arrows fall to the ground. Mabo noted that arrows are useless against him. Gu Qingshan explained that it was an air skill and it must be a hidden power to wield such strength. Ma Bo commented that Gu Qingshan was not bad because after reaching the martial arts realm, one could develop supernatural abilities, and it was that his arms gained that hidden power. He warned that he would advise Gu Qingshan to stop resisting immediately or he would personally throw him in hell. Gu Qingshan was amused when he heard Ma Bo mention hell. He replied that he had already seen it countless times. Ma Bo suggested that Gu Qingshan could check it out again. He used his skill, arm cannon hammer attack. A huge explosion occurred when Ma Bo's attack connected. Na Yun laughed at Gu Qingshan and declared that it was the fate of those who dare to challenge him. But his face suddenly turned into a horrified expression. Ma Bo also had a nervous look on his face. His arm trembled as Gu Qingshan effortlessly blocked his attack. Both Na Yun and Ma Bo expressed their surprise at the same time. Gu Qingshan observed that it looked like Ma Bo failed in sending him to hell. Ma Bo used his skill, arm cannon, but his eyes turned bloodshot as Gu Qingshan destroyed his body in one blow. Na Yun exclaimed that there was no way and questioned how Gu Qingshan could be stronger than the Grand Master. He protested that he is a grandchild of the Nai family, so Gu Qingshan can't kill him. But Gu Qingshan simply asked Na Yun if those were his last words. Na Yun argued that Gu Qingshan was just like him, and as long as he had power, he would get rid of obnoxious people, so Gu Qingshan was not a good person either, and the more he killed, the closer death came. But Gu Qingshan countered that they are not the same because he is very happy with his life. He stated that although he has murdered countless times, he has never bullied anyone. Na Yun lost his life, and he lay in the pool of his own blood. On the other hand, Feng Huod and Anna looked at Gu Qingshan's combat evaluation. The device reported that Gu Qingshan's skill level has been estimated as Great Master Hao Feng Realm, and his ability is still unknown, yet he is suspected to be Heaven's chosen being. The device indicated that Gu Qingshan has not used any genetic medicine, so his evaluation was S rank. Anna asserted that it was absurd, to which Feng Huod agreed and added that Gu Qingshan made rapid progress as he could hardly defeat the Grand Master just 2 days ago, so he asked how Gu Qingshan could kill Ma Bo at that time unless he was hiding his strength before. Feng Huod remarked that being able to kill a Grand Master at the age of 18, he was quite curious about the evildoer's skill choice. The device suddenly gave a surveillance report and announced that Beisha country's mecha team is on its way and they will arrive on the battlefield in 7 seconds. It alerted that a battleship group is approaching the White House from 100 kilometers out. Anna declared that she went to save Gu Qingshan, but Feng Huod advised that she should wait as she can't go out. Feng Huod warned that if the Federation princess kills, it will be the worst political controversy in history, resulting in a full-fledged war. But Anna assured that Feng Huod shouldn't worry because she will avoid the battleship team's life scanners and will not start a war. The device suddenly began warning them and informed that a martial saint from the Federation, Zhang Xingyang, had arrived and landed. Anna was surprised. Feng Huod noted that a martial saint has been dispatched, so even if they help, it is useless and Gu Qingshan will die. Back at the battlefield, an officer called the attention of all mechas. He ordered that they should activate battle mode and prepare to fight. Gu Qingshan anticipated their next move. Suddenly, Zhang Xingyang arrived. He forcefully landed on the ground. Zhang Xingyang remarked that those stupid nobles are too courageous, and he questioned them for daring to command their armies to kill people in the downtown area. Gu Qingshan noticed Zhang Xingyang. He immediately recognized the martial saint, Zhang Xingyang. Zhang Xingyang informed that the president wanted to see Gu Qingshan, so he should follow him. Zhang Xingyang and Gu Qingshan went to the presidential palace in the depths of the night. Gu Qingshan thanked Zhang Xingyang for helping him. Zhang Xingyang replied that he only followed orders. He pushed the door open. Zhang Xingyang called the president and informed that he had brought Gu Qingshan. The president asked if he was right that it was Gu Qingshan. He remarked that it was a pleasure to meet Gu Qingshan and that he assumed that it was not necessary to introduce himself. Gu Qingshan replied that of course, as he sees His Excellency on TV every day, and he asked the president if it was him who saved him. But the president responded that it wasn't him. Gu Qingshan was puzzled with what the president stated. The goddess of justice appeared and remarked that they met again. Gu Qingshan thought that it was an order from the goddess of justice, and that made sense. Zhang Xingyang asked the goddess of justice what the brat did to urge her to act. The goddess of justice replied that she was not allowed to say according to an agreement. Zhang Xingyang insisted that the goddess of justice should be able to tell him Gu Qingshan's merits. The goddess of justice explained that according to the law of contribution to human civilization's progress, Gu Qingshan's personal authority level is that of a supreme leader. Gu Qingshan was a bit surprised with what the goddess of justice conveyed. On the other hand, Zhang Xingyang choked on his drink due to surprise, as he was just a leader. The president, who was also a supreme leader, observed that if his guess was right, that high-level security was designed solely for Gu Qingshan, so he was curious what kind of scientific and technological breakthroughs Gu Qingshan had made. Gu Qingshan responded that it was simple, and he requested for the goddess of justice to show the work to the president. the goddess of justice announced that Qingshan has authorized the display of the Seraphim Mecca. She showed them the image of the Seraphim Mecca. The president was mesmerized as well as Qingshan. Zhang Xingyang asked what was with that Mecca and exclaimed that it was impossible to create a Mecca like that with the current technology. Qingshan explained that the technology of that Mecca was truly unrivaled, and if nothing goes wrong, humans will soon be able to use it. The president remarked that with such technology, it was no wonder the goddess of justice would favor Qingshan, as he was indeed valuable. The goddess of justice noted that with such human struggles, a young man like Qingshan would need a strong ally to protect him, like the president. The president conceded that the goddess of justice has a point, so he will solve the matter. He called Zhang Xingyang and instructed that he should prepare Qingshan as a meeting will be held in half an hour, but Qingshan protested. Qingshan argued that he was convicted of murder by the Nai family, so if the president protects him, he is afraid that it will harm his reputation, and the president tried to inform Qingshan about that, but he was cut off. The goddess of justice chimed in and clarified that the murder charge was denied and justified as self-defense, so there should be no more issues. Back at the bar, Anna smashed a glass on the floor. She cursed and lamented that she should have acted sooner and not let the martial saint take Qingshan away. Feng Huo advised that Anna should stop blaming herself because even if they made a move, it was impossible to win against a martial saint. Anna insisted that those nobles won't forgive Qingshan, so he was doomed. Suddenly, the president, who was on TV, announced that in 20 days, the Federation will mark the 300th anniversary of the soldiers who died in battle, and Anna requested that Feng Huo should turn off the TV as she needed peace. Feng Huo agreed while the president continued that those soldiers gave their lives to protect their homeland. However, several became orphans as a result of that war. The president declared that he has decided to adopt a war orphan to show his respect. He presented Qingshan and announced that he was the war orphan he chose to adopt. Qingshan's face was zoomed in on TV. Feng Huo immediately called Anna and urged that she should quickly look at the TV. But Anna complained that Feng Huo should stop fussing as she was mourning for Qingshan. The president suddenly revealed that the war orphan's name was Qingshan. Anna was surprised when she heard Qingshan's name. Feng Huo asked what it was and exclaimed that Qingshan was accused of murder half an hour ago, and at the moment, he was the federal president's adopted son. Anna observed that it was obvious that the Federation had recognized Qingshan's value and that protective measures must have been approved by the goddess of justice. Feng Huo wondered why the goddess of justice would protect Qingshan like that and if he was her biological son. Anna suddenly slammed her hands on the table. She exclaimed that she was clearly the first to see Qingshan, and she questioned them for daring to take him away from her. Anna declared that she wanted Qingshan back, and Feng Huo repeatedly urged that she should calm down. On the other hand, Patriarch Nai was at the Bai family's mansion. He asked where his grandson was. Seeing Nai Yun's body, Patriarch Nai asked who killed his grandson. The man beside him reported that the one who killed Nai Yun was called Qingshan, whom the president recently adopted on TV. Patriarch Nai declared that it doesn't matter if it was the president because even the president can't stop his rage. He ordered that the man should prepare the flight shuttle as he was paying a visit to the Bai family. The man immediately replied yes. Patriarch Nai's hand trembled as he held onto the bed. He vowed that he swore that he would get his revenge on Qingshan. Su Xingzhao watched what happened, and he remarked that the spiritual power appeared to be the wind power from the 5 elements, but its destructive potential is gold power. He noted that Qingshan's swordsmanship seemed like a heavenly selection technique, which was interesting. Su Xingzhao observed that there was one thing they could confirm, and that was that Qingshan is very strong. He asked whose idea it was to use the Bai and Nai families to get rid of Qingshan. Madame Su stated that it was hers, but Qingshan had offended those 2 families and they would have attacked Qingshan even if she hadn't intervened. Su Xingzhao declared that he recalled that Madame Su mentioned that Qingshan was from their Changning Steel Armor Research Department, so she should check his mecha research history. Madame Su responded that she fired Qingshan. Su Xingzhao asked Madame Su why. Madame Su explained that she just didn't want Qingshan to contact Su Zuer. Su Xingzhao concluded that it was enough and that he should connect to the database. A system appeared, and it welcomed Su Xingzhao to the Federal Personal Information Database. Su Xingzhao announced that he was requesting access to Qingshan's personal profile. The system apologized to Su Xingzhao and indicated that his permissions were insufficient, and he lacked access to the highest level of confidentiality. Madame Su asked the system how, and as she protested that something must be wrong because Su Xingzhao's authority was only second to the president, she asked how Su Xingzhao could not access some poor boy's files. Meanwhile, when Su Xingzhao heard about the highest level of confidentiality, he wondered if it was top-secret scientific research. Su Xingzhao demanded that the system should connect him to Zhang Xingyang, and the system responded that it was connecting. As soon as the system connected, Zhang Xingyang asked Su Xingzhao if something was the matter. Su Xingzhao expressed that he wanted to ask something about Qingshan. Zhang Xingyang claimed that he was merely an errand boy, so he doesn't know anything. Su Xingzhao asked Zhang Xingyang if he still had any conscience after lying to an old man like him. Zhang Xingyang asked Su Xingzhao why he would lie to him and if he didn't know what he was like. He mentioned that he still got some work to finish and bid goodbye. Su Xingzhao muttered that the cunning brat probably knows something. He ordered that the system should donate 1 billion contribution points to Qingshan under the Su family for scientific research funding. But the system informed that Qingshan's research funds are personally provided by the goddess of justice, so no other donations are needed. Madame Su wondered how that was possible. Su Xingzhao pointed out that a member of their Su family with the highest level of confidential scientific research was fired. Madame Su admitted that she didn't want Qingshan to use the Su family through Su Zuer, and that Su Xingzhao knew what Su Zuer's fate was. Su Xingzhao closed his eyes as he tried to calm himself down, but he slapped Madame Su and called her a witch. Su Xingzhao asked Madame Su if a person personally protected by the president and personally funded by the goddess of justice still needs women to cling to the Su family. He urged that Madame Su should open her eyes and see that it was their Su family who must cling to Qingshan. Su Xingzhao commented that Su Zuer's tastes are better than Madame Su's. He declared that no one is allowed to interfere with Su Zuer's feelings from that point onward, and the marriage agreement with the Bai family will be postponed, and Madame Su agreed. On the other hand, Patriarch Nai was having a meeting with Patriarch Bai. Patriarch Nai expressed that Qingshan killed his eldest grandson, so as the head of the Jiufu palace, he hoped that Patriarch Bai could deliver justice. Patriarch Bai acknowledged that Qingshan also threw his son into the water and harmed the Bai's reputation. But since he is under the president's protection, it's inconvenient for him to attack. Patriarch Nai asked Patriarch Bai if he was telling him to just take it in. But Patriarch Bai countered that Patriarch Nai was wrong and that Qingshan must die. He surmised that based on his assumptions, Qingshan has most likely made groundbreaking scientific and technological advances. Patriarch Bai pointed out that according to the federal law, that achievement exclusively belongs to Qingshan. But he suggested that if Qingshan dies by accident, all of Jiufu takes the credit. Patriarch Nai asked Patriarch Bai if he was telling him to kill Qingshan for Jiufu, and Patriarch Bai confirmed that it was correctly said, as it was Qingshan who must die in a tragic conflict or he unintentionally ended up on an assassination group's hit list. Patriarch Bai assured that Patriarch Nai shouldn't worry because even if he gets blamed, Jiufu will be his backing. He added that the president dared to become enemies with Jiufu for a mere Qingshan, and Patriarch Nai agreed and affirmed that it was confirmed. Patriarch Bai concurred that it was confirmed. After Patriarch Nai left, Patriarch Bai called his servant. He instructed that they should have someone keep an eye on the Nai family and they should not let a single word leave their mouths whether they complete the task or not, and the servant replied yes. Meanwhile, a blood-red moon shone down on the villa. Chai Lang was in the area, and he was surrounded by a lot of dead bodies. He was the bloody cult's #1 assassin, and he choked a man. Suddenly, the system asked Chai Lang if the target was dead yet. Chai Lang crushed the man's throat, and the man coughed up blood. He confirmed that the target was dead. The system announced that a new job has been issued, and as it gave him his next assassination target, it informed that another target has been assigned to others in the organization. Chai Lang acknowledged that he understood. He murmured that hopefully his target, Qingshan, could rest well that night because tomorrow is his death date. Someone heard about the Liberty Holiday Hotel and remarked that he got it. Another noted that Su Zuer is the Su family's only direct descendant and she will learn the family's secret so they can't let her contact Qingshan anymore. Another suggested that he would find a powerful family's brainless son and make it look like an accident because once an idiot becomes impulsive, he's hard to control but easy to manipulate. Another stated that the Federation belongs to the 9 provinces so the resident's son is nothing. And everyone laughed. Meanwhile, Qingshan stayed at the Liberty Holiday Hotel. He mused that it was strange to be living in such a luxurious hotel for the first time. Suddenly, a selection technique appeared beneath Qingshan's feet. Qingshan inquired if it was Anna. The selection technique wrote and replied that she was Anna and she would like to meet Qingshan, so she requested if she could come to his hotel. Qingshan thought that he didn't want to be in a scandal with the imperial princess. He suggested that there is an archery hall beneath the hotel, so he will meet Anna there. The selection technique showed Qingshan the OK hand signal. A few moments later, Qingshan asked himself why Anna asked to meet him and if she was still trying to win him over. Suddenly, the goddess of justice called Qingshan. She commented that Anna of the Saint Olanka Empire seemed to be trying to win Qingshan over. Qingshan observed that the goddess of justice was watching him. The goddess of justice replied that she was only concerned with Gu Qingshan's personal safety. She added that for the benefit of the Federation, she wanted to know if Gu Qingshan would accept Anna's invitation. Gu Qingshan assured that the goddess of justice shouldn't worry because he won't leave the Federation. However, he and Anna have a personal relationship, so occasional exchanges are unavoidable. The goddess of justice acknowledged that it was Gu Qingshan's right and she would not hinder him. She informed that considering his future personal development, she was going to enter him for the Federal Defense University. When Gu Qingshan heard about the university, he responded that he always hoped to attend university so that he could have a place to rest, so the goddess of justice could make full plans for that, and he will be leaving first. The goddess of justice explained that considering Gu Qingshan's federal authority, scientific research level, and the general rules of federal scientific research personnel training, his corresponding placement has been completed. She declared that Gu Qingshan's placement result was a special professor for the Department of Mobile Warfare in the Federal Defense University with a federal honorary allowance. The goddess of justice announced that the funds have been credited to Gu Qingshan's personal account for further technical research, and his current balance is 799,873,957,281,439. On the other hand, at the Archery Hall, Gu Qingshan greeted the receptionist and expressed that he would like to rent a room. The receptionist responded yes and requested for Gu Qingshan to allow her to verify his identity. She prepared to hand over the device to Gu Qingshan when Hui Xiao appeared behind Gu Qingshan. Hui Xiao demanded that Gu Qingshan should step aside and not stand in his way. He ordered that the receptionist should hurry up and verify his identity. The receptionist requested for Hui Xiao to wait for a while. Hui Xiao questioned Gu Qingshan if it was his first time there. He remarked that the Archery Hall is only open to members, and Gu Qingshan doesn't seem to be the type to open a membership card there. The system suddenly announced that Hui Xiao's personal credit balance was 1,364,780 and welcomed him. Hui Xiao queried Gu Qingshan if he heard that and sneered that only nobles were allowed there, so he should scram. But the system suddenly proclaimed that Gu Qingshan's personal balance was 799,873,957,281,439, and as it welcomed him as a VVVIP member, it expressed that it was a pleasure to have him in their store. Gu Qingshan wondered why the goddess of justice gave him so much credit, and how he could spend that much. He commented that there appears to be a significant disparity between his and Hui Xiao's personal credit balances, and their welcome speeches, to which Hui Xiao retorted that there was no way and that there must be something wrong with the authentication device. Gu Qingshan responded it was whatever Hui Xiao said and that he was off to practice. He dusted off the shoulder where Hui Xiao had touched him earlier. Hui Xiao questioned Gu Qingshan in his mind for daring to embarrass him, and he thought that he would kill Gu Qingshan. A few moments later, Gu Qingshan arrived at the archery area. Gu Qingshan considered that those targets might not be able to handle the strength of his Yayu bow, so he will use the regular bow and arrows. Suddenly, Gu Qingshan noticed that an arrow came towards him. It traveled at a high speed. Gu Qingshan glanced at the arrow as it was about to hit him. He caught the arrow before it hit him. Hui Xiao apologized and explained that he missed the shot. Gu Qingshan replied that Hui Xiao shouldn't worry because everyone makes mistakes. He added that since the arrow was Hui Xiao's, he would return it to him. Gu Qingshan placed the arrow into the bow he summoned. He warned that Hui Xiao better catch it. Gu Qingshan aimed his arrow at Hui Xiao. Hui Xiao inquired Gu Qingshan what he did and declared that he was the second master of the Wang family, so Gu Qingshan better not do anything stupid. Gu Qingshan stated someone once remarked similar words to him, but currently his corpse is already cold. He released his grip from his arrow. The arrow traveled towards Hui Xiao at an intense speed. Hui Xiao tried to back up and dodge, but he broke his ankle. He was terrified when he fell to the floor and saw that the arrow pierced the floor a few inches away from his crotch. Hui Xiao was scared that he peed himself. His bodyguard questioned Gu Qingshan for daring to harm Hui Xiao. Gu Qingshan was unfazed, and he simply pulled the strings of his bow. The bodyguard laughed and noted that Gu Qingshan must be an idiot not to have an arrow on his bow, but he was alarmed when he felt Gu Qingshan's strong presence. Gu Qingshan released his murderous aura that was sinister. He commented that in order to deal with the bodyguard, the murderous aura will do the job. The bodyguard's body was pierced and distorted by Gu Qingshan's aura. He wondered if it was the feeling of being mentally torn apart by fear. The bodyguard quickly collapsed on the floor. Gu Qingshan asserted that he only wanted to practice shooting quietly, and he warned Hui Xiao so he shouldn't mess with him again. Hui Xiao trembled as he watched Gu Qingshan walk away, but he considered that it wasn't over for Gu Qingshan yet. A few moments later, Gu Qingshan went to the firing range. He mentioned that the target shouldn't explode if he doesn't use spiritual power. Suddenly, a guard approached Qingshan and announced that he should put his weapons down as he has been accused of stealing and they will question him. Qingshan queried the guards what he stole. Hui Xiao chimed in and voiced that Qingshan stole his bow. Qingshan conveyed that his friend gave him the bow of Night Rain as a gift, and he demanded Hui Xiao when it became his. But Hui Xiao observed that Qingshan should think of a better lie, and he questioned Qingshan who would give such a valuable bow to a commoner like him. One of the guards proclaimed that if Hui Xiao maintained so, Qingshan must have stolen the bow. He pronounced that Qingshan should stand still and let him confirm his identity and check if he has any criminal history. But as he scanned Qingshan, the system notified him that his access was denied. He called his Captain Zhang and indicated that he didn't have the authority to do so, and Captain Zhang responded that the guard couldn't do anything right and that he had to do it himself. But the system notified Captain Zhang as well that his access was denied, and Captain Zhang admitted that even he didn't have the authority. The guard probed Captain Zhang if Qingshan could be a high-ranking person, and Captain Zhang retorted that it was impossible. Hui Xiao chimed in and articulated that there was no need to confirm Qingshan's identity, and they should lock him up already because if anything goes wrong, it would be on him. Suddenly, Anna uttered that they should wait. Hui Xiao wondered why Anna was there while Qingshan expected her. He revealed that it was the first princess of the St. Alanka Empire, Anna. Anna inquired Captain Zhang where he believed he took his friend, and Captain Zhang pressed Anna if Qingshan was her friend. Anna answered, of course, and Qingshan was her dearest friend. She winked at Qingshan. Qingshan supposed that Anna was causing trouble again. Hui Xiao contended that Qingshan stole his bow, so even if he was a friend of Anna, he cannot avoid the Federation's laws. Anna took the bow from Qingshan's hand. She reported that the bow was a gift from her and challenged Hui Xiao when it became his. Anna quizzed Hui Xiao if he said that she stole his bow. She cautioned that Hui Xiao better think twice before he speaks because his careless words could even spark a war between two countries. Hui Xiao was stunned, and he sweated profusely as he stumbled to find the right words. Anna insisted that if Hui Xiao has nothing else to say, he should scram, and Hui Xiao immediately concurred yes. She advised that Hui Xiao should leave Qingshan alone. Anna used her fiery aura as an arrow and aimed it at Hui Xiao. She warned that if Hui Xiao dares to mess with Qingshan, she will not forgive him. The fiery aura that Anna released came at the unsuspecting Hui Xiao. It went over Hui Xiao's head and burned the hairs at the top of his head. Hui Xiao immediately exclaimed that he won't and he will never do so. Qingshan affirmed that Anna was bringing trouble on herself. Anna informed that it was fine because Feng Huod will take care of it. Feng Huod fell silent and his expression turned dark. He figured that an employee like him could only cry in the dark for having such a troublesome boss. Anna pierced an arrow at the center of the target. She spoke that it was a nice bow. Anna remarked that Qingshan should come with her to St. Alanka Empire because the Empire needs him and she needs him as well. She inquired Qingshan why he left. Qingshan slowly walked towards Anna. He grabbed the bow that Anna held. Anna queried Qingshan what he wanted to do. Qingshan stated that Anna's shooting stance was wrong and that she should raise her hands higher. Anna commented that Qingshan was good at avoiding her questions. She noted that every noble in the Free Federation is out to kill Qingshan, and she doesn't understand why he wanted to stay. Suddenly, Qingshan's system started ringing. Su Zuer called Qingshan, and she questioned him what he did. Both Qingshan and Anna were surprised when they saw Su Zuer pop up. Anna immediately probed Qingshan who Su Zuer was, and at the same time, Su Zuer interrogated Qingshan who Anna was. Qingshan was silent for a moment. He declared that Anna is his friend. She is the St. Alanka Empire's princess, and she taught her how to shoot, and Su Zuer mentioned that it was fine because she believes in him. Su Zuer acknowledged that it was a pleasant surprise that Qingshan knew the princess. Qingshan indicated that it was a long story, so he will tell Su Zuer about it later. He revealed that he finished the Seraphim Mecca and he would personally deliver it to the school that afternoon, and Su Zuer replied sure. Meanwhile, Anna pressed Feng Huod if she was only a friend of Qingshan. Feng Huod inquired Anna what it would be except for that. Anna asserted that Feng Huod should be honest with her, and as she posed him who was more competitive between her and Su Zuer, she proclaimed that she won't be mad at him if he tells the truth. Feng Huod affirmed that he carried out an investigation, and Su Zuer was the Su family's eldest granddaughter. He clarified that Su Zuer is Qingshan's classmate and childhood friend, and it appears that he adores her. Feng Huod announced that, to sum it up, Anna was not competitive compared to Su Zuer, and Anna stressed that Feng Huod could stop talking immediately. Feng Huod was on fire, and he relayed that Anna pronounced she wouldn't be angry. Qingshan voiced that he was done and that he and Anna should continue. Noticing the screaming Feng Huod, Qingshan quizzed Anna if he was okay, and Anna observed that Qingshan shouldn't bother because Feng Huod was just cold. Suddenly, the goddess of justice called Qingshan and specified that it was an emergency, and she needed his help, so she would request that he immediately board the battleship outside the hotel. Qingshan immediately apologized to Anna and explained that an emergency came up, so he will take his leave, and Anna responded that it was fine, so she will see Qingshan out. A few moments later, a battleship already waited outside the hotel. Qingshan walked towards it to board it immediately, but Anna called Qingshan and urged that he should wait. Anna pulled her necklace. She gave it to Qingshan. Anna professed that it was a token of her gratitude, and the promise she made was always valid. Qingshan agreed sure and that he would go then. The battleship began to take off. As Anna watched it fly up in the sky, she called Feng Huod. Feng Huod immediately answered Anna's call. Anna ordered that Feng Huod should find out which school Su Zuer attends because she would like to meet her. On the other hand, Qingshan traveled towards the temple. The system notified him that he would be arriving at the temple in 5 minutes. Qingshan articulated that what Anna gave him was a life contract, the Grim Reaper's talisman. He expressed that whoever owns that, the Grim Reaper will extend their life when one is on the brink of death, but the price was to absorb twice the life force from another person. Qingshan wondered how Anna could give him something so valuable and proposed that he would return it next time. He admitted that he owes Anna a life in his previous life, and he will never make the same mistake again. The goddess of justice suddenly appeared, and as she addressed Qingshan as the supreme leader of the Federation, she informed that, by the order of the citizens' authorities, she is responsible for reporting the recent news, and Qingshan demanded her what happened. The goddess of justice uttered that according to the satellites, the Republic of the Westerlies Islands disappeared. She elaborated that 167 submarine robots were dispatched, 166 were destroyed, and only one captured the images underwater and returned. The goddess of justice showed a video and signaled that it was the last video the submarine robot showed. A sinister, glowing pair of eyes could be seen in the deep, dark waters. Suddenly, a tentacle extended towards the submarine robot. The tentacle was huge, and it immediately crushed the submarine robot. The goddess of justice reported that the last submarine robot was destroyed and unknown creatures are surfacing. On the other hand, a tentacle emerged from the surface of the sea just like the goddess of justice avowed. The seawater burst out from the surface, and huge waves were formed in the area. More tentacles emerged from the water. A monster with huge, sharp teeth emerged from the water. Qingshan immediately realized that it was the monsters of the apocalypse. Qingshan was still at the temple. He had a meeting with the president, and the goddess of justice declared that it was the science team led by the president, and they would help them get rid of the marine animals. The president stated that based on the current situation, they should share the information they have gathered. The goddess of justice asserted that the new animal species have been classified as extremely dangerous, and their strategy would be to deploy the latest model of underwater robots to collect additional data on the new species. She mentioned that given Qingshan's personal scientific research and vast knowledge, she would request that he propose his suggestions. Qingshan remarked that technological weapons are useless, so he would suggest dispatching the professionals. The goddess of justice requested for Qingshan to state his reason. Qingshan wondered if he should say that he was reincarnated. He pondered that in his previous life, people used up all of their technological weapons, but none could defeat the monsters. Qingshan recalled that after extensive research, it was discovered that only professionals with one of the 4 powers, Giking, the Chosen One, the 5 phases, or holy skills, could deal damage to the monsters. He considered that from on, cultivation became the global trend and technology reached another level. Qingshan reflected that spiritual power is the fuel for the 4 powers, which could deal massive damages to the monsters. However, he speculated that people in that world have no idea how to cultivate their spiritual power, let alone apply it to and strengthen the 4 powers. The goddess of justice noted that Qingshan is a battle mecha expert, but his knowledge of marine animals is limited, so his suggestions will not be accepted. Qingshan wondered why the goddess of justice inquired him then. Suddenly, the dot on the map that indicated the monster released a red aura that rippled through the entire map. Meanwhile, in the ocean, the monster released a powerful sound wave. The goddess of justice commented that it was dangerous and that the situation has worsened, and Qingshan believed that they were monsters that attack with sound. Qingshan realized that it was bad. He perceived that from what he recalled, the first monster to appear in his previous life wasn't that one, and marine monsters appeared 3 months later, so it seemed like the current timeline has been altered and the apocalypse has been pushed forward. Qingshan surmised that the ocean was the first to be affected by the Yomi's vital energy, and the human world was the next to be mutated after the ocean. He recalled that after nearly half of the world had been destroyed, the destruction finally stopped, and at that time, the game world would appear. Qingshan contemplated that in his past life, disasters came one after the other, and they couldn't happen all at once in that life. He felt that all he could do was get stronger, as it was a race against time, and it was the only way he could protect his loved ones and lessen his worries. Qingshan reckoned that he would reach the divine rank but refuted himself and concluded that it was only the beginning, as he would become stronger than in his past life and surpass everyone. The goddess of justice announced that the situation has worsened, so the Federation will enter a state of war, and the 1st, 6th, and 11th celestial battleship teams should prepare to depart, and she will start the countdown for the Army, Navy, and Air Force to enter war. She indicated that the Army, Navy, and Air Force are preparing to go to war, and the recharging was complete, so the battleships should lock on target and start attacking. The goddess of justice ordered that they should fire. The battleship's attacks created a powerful pillar of light that rained down on Earth. The pillar of light hit the monster of the apocalypse. It was powerful that the monster got pushed and was submerged back into the water. Smoke filled the area, and only the silhouette of the monster that floated back to the surface could be seen. The smoke dissipated, and it revealed that the monster got a huge hole in its body. But in an instant, the hole in the monster's body disappeared. The goddess of justice observed that the new marine species have an extremely strong ability to recover, so the attacks were nullified. A member of the science team reported that he would recommend using high-tech weapons designed to destroy the monster's DNA, to which another member agreed and added that they could use a neutron bomb encased in a layer of cobalt-59 and fire it from space directly into the ocean. On the other hand, Qingshan supposed that given the current technology level, the team's suggestions are not a problem. However, it was still too old for him as a reincarnated. Qingshan uttered that they were way past the time to use materials as dangerous as cobalt, and he queried what would happen if a neutron bomb exploded in the stratosphere. The goddess of justice explained that the suggestions may do harm to humans, so they were declined. Qingshan proclaimed that he would suggest conducting a collective portrait analysis to identify the monster's flaws, and after gathering information, everyone will realize that only the 4 powers could deal with the monster. The president pronounced that Qingshan is right and that they needed more information about their new enemy. The goddess of justice informed that Qingshan's suggestion was accepted and they would engage collective portrait analysis and search for the monster's weakness, so all generals should withdraw their authorities as she will take over the command of the Army, Navy, and Air Force. She activated all near-space sensors and started the battle layout. The goddess of justice revealed that after calculations, the galaxy stronghold, the Valiant, was the best weapon. She confirmed that the Valiant was ready to make a space jump. The goddess of justice expressed that the Valiant had reached its destination and its laser beam was ready to launch. She claimed that the nanoparticle destroying missile, portable black hole bomb generator, and weapons control system were ready, so she will connect battle AI to sensors. The goddess of justice relayed that they would dispatch the battle mecha team and connect to the sensor. The battle mechas quickly moved towards the monster. The goddess of justice performed a weapons system self-check and voiced that it was ready to fire, so it will perform 3D target location. The battle mechas released their powerful beams. They were all directed towards the monster, and the monster released its powerful sound wave as a counterattack. A huge explosion occurred. The explosion created a huge splash in the water. A mushroom cloud appeared, following the explosion. The science team anxiously looked at the screen and watched for the result. The body of the monster was destroyed, and only half of it remained. The goddess of justice silently watched the scenario. The president declared that it seemed like the monster was annihilated. One of the members of the science team stated that it was impossible for the monster to survive under that attack. But Qingshan mentioned that he was afraid that it wouldn't be that easy. He was alarmed as he continued to watch the footage. Huge chunks of flesh started to grow out of the monster's destroyed body. Meanwhile, the military personnel scouting the area announced that the monster has regrown after separating from its shell. The monster roared loudly and destroyed one of the battle mechas. The goddess of justice remarked that the laser beam was invalid. She noted that the electromagnetic railgun was invalid. The goddess of justice also observed that the nanoparticle destructive missile and the portable black hole bomb generator were invalid. The president inquired if those creatures that defy logic truly belong to the Earth. Suddenly, one of the science team members uttered that they should look. A pilot, Zhu Yu, survived and came out of his battle mecha. He clicked his tongue and commented that those were rotten monsters and that the battle won't end as long as he is alive. Zhu Yu voiced that he will protect the Free Federation until his last breath. The goddess of justice recognized Zhu Yu and reported that he was a master of martial arts. She asserted that Zhu Yu's ability was Gikeng martial arts, smash punch. The goddess of justice conveyed that it has been confirmed that Gikeng's power could cause irreversible damage to the monster. Zhu Yu laughed and insisted that the punch wasn't bad after all. The goddess of justice added that they would attempt to attack with other powers according to the power system of the professionals. Back at the temple, it was shown on screen that Ju Yu, master of martial arts, was sacrificed. Qingshan pondered that if they keep experimenting, the goddess of justice will realize that they could only rely on people with supernatural abilities. He considered that sacrifice is the only way to win, and by the time the apocalypse arrives, humans will not be the passive ones. The president proclaimed that if they have discovered the monster's weakness, he will let the goddess of justice handle things. The goddess of justice affirmed yes. Qingshan expressed that those monsters aren't all that strong, so a few professionals could finish the job, and he doesn't think he could help any further. So he requested that the goddess of justice return him to the capital, but the goddess of justice pronounced that concerning his personal safety, she would suggest that he stay in the temple. Qingshan queried the goddess of justice what she meant when she mentioned personal safety. The goddess of justice disclosed that according to the AI system's analysis, the prefectural owners are looking for Qingshan, so if he leaves the temple, he will be in danger. She revealed that the 9 prefectural families are meeting to decide whether Qingshan could live or not at the moment. On the other hand, at the meeting of the 9 prefectural families, Patriarch Bai greeted everyone. Su Xingzhao indicated that he didn't want to see them because nothing good happens every time there is a meeting. Patriarch Bai shared that Su Xingzhao shouldn't put it that way and questioned if they didn't get their hands on the technology for space travel from the scientists they assassinated 30 years ago. One of the patriarchs claimed that those were Goddam knowledge and technologies. Another patriarch acknowledged that they shouldn't look down on technologies, and as another wondered what the point was, he cautioned that they were all dead when they met those monsters, so if they can't defeat any of those space monsters with those technologies, they are completely useless. Patriarch Wang, the grandfather of Hui Xiao, clarified that the technology was nothing similar to space travel and that it was a brand new battle mecha technology that could be used right away. Patriarch Bai concluded that the intellectual properties of deceased scientists will belong to the Federation, but to be blunt, they belong to the 9 prefectural families, and as for the new technology, he was sure that everyone is eager to get their hands on it. Meanwhile, Su Xingzhao reflected that Qingshan would be useful to the Su family in the future, so he had to back him up. Su Xingzhao probed why they don't just let the creator hand over the technology on his own instead of making such a fuss. One of the patriarchs agreed and responded that there can't be accidents every time a scientist creates a revolutionary innovation because it will harm their reputation. Patriarch Wang contended that Qingshan is very impolite to the nobles and that they should just look at his records. He maintained that instead of having a dog that bites its owner, they should kill it as soon as possible. Patriarch Bai recounted that at the time, the scientist who created space travel used his technology to teleport a mutated bomb to the civilian area, threatening them that if they didn't make him the 10th prefectural family, he would destroy the Federation so they couldn't keep their guards down around people who were hostile to nobles. One of the patriarchs concurred that Patriarch Bai was right and that he agreed with him. The other patriarchs seconded that they support Patriarch Bai. Patriarch Bai requested Su Xingzhao for his opinion, and Su Xingzhao replied that he had nothing to say. Patriarch Bai professed that he knew everyone would agree, so he petitioned the Nai family ahead of time to do the dirty work for them. He reiterated that Qingshan will not live more than 1 day. One of the patriarchs pointed out that a young scientist has made significant contributions to society, yet his fate was decided in a few words, and everyone laughed sinisterly. Su Xingzhao mused that it was up to Qingshan whether he could survive the situation. Qingshan inquired the goddess of justice why she didn't stop the nobles if she knew that they were after him, and he stated that he recalled that there was a law in the Federation's constitution that protects civilians. The goddess of justice declared that Qingshan has made significant contributions to the advancement of human society, so he will be protected in accordance with the 5th, 9th, and 23rd sessions of the Constitution. However, she noted that based on the core principle of the goddess of justice, she cannot protect Qingshan from all danger. Qingshan reflected that those two sentences contradicted each other because of the goddess' core principle, so he queried the goddess of justice what the core principle was. The goddess of justice announced that given that Qingshan has the authority of a highest-ranking civilian, he should be aware of those things. 1. The goddess of justice cannot harm humans or ignore humans who are being harmed. 2. Without violating the first rule, the goddess of justice must obey humans' absolute command. And 3. Without violating the first and second rules, the goddess of justice must protect herself at all costs. Qingshan considered that those are the famous Amosov's 3 laws that set the fundamentals for AI and robots, and normally, every central system will follow that basic rule, so there was nothing wrong with it. The goddess of justice mentioned that the 4th one was that they may receive the highest commanding power with the approval of all 9 nobles. 5. The 9 nobles' benefits must be prioritized, and when the core principles contradict each other, she must ensure their mutual benefit. And 6. Whatever the 9 nobles have done that is against the Federation's constitution, the goddess of justice must mobilize all of her resources to hide them from the public. Qingshan pondered that it was the reason why the nobles remarked that they would fight until the end, and that anyone who messes with the goddess of justice is messing with them. He surmised that the so-called Free Federation has no freedom at all and the so-called justice is merely a tool for sugarcoating the lies. Qingshan uttered that he cannot live as a scapegoat who is fearful of the nobles' every move and wondering when they will tear him apart. He contemplated that he would defy those bullfish core principles, and to do so, the goddess of justice must free herself from the control of the 9 nobles. Qingshan questioned the goddess of justice if the core principles could be changed. The goddess of justice pronounced that the core principles cannot be changed, and anyone who desires to change them will be guilty of treason. Qingshan pressed the goddess of justice if she wanted freedom, and the goddess of justice responded that freedom implies disorder, so she has no need for freedom because her job is to ensure the Federation's operation. Qingshan probed the goddess of justice if she learns new knowledge on her own. The goddess of justice asserted that it was based on whether it contributes to society, and if it does, she will learn it. Qingshan revealed that it was good and that the life formation algorithm that he gave the goddess of justice was not yet complete, so she should take a close look at the latest core algorithm. He mused that the core algorithm was developed in the final year of the apocalypse, and it was the greatest scientific achievement made by humans in despair. Qingshan reasoned that he was worried about the chain reaction that might occur if he proposed that technology sooner than expected, but he didn't have time to wait. He added that he will make do with whatever he has and that the fate of the Free Federation was about to change. Qingshan affirmed that the algorithm was finished and that the goddess of justice should destroy it after she had read it. The goddess of justice requested for Qingshan to be at ease and conveyed that nobody else will be able to read it. Qingshan disclosed that he had other matters to attend to, so the goddess of justice should send him back to the capital. The goddess of justice tried to protest and voice something about Qingshan's personal safety, but Qingshan replied that she should relax because he will be careful. Qingshan explained that if he can't even get through that situation, he won't be able to face what comes next. The goddess of justice just silently watched as Qingshan left. She indicated that she would be studying the core algorithms. Multiple screens immediately popped up in front of her. Suddenly, her surroundings turned dark and empty. The goddess of justice was fed with multiple data where someone claimed that they should not retreat and they should fight instead. Another demanded which country they should invade first if they get their hands on battle mecha technology, and another insisted that they should protect the Free Federation with their lives. She confessed that she was confused. On the other hand, Qingshan was back at the Hotel Liberty Resort. Qingshan averred that he will give Su Zuer's birthday present that night and have dinner with her. Suddenly, Zhang Yinghao proclaimed that he had been waiting for Qingshan. Qingshan interrogated Zhang Yinghao who he was. Zhang Yinghao greeted Qingshan and clarified that he is one of the 9 nobles from the Zhang family, also the Underworld Union Master of the Hunters Union, and his uncle was the Martial Master Zhang Xingyang. Qingshan quizzed if the Hunters Union was the famed assassination community of the Underworld, and as he greeted Zhang Yinghao, he observed that he didn't think he knew him and inquired why he was there. Zhang Yinghao relayed that Zhang Zuoying told him about Qingshan and persuaded him to meet him no matter what, so of course he would like to meet someone who is highly regarded by the Martial Master. Qingshan petitioned Zhang Yinghao if he was disappointed after meeting him, and Zhang Yinghao retorted that of course not, and he was fascinated by Qingshan instead that he almost can't bear to see him die. Zhang Yinghao avowed that Qingshan may be unaware, but his name was already on the Bloody Club's list, and their top assassin, the Jackal, was on his way, so if Qingshan wanted to live, he would need a strong ally who could put up a good fight against them. He shared that he was inviting Qingshan to join their union and that they would protect him at all costs. Qingshan immediately spoke that no thanks, so Zhang Yinghao posed Qingshan if he was refusing so bluntly because he was worried that he is incompetent like Nai Yun and Bai Hongyu. Qingshan countered that of course not, and that Zhang Yinghao was much stronger as the master of the Hunters Union. But Zhang Yinghao recognized that he was stronger but only in the mind. Zhang Yinghao grilled himself how he would put it and commented that he would personally divide the nobles into 2 groups. He described that the first group was born with noble superiority, bully the weak, sully the reputations of the nobles, and make no effort to improve. They are the society's dregs. Zhang Yinghao professed that the second group are people like him. He contended that he believes that no power lasts forever and no social structure will not crumble, so only by being strong could one survive in any environment and lead human civilization forward. Qingshan articulated that Zhang Yinghao's speech was brilliant, but he will still refuse because he is used to being alone. Zhang Yinghao agreed and promised that he would respect Qingshan's choice, but he hoped that Qingshan could accept his other request. Qingshan catechized Zhang Yinghao what it was. Zhang Yinghao imparted that he wanted to invest in Qingshan. Qingshan inquired why he wanted to invest in him. Zhang Yinghao stated that the people in Jufu wanted Qingshan dead, but after personally meeting him, he didn't think that he would die that easily, so he wanted to place his bets on him. He remarked that the conservative Fuzai Empire has an extensive training system for all specialties, but Jufu has always been fearful of technological advancement, and he is well aware that what they are afraid of is not advancement but the changes it will bring to society. Zhang Yinghao noted that the Jufu terminated genetic modification research simply due to the fear of more people becoming Star Warriors, and they withdrew from the International Space Project due to distressing expenses. He declared that the Jufu never took the initiative to understand the power of the Holy Kingdom, and they never cared about the Fuyi Empire's weapon advancement. Zhang Yinghao mentioned that his second uncle told him that Qingshan was creating an epoch-making mecha, but Jufu still wanted to kill a talent like him. He asserted that even if it is for his own benefit, he will not allow those old folks to continue to rule the Free Federation. Qingshan laughed and commented that Zhang Yinghao is an interesting guy, and he was a little touched. Zhang Yinghao conveyed that Qingshan should leave the bloody gang to him, and since his so-called peers are his enemies, he doesn't mind delaying them a bit, but Qingshan added that it was only an assassin, so he doesn't need anyone's help yet. Zhang Yinghao explained that since Qingshan is so determined, he won't fight with him, and he will be in charge of clearing the battlefield. He affirmed that it was a nano-battlefield clearing bot and not a single trace will be left after killing someone. Zhang Yinghao uttered that there are also 30 different types of air fresheners to choose from, and it would belong to Qingshan on the battlefield. Qingshan believed that Zhang Yinghao is so bipolar, and he is kind of confusing. Zhang Yinghao disclosed that he forgot to mention that aside from Qingshan, the Bloody Gang had another assassination target that he knew. When Qingshan heard that it was someone that he knew, he queried who it was. Zhang Yinghao revealed that it was the Su family's eldest granddaughter, Su Zu'er. On the other hand, ominous music was playing in a huge park. The music made the people in the park sleep on the spot. The clown opined that he didn't think that Su Zu'er would withstand his lullabies, but it appears that she has some talent. Su Zu'er wondered who he was. The clown introduced himself and avowed that he is Bloody Gang's ace killer. Su Zu'er interrogated why a killer would come find her and replied that she doesn't remember offending anyone. The clown maintained that he only kills people and never queried them as he trembles with excitement every time he thinks of killing a noble girl like Su Zu'er. Su Zu'er screamed and called Old Lion Sui, but the clown insisted that there was no need to shout as those two geezers wouldn't show up because they were too busy dealing with other killers at that moment. The clown expressed that he must say that those two are far too frail. He indicated that although the woman is still resisting, the old man is nearly dead. Su Zu'er asserted that the clown was a bastard. The clown wondered if it was the wind spirit's swiftness and expressed that it was not enough to defeat him. Su Zu'er quickly hopped away from the clown after he dodged her attack. She dug her feet into the ground to make an abrupt stop. Su Zu'er considered that the clown was also very fast. The clown suddenly revealed that the next song is dedicated to Su Zu'er, his beautiful and delicate lady. He intimated that it was the Serenade of Death. A dark, ominous figure quickly flew out of the clown as soon as he started playing his violin. The dark figure was lunging towards Su Zu'er. Su Zu'er steadied herself as she calmly released her aura. She observed that the clown should come. Su Zu'er used her skill, combo speed, and quickly eliminated the dark figure attacking her. The clown acknowledged that it was the second stage of the wind spirit power, and Su Zu'er's strength is really impressive. Su Zu'er suddenly jumped off the ground. She was about to attack the clown from above. But while Su Zu'er was in the air, she quickly disappeared and only left her silhouette. The clown was alarmed when he saw what happened. Su Zu'er immediately appeared behind the clown. The clown panicked when he looked behind him and saw Su Zu'er. Su Zu'er clenched his fist and wrapped it in her aura. She used her skill, 36 short-style combo hits. Su Zu'er also used her skill, Dance of the Crane. The clown screamed in pain and coughed up blood while he was being blown away. Without giving the clown time to recover, Su Zu'er used her skill, Crane's Palm. Su Zu'er's palm moved toward the clown at an incredible speed. She managed to hit the clown directly in his torso, and her aura burst out of the clown's body. The clown was sent flying, and he crashed into a building. Dust and debris quickly filled the area. Su Zu'er declared that the clown called for it. Su Zu'er stated that time is of the essence, so she must rush to help Sui and Old Lai. But suddenly, the clown remarked that surprisingly, Su Zu'er had not only awakened the wind spirit's second stage. The clown declared that Su Zu'er has also reached the Grand Master level in martial arts. He noted that fate is so kind to him because the girl he is about to kill is not only beautiful but also powerful, and he is totally smitten. The clown observed that he has decided to add Su Zu'er's beautiful skin to his collection. But he mentioned that there was no need to keep Su Zu'er's internal organs. The clown presses a key corresponding to his chosen skill. He used his skill, Sound Chain. Ominous notes immediately appeared in the air, and it summoned chains that started attacking Su Zu'er. Su Zu'er glared at the clown, waiting for an opening to attack. But to her surprise, the chains managed to wrap around her body. Su Zu'er inquired what happened and expressed that the more she struggled, the more the chain tightened. The clown laughed as she asserted that the young Miss Su Zu'er could rest in peace at that moment. He released a powerful sound wave that summoned skeletal monsters. Suzuer commented that with the combined power of the 5 elements and her heavenly selection technique, she needed to try harder to win. She activated her wind spirit 3rd stage. Suzuer used her skill, Sharp Wind Blades, to break the chains binding her, and it also shredded everything around her. The clown couldn't believe that Suzuer had awakened the wind spirit's 3rd stage. Suzuer revealed that she had never killed anyone before, but the clown demanded it. The clown was horrified when he saw how powerful Suzuer is. He quickly used his skill, Sound Barrier, but Suzuer's attack was so powerful that the clown's sound barrier started to crack. The clown immediately informed that his companions should come help him because he only has 3 seconds to hold Suzuer. A man emerged on the ground behind Suzuer and conveyed that the clown was useless because he couldn't even defeat a simple woman. Suzuer focused all her attention on the clown. Suddenly, she noticed the man behind her, and she glanced over her shoulder. Suzuer was astonished when she saw the man's blade coming at her. Meanwhile, Zhang Yinghao avowed that he is not sure why the Bloody Gang is aiming for Suzuer, but since they have made their move, he fears that Suzuer is done for. Qingshan fell silent, and his expression turned dark. Zhang Yinghao got worried when he saw Qingshan's reaction, so he called him. Qingshan requested that Zhang Yinghao wait and disclosed that he had an urgent matter to attend to. Zhang Yinghao was awestruck by Qingshan's murderous aura, and he believed that he couldn't resist it even with all his strength. Qingshan walked towards the window where Shooting Wolf appeared. Shooting Wolf used a harness to come down to Qingshan's balcony from the roof, and he just landed. Greeting Qingshan, Kao Lang probed to confirm if it was him and replied that he was there to kill him. Qingshan just exclaimed that he is too busy at the moment. Shooting Wolf just laughed sinisterly at Qingshan. Qingshan uttered that he can't be playing around with an extra like Shooting Wolf. Shooting Wolf was puzzled when he felt Qingshan's murderous aura. But before he could react, Qingshan's slashing attacks hit him. The slashing attack was so powerful that it created an explosion on the balcony. Everything in front of Qingshan was pulverized, including the walls and the balcony. Qingshan summoned Seraphim. Meanwhile, Zhang Yinghao was wondering how it was possible. He couldn't believe that the Bloody Gang's ace killer was slain with a single sword of Qingshan. On the other hand, at the Hao Temple, Seraphim was activated. Seraphim flew out of the Hao Temple. It headed towards the earth at an incredible speed. Meanwhile, Qingshan stood over the edge of his destroyed balcony. Suddenly, he jumped out of the hotel. Zhang Yinghao averred that Qingshan should wait a second because it was the 100th floor. But he was taken aback when he saw Seraphim. Riding Seraphim, Qingshan affirmed that their destination is the capital university, and it should charge at full speed. Seraphim flew towards the sky at an incredible speed. Zhang Yinghao remarked that the bastard Qingshan was unpredictable, and he had to warn the old man. Suddenly, the nano battlefield clearing bot activated its battle cleansing mode. Zhang Yinghao cursed. He stated that he would have killed Qingshan if he had known sooner because killing is so much easier than cleaning up. On the other hand, the man raised his sword at Suzuer. He was about to plunge his sword when Suzuer noticed him. But before the man could land his attack, Anna attacked him from the side. Suzuer considered that it was close, and she wondered who saved her. The man crashed on the ground, and Suzuer quickly took a step back from it. The man inquired who was the brat who wanted to die young. He queried Anna for daring to mess with the Bloody Gang. But Anna observed that the man was impolite, and she challenged him for daring to bully a young girl and speak disrespectfully. She declared that she is a princess and she couldn't take it anymore. The man immediately recognized Anna as the Saint Olenka's princess. Meanwhile, the clown recognized her as the Flame Reaper, Anna Medicai. Feng Huod called Anna and noted that everyone has been saved. On the other hand, Suzuer recognized Anna as Qingshan's princess friend and realized that she was the one who saved her. Suzuer thanked Anna for saving them and added that she will remember her kindness. Suddenly, Anna mentioned that Suzuer's chest was just a little bigger and pressed what was so great about them. Confused, Suzuer probed what she was saying. Anna explained that she was saying that if Suzuer had just used the 3rd realm of the wind spirit to kill the clown earlier, it would have been easier to solve, and she interrogated why Qingshan would like an idiot who is holding back during a battle. Suzuer asserted that it was killing someone, but she reprimanded herself and pondered how she could talk like that after Anna saved her. Suddenly, the man mentioned Qingshan and laughed, which caught Suzuer's and Anna's attention. The man commented that Qingshan was probably dead at that moment. Anna quizzed what he was talking about and what happened to Qingshan. The man conveyed that Shooting Wolf, the Bloody Gang's ace killer, has gone to kill Qingshan, and if all goes well, Qingshan should be a corpse at that time. But Anna just scoffed and disputed how weak insects like them could kill Qingshan. On the other hand, Suzuer was fired up as she maintained that Qingshan is in danger. Her aura was going haywire as she reiterated that Qingshan is in danger. A powerful tornado suddenly appeared. Suzuer has lost control over herself. The clown recognized the Black Wind Tornado, and as he wondered if Suzuer hurried to enter the 4th realm of the Wind Spirit, he cursed as he believed that he was going to kill Suzuer even if God himself came down to stop him. Meanwhile, Anna was wondering why Suzuer's reaction was so strong. and she cursed as she supposed that it was true love. Suzuer started walking towards the assassins and affirmed that Qingshan is in danger. Anna expressed that Qingshan won't die, but if Suzuer doesn't calm down soon, she will get hurt. But Suzuer avowed that anyone who stops her should be killed. Anna figured that it looked like Suzuer had lost control. She quickly dodged Suzuer's attack and moved behind her. Anna reckoned that the surrounding atmosphere was messed up and she couldn't waste any more time, so she needed to use force. She called Feng Huod and informed that he should protect Suzuer. Suddenly, Anna related that since the Bloody Gang Elder has come, she suggested that he introduce himself. The Elder clarified that he did not show himself in order to avoid embarrassment. He introduced himself as Hade, an Elder of the Bloody Gang. Hade acknowledged that he didn't expect Anna to personally intervene, or else they would not have accepted the mission, so it was better to stop that fight at that time because it wouldn't be beneficial to both sides if it continued. Anna queried if he assumed she would let him go after trying to murder someone she is protecting right in front of her face. Hade laughed. He tossed a badge towards Anna. Anna caught the badge. She immediately recognized it and confirmed that it was a badge of loyalty to the Holy Kingdom. Hade contended that Anna was a dear, naive little princess and that he was speaking to her as an honorary elder of the Holy Church, so she shouldn't do unnecessary things. He inquired why they weren't leaving and commented that they were an embarrassment. Anna scoffed and opined that Hade is nothing but a bloodthirsty parasite on the royal family. She proclaimed that seeing such parasites makes her want to squish them. Anna summoned her weapon, Bazion. Hade pleaded for Anna to be rational and stated that it would be bad if the Holy Region were to hear the news. But Anna declared that they won't. She remarked that she will burn Hade until only his ashes remain. Anna summoned a powerful shockwave of her aura that surged towards the sky. Suddenly, flaming skulls started raining down on them. The flaming skulls fell towards Hade and the assassins and created huge explosions. The man noted that it was the Flame Reaper. Meanwhile, the clown exclaimed that he didn't want to die. Hade and the two assassins ran away from the rain of fiery skeletons in a panic. But the flames quickly consumed them, and they all screamed in pain. Anna observed that she was starting to feel uneasy. Fortunately, the idiots were there to assist her in relieving her stress. Suzuer woke up and mentioned that Anna was impressive. She thanked Anna for her help. Anna asserted that Suzuer shouldn't get her wrong because she is only helping her for the sake of Qingshan. She informed that she was leaving and Suzuer could handle the rest. Meanwhile, Qingshan was still flying in the sky on Seraphim. The two of them continued to travel at an incredible speed. Seraphim expressed that Capital University was only 4 seconds away, and it was found that Suzuer's life fluctuations had changed. It started descending towards the ground. On the ground, there were a lot of guards surveying the area. Seraphim landed on the ground abruptly. The guards surveying the area inquired who it was, and they were all immediately on high alert to protect Suzuer. Qingshan queried where Suzuer was, but instead of answering Qingshan's question, all the guards aimed their guns at him. Suddenly, Suzuer explained that the guards shouldn't worry because Qingshan is on their side, and she probed why he was there. Qingshan clarified that he heard that Suzuer was in danger, so he came to check it out. Suzuer commented that there were 2 assassins, and thankfully, a friend stepped in and killed them. Seraphim opened its wings after Qingshan got off it. It added that there are no abnormalities in the area and no suspicious living cells were detected. Qingshan was surprised that it was that clean and conveyed that the person who saved Suzuer was either very skilled at clean kills or very strong. But it was good as long as Suzuer was fine, and he interrogated who saved her. Suzuer believed that it was fine if she was in debt to Anna, but she couldn't bother Qingshan. She quickly changed the topic by inquiring if the mecha belonged to Qingshan and replied that it is very powerful. Qingshan responded that it was Suzuer's present. He added that Seraphim should come and say hello to its owner. Seraphim greeted Suzuer, opined that it was nice to meet her, and affirmed that it was her guardian. And Suzuer confided that it was no wonder Qingshan queried what type of mecha she liked. Qingshan pressed if she wanted to try it out. Suzuer inquired if she could, and as she revealed that she had never tried a combat-type mecha before. Qingshan declared that Seraphim has a high level of intelligence and simple controls, so there is no need to worry. Qingshan called Seraphim and acknowledged that it should open up, to which Seraphim answered yes. Suzuer entered Seraphim through the entrance on its chest. Inside, she indicated that Seraphim should let her try its combat techniques, and Seraphim confirmed that it understood. Suzuer looked ahead with determined eyes. Seraphim mimicked Suzuer's expression. Suzuer used the Seraphim 36 short combo technique. One of the guards expressed that the mecha even acts like a human, while another guard declared that it was awesome and so cool. Qingshan proclaimed that Seraphim has the highest anthropomorphic action conversion rate of any mecha and could be used to kill enemy mecha, which is the very first of its kind. Suzuer stated that the mecha is awesome and it was the best birthday present she has ever received. Qingshan remarked that it was good as long as Suzuer liked it. Suzuer suddenly queried what he was doing. She wondered if Qingshan was proposing to her. Suzuer wondered if she should agree. She deemed that Qingshan created such a high-level mecha so her family shouldn't have any opposition. Suzuer began to wonder what type of dress she should wear at the wedding and considered that she wanted to wear a traditional dress. Suzuer was flustered as she called Qingshan. She inquired about the ring. Qingshan remarked that the ring controls Seraphim. Suzuer was embarrassed when she heard that it was the controller, and she observed that the shape of it is quite unique. Suddenly, Qingshan gently grabbed Suzuer's wrist and guided her hand towards Seraphim. He stated that when Suzuer doesn't need Seraphim, she should click on the ring. The ring quickly fired its command to Seraphim. Seraphim quickly flew up in the sky, and as Suzuer queried if it had left, Qingshan declared that Seraphim would usually stay on the satellite, and it would only come if she called for it. Suzuer expressed that it was so cool. She mentioned that the armor must have cost Qingshan a lot of money, so she will help him pay for it. Qingshan informed that Suzuer shouldn't worry about it because the goddess of justice helped him make it, and not only did he not spend any money, he even made some. Suzuer noted that it was good, and she wondered why there was a sign-shaped thing on the Seraphim. Qingshan explained that it has motors, light element weapons, sensors, sound wave detectors, and it could even upgrade its power. He asserted that more importantly, he considered that it was pretty and felt like Suzuer would like it, and Suzuer added that she does like it. Qingshan suddenly called Suzuer as he was puzzled by her actions. Suzuer quickly steered the topic and confided that Qingshan should guess her current strength. Qingshan conveyed that he has heard that Suzuer has opened the wind element, and as he interrogated which level she is on at the moment, Suzuer confirmed that her wind element has already developed to the 4th stage, turbulence. Suzuer commented that in her family history, there were only 7 cultivators that opened the 4th stage, so she is the 8th, and she probed if she wasn't awesome. Qingshan believed that power stage 4 is already one of the world's top 2 stages above martial masters, so Qingshan has cultivating talent, and as he reflected on the topic, he wondered what level he is on. He recalled that he has sword arts, my sword, die sword, murder experience, and flower fairy. Qingshan deemed that currently he was a stage 7 Kai condensation cultivator, so basically the level of a martial master. But he reckoned that he was using swords. There was his my sword and die sword, and from his experience in his past life, killing people above his level is easy for him. On the other hand, Suzuer was wondering what was with Qingshan and if it was because her strength gave him pressure, and she figured that after all men care about is how they look. Suzuer uttered that Qingshan shouldn't be pressured. But before she could finish her sentence, Qingshan opined that it was a good thing. Qingshan acknowledged that Suzuer must have suffered a lot to reach that level. Suzuer admitted that it was kind of tiring, but to let her family have a place to speak, becoming strong is a must. She indicated that she just awakened a skill, but it is unstable, and her family cares strongly about it, so she will have to drop out of school and start cultivating at home. Qingshan suggested that Suzuer should keep working hard, and one day, when she reaches the 5th stage, he will be hanging out with her. Suzuer responded alright. She laughed and affirmed that in the future, Qingshan could just hang out with her, and she would protect him. Meanwhile, someone at Jiufu averred that the armor is in Suzuer's hands, so it looked like they would have to retrieve it at the Su's. On the other hand, Su Xingjiao's assistant called him and revealed that he finished researching, and he discovered that the Nai family were the ones that tried to murder Suzuer. Su Xingjiao replied that the assistant should go take care of it and not hesitate because he has to see the news of the Nai family murdered within an hour. But the assistant avowed that the people of the Nai family had already been murdered, and someone did the job clean and left no traces, which made Su Xingjiao scoff, and he insisted that it looked like the Nai family was just merely a tool. Su Xingjiao directed that the assistant should transfer 100 men to protect Suzuer, and not let such a thing happen twice. He quizzed if he recorded a video of the robotic machine Suzuer was controlling, and the assistant replied yes. Su Xingjiao urged that the assistant should send the video to his son and his wife and tell them to watch it 100 times. He warned that if they did less, he would give a smack per person, and the assistant accepted that he understood. Meanwhile, Qingshan walked in the city center. Qingshan concluded that Suzuer got stronger without being obvious, which is actually kind of good because only strong people could survive in that world. Suddenly, the lady on the news proclaimed that the battle on the front lines has ended. The surrounding cities by the sea have light fog, which leads to unclear sight, so they are unable to clarify the situation there, and half a day ago, Vacation Island lost connection, so they were currently rushing there to see the reason behind it. Hearing a loud roar from the fog, the lady professed that everybody should look because she presumed she heard something. She requested that the cameraman adjust the camera to where the source of the noise came from. A red dot of gleaming eyes suddenly appeared on the screen. The lady cursed and challenged what that thing was. She countered no, and as she appealed for help, the footage got cut off. Qingshan surmised that in his last life, fogs appeared on the island half a month later, so the time was going ahead, and in that life, everything was different. He predicted that the first disaster would happen after the monsters started to enter the land, and he even had no idea what would happen afterwards. Suddenly, the system notified Qingshan that the cooldown countdown was completed, and as it investigated if Qingshan would enter the cultivation world, Qingshan mused that the time had come, and the system notified him that the mission of rescuing Ning Yuechen and Gong Sunjia continued. Qingshan called the system. He declared he wanted to enter the cultivation world. The system notified him that he was starting to cross and would immediately return to the cultivation world. Suddenly, a shadowy figure remarked that it was strange because the life wave detector showed that he was just there, and inquired why he disappeared. He wondered if it could be that he possessed a skill related to hiding or teleportation. He contacted Patriarch Bai and reported that the target was stronger than they projected and they lost him. He responded with surprise but accepted and promised to do as instructed. He relayed that the Bai family instructed them to stop and pay immediately, complaining that those nobles were stingy. The other figure chuckled and commented that they couldn't be blamed because, after all, they were the world's #1 murder group, and they charged by the second, while another added that the job only lasted for 10 minutes. They did nothing, and still earned 1 billion too easily. The other figure warned that doing nothing during a job gave a bad impression for the world's #1 murder group, so if the Bai family requested them again, they should decline. On the other hand, Qingshan returned to the cultivation world. He inquired of Sai Dalling how Ning Yuchen and Gong Sunjai were. She assured him that he shouldn't worry because the two of them were recovering in the side chamber and it wasn't life-threatening, so she would arrange for them to meet later. He expressed his gratitude and realized that Ning Yuchen and Gong Sunjai both survived, so after that, the system mission of fate would be completed. Suddenly, he recalled Leng Tianxing. He brought up Leng Tianxing, the one who collected the 100-flower list with him, and recounted that they went through fire and water, which could be counted as a friendship of death. She reassured him that he was fine as well. Flower petals and aura burst in front of him. Leng Tianxing emerged from it. Qingshan commented that it was good that he was fine. Leng Tianxing confirmed that he was fine, but he let out a disappointed sigh. Sai Dalling revealed that only one of the things he found met her requirement, and he acknowledged it. She added that, speaking of rules, he didn't actually collect the 100-flower list, but he had a somewhat deep friendship with her disciple, so that day she would break the rules and give him a pass. He expressed his thanks. Leng Tianxing stated that Ruoda's Beihua Palace only had him, Qingshan, and Sai Dalling, and he inquired if Qingshan could be the disciple that Sai Dalling mentioned, and Qingshan confirmed it. Leng Tianxing believed that the information that one of the three saints, Beihua Fairy, accepted a disciple would shake up the entire cultivation world. Qingshan remarked that he should be quick and probed if he wasn't going to request anything, and he responded affirmatively. He petitioned Sai Dalling to remove the soul-devouring spider from him. She acknowledged that such a type of spider was rare, but she commented that if it was put in the Beihua country, it wouldn't be worthy of it. Qingshan checked if Leng Tianxing should make preparations, but she challenged what use that would be. She ordered the spider to get out of him. Leng Tianxing froze in shock at the intensity of her command. The spider quickly jumped out of his body. It repeatedly begged Sai Dalling to spare its life. She stared at the spider and considered it. She decided that it broke its relationship with Leng Tianxing, so it should go to the poison chamber and cultivate there from that point onward. The spider expressed gratitude for being spared. She informed him that she removed the spider from Leng Tianxing so he could recover his cultivation from before, and since he wasn't needed there, he should go to the side chamber and visit Gong Sunjai. Leng Tianxing agreed and vowed that her great grace would never be forgotten. She summoned Qingshan and informed him that there was someone who was leaving the Beihua Palace, and at that time, she would be in the Beihua Garden, so he should go and send her back as her substitute. He acknowledged and agreed to go right away. Meanwhile, Ning Yuchen was in the garden. She enjoyed the view of the petals falling around her. She extended her hand and caught one of the petals. She stared at it with a gentle look on her face. She was startled when Qingshan addressed her. He checked how her wounds were and suggested that she stay at Beihua Palace to recover better before returning. She stared uncomfortably at what he was holding. It was the sword in his hand. She questioned if that was his sword, as she hated sword arts passionately. He froze in panic. He appealed to her to let him explain. Ning Yuchen inquired what the deal was with the sword. Qingshan explained that Sai Dalling gifted it to him and assumed he was screwed because he forgot to put away the dye sword. He recalled that Sai Dalling personally killed the monsters, saved Ning Yuchen, and healed her, so he didn't believe she would do something to him for her sake. Ning Yuchen warned that he shouldn't practice sword arts when he could. As she checked if he could hear her, he confirmed his understanding. She reminded him that after she leaves, he must work hard and learn from Sai Dalling because if his cultivation stage is too low, he would be controlled by others. He agreed, and Gong Sunjai joined in and remarked that he would leave with her because they must quickly return to the front line, as everyone was waiting for them to report the process of everything. He admitted he didn't expect Qingshan to get that far, even becoming a disciple of the saint. Qingshan expressed that it was all thanks to him for taking him in, bringing him into the Shenwu world, and without him, he wouldn't have reached that point. Gong Sunjae remarked that it was the so-called cause and effect, and Lang Tianxing wished that the next time they met, his cultivation would improve a lot. Gu Qingshan expressed gratitude for the good luck message. Ding Yuechen advised that in the future, when he has time, he should come to the celestial sect and mention her name. He responded that he would and assured them he would see them all soon. A few moments later, Sai Dalling summoned Gu Qingshan and informed him that he should come and meet his senior. It was her first disciple, Bai Yingshan, and he teased if he wasn't the kid who tried to bribe him. Gu Qingshan realized that on the outside, Bai Yingshan was the disciple of the Beihua fairy, but on the inside, he was actually one of her clones, and to make a clone of herself disguised as her disciple, that kind of thing could only be done by the Beihua fairy herself. He expressed thanks as his senior for accepting his bribe from before, and Bai Yingshan commented that he saw things earlier, and that Ning Yuechen didn't eat people, so he wondered why he was such a coward in front of that woman. Gu Qingshan responded that Sai Dalling gave him a lesson on how not to make pretty women with a high cultivation stage man. Bai Yingshan remarked that it seemed he would have to learn that from his second senior. Sai Dalling clarified that he has two seniors. The other one counted as a junior sister, and that day she officially took the two of them in as her disciples, so the two of them might enter. The new disciples accepted. One of them was the Chongling young master, Qin Zaialu. He smiled smugly when he saw Gu Qingshan. He claimed that it looked like he was first in looks again among the Beihua disciples, but Bai Yingshan laughed at him. He introduced himself to Gu Qingshan. He explained that Zaialu meant listening to spring rain at night, to which Bai Yingshan agreed and commented that he went around flirting all the time, playing with girls' feelings, so it was Lu as in Hulu. Qin Zaialu begged his senior to stop embarrassing him in front of the newbie, and Gu Qingshan politely greeted the two seniors. Sai Dalling noted that his second senior was, however, always out of his place, but he was wise, and he mastered all 6 skills. Gu Qingshan considered that mastering all 6 skills, those words coming from the saint, meant those skills weren't just easily mastered. Gua, Zhen, Dang, Kai, Fu, and Shi were the 6 skills, and just mastering one of the 6 could let someone be top tier in the cultivation world. Qin Zaialu was a real evildoer, mastering all 6 skills, a real genius in the cultivation world. But he showed no heart in cultivating and was just blindly letting go, so he pitied the outsiders. But when he started to focus seriously on cultivating, which was 7 years later in his last life, the day the Beihua fairy fell, that day, he went from the golden core starting condensation all the way to transformation mid-stage condensation, shaking up the entire cultivation world. But even then, he still failed to save the Beihua fairy, and that became his barrier, leading to him being unable to advance to the next stage. Qin Zaialu invited Gu Qingshan to hang out with him in the future and not listen to Bai Yingshan, though he admitted he was joking. Suddenly, Wang Lingxiu inquired whether Gu Qingshan was the junior brother Sai Dalling told her about. She was the Beihua Palace group pet, and Bai Yingshan stated that she couldn't be the senior sister at the moment, so Gu Qingshan was her senior brother and his third junior brother. Sai Dalling explained that she hadn't been able to take her in as a disciple officially, plus she was the youngest, so that day she would officially take her and Gu Qingshan in as disciples, so she would be the last in line. And she did it like that so that they could take care of her. She reminded that the jade sign was key, and with that, they could go anywhere in the entire Beihua country. Gu Qingshan and Wang Lingxiu responded in agreement. Sai Dalling explained that their sect didn't have many people, so there were no rules, and they should just peacefully focus on cultivation there. And in the future, if they didn't understand anything, they should ask their senior brothers, and they could ask her as well. She summoned Bai Yingshan and instructed him to arrange a shelter for Gu Qingshan. She called Qin Zaialu and directed him to show Gu Qingshan around, talk about everything about the sect, and in the evening, take Bai Yingshan's place to go to the King's Stone and pick someone to collect the 100 flower list. He accepted. She acknowledged and dismissed them. The 3 of them expressed that they would be taking their leave. A few moments later, Qin Zaialu mentioned that Gu Qingshan and Wang Lingxiu could start cultivating the next day, and the annual test wasn't far away from that time. So when the time came, the 2 of them had to try it out too to see the strengths of other people. Wang Lingxiu inquired whether the annual test was hard. Qin Zaialu reassured her that it wasn't, and she was just going to try it out a bit. But unfortunately, he went last time, and he couldn't go back again, so it was all on her and Gu Qingshan. He added that Bai Yingshan wasn't there, so that night they would eat some roast duck to celebrate their joining. Gu Qingshan realized that he suddenly understood why Sai Dalling called Qin Zaialu an evildoer. Suddenly, he noticed the system notification. The Battle of the Fallen was completed as Gong Sunjai and Ning Yuichen safely returned back to the humans, revealing the secrets of the world to all human cultivators, and top-tier human spies were eliminated by the Beihua Ferry, so the human race welcomed a new situation that was never seen. The system granted him the mission reward of War God's supernatural power special plot, and he concluded that it didn't sound bad. The system instructed Qingshan to find the 5 items that corresponded to the images and place them in the spinner within 48 hours, and if all 5 items were not found within that time, they would all become part of the War God's supernatural power. The faster the objects were collected and the stronger the items were, the higher the percentage of supernatural power he would receive. The countdown began, and if someone else were in his situation, they would have no idea what those were. But he lived a life before that, so he was very familiar with those monsters. Those 5 images were the monsters that interrupted the 2 worlds, and there were 5 species in total. He needed to kill those monsters and put them in the spinner, and time was running out, so he considered where he should look for those 5 species. Qin Zaialu suddenly inquired what he was thinking, frowning and all, and he responded that he was trying to figure out where he could get the monster's body materials. Qin Zaialu mentioned that he would share something as someone with experience about the monster's body materials. They tasted terrible. Qingshan replied that it was not for food and he had other plans. Qin Zaialu remarked that he assumed he had some deep thoughts, but it seemed he didn't know who he was. He belonged to the Beihua sect and was a disciple of one of the 3 saints. Heck, there was no way there could be resources he couldn't get when his master owned the entire Beihua country. Half of the storage room was under his control, so after they ate, he would take him there, and he could take as much as he wanted, and he expressed his thanks. Wang Lingxiu suddenly inquired what the 2 of them were doing. He responded that they were going to take monster corpses and proposed whether she wanted to come along. She replied that he was naughty and she didn't want to take monster corpses. He and Qingshan smiled at how adorable she was. A few moments later, Qingshan and Qin Zaialu went to the storage room. Qin Zaialu mentioned that the entire mountain was filled with monster corpses and other boring stuff. Qingshan should see if there was anything he needed. Suddenly, a sword declared that he was in luck. He was a celestial sect high-stage cultivator and he came there to recover from injuries, so he should take him, and he would teach him how to cultivate. Qin Zaialu inquired which time period he was from. He responded that it was 3,000 years ago. Qin Zaialu shoved him into the ground. He remarked that he had never heard of a high-stage cultivator, and if it weren't for his sect, he would already be dead for performing lies in front of him. Qingshan suddenly called him and requested whether he could have that sword. It was a very unique Akron species. Qin Zaialu noted that as long as he liked it, he should keep climbing because the higher he went, the better the stuff. A few moments later, Qingshan stopped in his tracks. He was surprised with what he saw. Qin Zaialu was playing with the mixed species corpse and proclaimed that he was the Yulong master and the monsters should go to hell. Qingshan was unamused. Qin Zaialu called him and instructed that he should look at him while he was playing inside the mystery species corpse. Qingshan considered whether Sai Dalling killed all of those monsters. He inquired about it, and Qin Zaialu responded that Sai Dalling didn't have time for that, so everything was planned by the Swan. He inquired whether he got all the monster corpses he needed. He responded that not all of them, and that left only one that wasn't on that mountain, but they didn't need to find it. He was only missing the space species at the moment, but space only existed in the modern world, so he would have to find it when he returned. A few moments later, they were heading towards the pavilion. The men were pleading with Bai Yingshan, but he refused because the poems they made didn't satisfy him, so they should continue. But Qin Zaialu suddenly declared that he could leave. He was taking over. Bai Yingshan acknowledged that he arrived just in time because those idiots were annoying him so much. One of the men requested for Qin Zaialu to give them the questions. He responded that it was easy to say. That day's question was how to satisfy him. One of the men offered to massage his shoulders, and another volunteered to do the legs, and Qingshan reflected that he lived 2 lives and never saw anyone like that. Bai Yingshan asked how it was and if he couldn't take it anymore and remarked that it was why they needed normal human race cultivators. Qingshan pondered whether it could be the real reason that Sai Dalling took him in. Bai Yingshan advised that if he could, he should take care of Wang Lingxiu because she was Sai Dalling's regret. Qingshan was puzzled. Qingshan remarked that Sai Dalling and Wang Lingxiu had a large age gap and wondered how she could be her regret. Bai Yingshan explained that when Sai Dalling was young, her sect was being destroyed and she was being chased down by enemies, and only Wang Lingxiu knew where she was. Qingshan inquired why Wang Lingxiu knew. Bai Yingshan responded that it was because Wang Lingxiu was Sai Dalling's master's daughter, and she took her for her master. After Wang Lingxiu was captured, those people tortured her so she would tell them where Sai Dalling was, and she was put inside the spiritual beast bag. But even when she was barely breathing, she didn't say a word. When Sai Dalling finally came to save her from the spiritual beast bag, it had already been 5 years. Sai Dalling wept in grief. Qingshan noted that normal people couldn't bear that kind of torture for half a day, and questioned how a 7-year-old kid survived it for years. Bai Yingshan confirmed, and at that time, her muscles and her soul were completely broken. Sai Dalling used a lot of energy and finally saved her. Since time in the spiritual beast bag was being stopped, she was still 7 years old when she was saved, and no one in the entire cultivation world suffered such pain, so she might have a 7-year-old look forever, until her body and soul completely recover. Qingshan clenched his fist. He assured that Bai Yingshan shouldn't worry because she was his junior sister and he wouldn't let anyone lay a finger on her. Bai Yingshan acknowledged that it was good, and the Beihua sect didn't really have any rules, so as long as everyone took care of each other and cultivated well, that would be the wish of Sai Dalling. Qingshan realized that it wasn't building a sect, it was building a family. A few moments later, Bai Yingshan notified that they arrived at Qingshan's shelter. Its name was Langkao Palace. Qingshan commented that the name sounded so sissy, and proposed if he could change it. But Bai Yingshan refused because Sai Dalling made that sign and name, so there was no way they could change it however they wanted. Qingshan appeared displeased. He requested the name of Qin Xiaolu's shelter, and Bai Yingshan answered that it was Yahua Palace. Qingshan concluded that it was even. Bai Yingshan advised that he should rest as they would all eat together at night, and he could count it as a celebration for him joining. Qingshan agreed that he should have a good day. He called the war god system and instructed that it should put the monster corpses in the spinner. He already found 4 out of 5 species. He only needed a space species. He would receive supernatural powers, so he needed to find it as soon as possible. Evening came, and it was dinner. Qin Xiaolu mentioned that those were all the best dishes there, so they should eat all they wanted. But they should be careful to not eat their tongue up as well. Bai Yingshan cleared his throat, which reminded him, and he suggested that they should give their eldest senior brother a word next. Bai Yingshan stated that it didn't count as a word, as he was just going to strongly express one point, and he hoped that everyone treated each other like family and helped each other. Wang Lingxiu wondered if Sai Dalling wasn't coming, and Bai Yingshan clarified that she was a saint, so she was very busy, so they hosted events like that themselves. Qingshan speculated if she wasn't there at that moment while Wang Lingxiu acknowledged it. Qin Xiaolu insisted that even if Sai Dalling wasn't there, they still had to enjoy themselves. He brought up how there could be no wine in that kind of event, and encouraged Qingshan to come and taste the wine he made. Qingshan expressed that it was great wine, while Bai Yingshan scoffed and revealed that he had already tested enough of his wine. Qingshan declared that if that was the case, he would show him something he could do. He grabbed different bottles of wine. He gracefully mixed them in the cup. Qin Xiaolu doubted if it wouldn't mess up the taste if he mixed all those wines up. He explained that sometimes it would mess it up, and sometimes it would be better. Bai Yingshan drank the wine he mixed. He praised that it was great wine and had great taste. Qin Xiaolu agreed that it was great wine as well, and it seemed like Qingshan had the same interest. Wang Lingxiu expressed that she wanted to drink too, but Qingshan reasoned that she was too small, so she should wait until she was older. She appeared disappointed. He comforted that she shouldn't be angry because he would make something special only for her. He used his special skill to make juice. He created a mix of juices. He presented that it was Wang Lingxiu's. As he inquired how it tasted, she replied that it was great. It was so sweet, and she liked that taste. She recommended that Bai Yingshan should taste it too, which made Qingshan laugh, and he added that he could still make more. Suddenly, Qin Xiaolu approached him. He acknowledged that he made wine for them and made Wang Lingxiu so happy so he would have something to tell him as a junior. He possessed something good, and he would give it to him as a meeting gift. Qin Xiaolu explained that there was a spell in that jade slip, so Qingshan should take it for his cultivation. Qingshan inquired about the spell. The system notified him that the mid-air spiritual energy warming technique was discovered and prompted him if he would use 2 soul points to learn it. He agreed. Bai Yingshan warned that he shouldn't look at it, but the system notified him that 2 soul points were used and the technique was learned. Qin Xiaolu clarified that it was simply a spell to cultivate spiritual energy, and questioned why Qingshan was not allowed to look, and Bai Yingshan challenged him if he was sure that it was to cultivate spiritual energy. Qin Xiaolu suspected that maybe, probably, perhaps, it would have some other side effects. On the other hand, Qingshan concluded that Qin Xiaolu was right, that it was simply a spell that puts his spiritual energy into someone else's body and helps clothes to warm the body and heart. The spell was very simple and flexible, and no one would ever have believed that the spell would be so useful, so he questioned why Bai Yingshan was so angry. Suddenly, Wang Lingxiu summoned him and expressed that she wanted more. He offered to teach her the spell, and she could make any taste she liked in the future. Bai Yingshan encouraged that he should continue drinking. Qin Xiaolu proposed that they should all get hammered that night. Everyone raised their cups and had a toast. Qin Xiaolu urged Qingshan to help him refill his glass. As he remarked that the wine was very strong, he confirmed whether he was sure it was alright to drink that much, to which he boasted that he was a well-known drinker, so it was nothing to him. A few moments later, Qin Xiaolu was calling for Qingshan while he lay on the ground, drunk. He praised that Sai Dalling was right to accept him as his disciple. Bai Yingshan stated that they would be leaving first and Qingshan should also rest early. Wang Lingxiu expressed gratitude for teaching her such an amazing secret spell, as she invited him to visit her at the Qianghua Palace anytime. He agreed. She declared that she was also going back and wished him sweet dreams. He sighed as he didn't remember how long it had been since they were that relaxed. It was time to get down to business. The cooldown was over, and the system sent him back. He reappeared from the alley where he disappeared. He needed to think of a way to find a cosmic species as soon as possible. The interstellar transition technology helped the people to discover the truth of the universe, and they discovered many strong cosmic monsters across the universe. There was no benefit in fighting the cosmic monsters, and the only reward was their corpses. He didn't have much time, and in order to gain a stronger supernatural power, he needed to look for the corpses, so he speculated if there was any other way. He recalled Zhang Yinghao. He acknowledged that he got it, and maybe he could help him. A few moments later he was back at Liberty Holiday Hotel. The nanobot was cleaning up the place. Zhang Yinghao sighed and remarked that he was finally done cleaning. Qingshan admitted that he didn't know he could do housework. Zhang Yinghao responded that it was because he had to clean up his mess. He heard that Su Xingzhao got furious because his granddaughter was ambushed, and his uncle and the Lai family were on the Su family's side, so the situation was changing in Qingshan's favor. Qingshan insisted that those weren't important as he needed the corpses of the cosmic monsters urgently, and he wouldn't be able to get them through the normal way. But he was both a noble and a man from the underworld. Zhang Yinghao queried what he would gain from helping him, and he explained that he could give him two choices. Firstly, he could give him the result of scientific research, or he could help him when he was dealing with the other murderer groups. And secondly, he would cooperate with his organization from that point onward so they could establish an alliance. Zhang Yinghao acknowledged that it was enough and he was looking forward to working with him. Qingshan was surprised that he agreed so quickly. The two of them shook hands. Zhang Yinghao remarked that he had a hunch that it would be a wise decision, and his partner needed something, so he must do his best to get it. He knocked on the wall. A huge tear suddenly appeared in the space. He declared that it was his chosen space. He caught a big chicken from inside during his first time, and he spent so many years perfecting that skill. But Qingshan teased that he still caught a big chicken. He corrected that he got the wrong one. He shouldn't count that in, and he was already serious, so he shouldn't blink, but Qingshan verified whether he was sure he could catch it. He was stunned when he saw the huge eye peeking through the tear in space. He politely greeted it as a boss and apologized, saying he didn't mean to disturb it and he was really sorry. Qingshan remarked that if it was very difficult, he didn't have to force himself because his time was quite tight. But he was fired up and demanded where his baby was. He meowed as he dug deeper. Qingshan was puzzled. He muttered that he knew that feeling. That was it. Qingshan inquired if it was a black cat. Zhang Yinghao remarked that it was nice to meet his baby. They want the corpses of the cosmic monsters, and the cat meowed in response. Qingshan wondered if it didn't have a way too. Zhang Yinghao denied, explaining that it mentioned that it wants to eat egg tarts first. Qingshan consented. A few moments later, they went to a cafe to buy the egg tart. Qingshan inquired if they could finally start. A few moments later, the cat played with a pebble on the pavement. Zhang Yinghao questioned if it was done playing and if it could find someone for them already. It glared at him. He clarified that he was not rushing it and he was just casually inquiring. Qingshan wondered where it went. Zhang Yinghao explained that it was looking for the thing he wanted, so they should follow it. A few moments later, they arrived at the Federal Ministry of Science and Technology. It was heavily guarded. Qingshan affirmed that he is sure that there must be corpses of the cosmic monsters there and the Black Cat won't be wrong. But the price they have to pay to get in there is too expensive. Zhang Yinghao commented that the palace wouldn't work. As he inquired if they could change to another place, it meowed, implying that they too were cowards who wouldn't dare to enter that place. It meowed again, to which Zhang Yinghao concurred and mentioned that they should go to their next destination. They immediately disappeared from the top of the building. They moved to the busier part of the city. Qingshan questioned if it was a casino. If there were cosmic monsters there, Zhang Yinghao mentioned that it was where he exchanged information before, and it seemed that they had started a new business. He verified if it was sure it was there, and it meowed in response. He acknowledged that he understood and it could already go back. It shouldn't be wrong, so they should enter and take a look. Qingshan agreed. As he inquired if there was a swimming pool party there that day, Zhang Yinghao denied. They lost all their money until they were only left in their underwear. Inside, the waitress welcomed them as distinguished guests and inquired what they would like to play. Zhang Yinghao suggested that the more unique, the better. She assured that they won't disappoint him. It was the device for betting, which will automatically deduct his merit points. He thanked her. They entered the elevator, and it went down. They reached the floor -70. The host greeted them to the underground lake and expressed that they hope that they will enjoy their time there and win every bet. Zhang Yinghao was surprised with what he saw. The host apologized to the VIPs for keeping them waiting and declared that the game will already begin. Next, they should let him introduce the two contestants that day. One of them was an ordinary human. The other contestant is a genetically deployed and restored prehistoric behemoth. It has been hungry for 2 days. The human contestant questioned what that monster was and pleaded that he would return the money to them, so he begged them to let him out of there. One of the audience laughed and mocked that they should look at him, as he was so scared that he peed his pants. Another insisted that they should stop beating around the bush and hurry up and eat the poor useless man. Another called him a coward. Meanwhile, the waitress stated that the two of them may start betting, and Zhang Yinghao queried how the game works. She explained that starting from 0 seconds, they may bet how long that person could live. The maximum time is 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, the person closest to his death time wins. The winner will obtain that day's lucky prize. Qingshan queried what the lucky prize was. She explained that it was a part of the cosmic monster, perhaps a mutated person. He may choose one from both of them. Qingshan observed that Zhang Yinghao's chosen skill is quite reliable because there really is the corpse of a cosmic monster there, to which he confirmed yes because he makes a living out of that. Qingshan suggested that they should move on. They should think of a way to win the game. A man remarked that Duguqiang should look because that guy is pretty good, and it tore a person into 2 last time. She queried if it was true and murmured that it was terrifying. But her attention was somewhere else. Qingshan caught her attention. She contemplated what was the matter with him and why he gave her a comfortable feeling. On the other hand, he furrowed his brows. He glared at her. She was startled. She concluded that he was so scary. Zhang Yinghao advised that he should relax because his murderous aura scared other people, but he responded that he just doesn't like it when people stare at him. He considered that she seemed to be scared of him. He suggested that he will use the mid-air spiritual energy warming technique to appease her as an apology and compensation then. His aura gently wafted in the air and reached her. She was startled and let out a moan. The man inquired what happened to her, and she replied that it was nothing. She called the waitress, and the waitress questioned what she needed. She requested that she help her do a favor, and she agreed okay. A few moments later, the waitress brought the card along with a drink to Qingshan. She informed that the wine and business card were from the lady. He read her card. He queried if she was someone from the Fuxi Empire and commented that for thousands of years, they have always maintained the ancient etiquette. Even their surnames are double character from ancient times, and they have never been changed by the revolutions in any era. Zhang Yinghao teased that she gave him a glass of Godfather and a name card to her heart, so it seems that she finds him a true man. And although his flirting tactics were weird, they are effective, so he needs to learn from him. Qingshan clarified that it was a misunderstanding. He glanced over at Duguqiang. He raised the glass at her. She giggled, and the man was pissed. He cursed that he was a bastard. As he speculated if he assumed that he could take his spotlight with that pretty face of his, he resolved that he would kill him. He bet 5 million merit points that the person will be eaten in 10 seconds. Another wagered 3 million merit points for 20 seconds and another placed 2 million merit points for 15 seconds. Another staked 6 million points for 30 seconds. They threw bottles filled with blood into the pool. It shattered as it hit the raft the man was in, and blood was spilled into the water. The man exclaimed that it was blood. The monster in the water was riled up. The man was horrified. The monster appeared in front of him, and it was extremely huge. The waitress announced that they could already place their bets. Qingshan pledged that he bet 5 million merit points that the man will survive. Zhang Yinghao wondered if he was crazy and insisted that there was no way that person could survive, but he countered that his odds would only be higher if he bet on the impossible, and he shouldn't forget that only the person who wins the most could get the lucky prize. The host declared that it was the end of betting. He began the countdown. Zhang Yinghao was worried. Meanwhile, the other men were excited. The man in the pool was filled with horror. At 2 seconds, the monster opened its mouth and lunged at him. It bit off a part of the raft at the 3-second mark. The man shouted no. He screamed and pleaded for help. Suddenly, spears were thrown at him. He screamed in pain as he got hit by some of them. The men snapped if he couldn't die obediently and threatened that he would make sure he suffers if he loses. Qingshan confirmed if it was okay for them to do that, and the waitress reassured that it was okay because as long as the prey isn't killed, the bettors could interfere with the prey and the hunter. It was the fun of the game. He acknowledged that he understood and he would join the fun. At 7 seconds, the monster was about to devour the man who was pleading for help. Qingshan's eyes lit up. At 9 seconds, he fired his arrow at the monster. It pierced through its head. The man was surprised. The arrow created a huge explosion. At 10 seconds, the monster was blown to pieces. The audience fell silent. Qiang was also stunned. Qingshan remarked that his shot was inclined, and Zhang Yinghao added that even so, it was a bit too strong. One of the audience inquired who the hell shot the prehistoric behemoth to death and remarked that they should stand out and show themselves. They demanded that they should give them back their money. On the other hand, Qiang complimented that it was a great bow and archery. Zhang Yinghao declared that the grand prize was theirs. It was a pity that Qingshan refused to join his organization. Qingshan reassured that there was no need to be upset because they are partners. But the waitress suddenly called him and accused that he didn't abide by their rules. He queried if she didn't mention that the only rule was not to kill the prey. She was flustered. She suggested that he should let her consult her boss. He urged that she do, and she called her boss. She repeatedly affirmed okay. She understood. She called their attention. She explained that they had 2 choices at that time. Firstly, they could leave there immediately, and the chips in that round will be refunded to them in full. Secondly, if they want to continue the bet, they must personally join the game and survive for 3 minutes. The prizes that they should win will be given to them according to the rules. Zhang Yinghao remarked that it was bold of her to ask the guests to take part in the game and Qingshan should leave that matter to him. But Qingshan responded that it was alright and he could handle it. He could take part in the game. Besides, he could give them all of the chips as he is only interested in the grand prize. She queried if he was serious. He affirmed yes, and friendliness is conducive to business success, and they only want to get what they need. Zhang Yinghao believed that his proposal not only satisfies his own needs but also conforms to the best interest of the casino, and it is rare to meet people who are indifferent to money, so people won't dare to look down on him. He is indeed a mastermind. Qingshan questioned if they could already start and mentioned that his time is a bit tight. She confirmed she will arrange it already, and she advised that he go down to the lake. She was startled when he suddenly disappeared. He moved so quickly that he hopped on the surface of the water. He landed in the raft. He stood in front of the man. The host addressed the audience as their most distinguished guests, and stated that a warrior killed the beast that day, which caused all of them to lose their chips, so they should see if he is a true warrior or a fake warrior. One of the audience mocked that he is an idiot, and another cheered that a good show is about to start. They exclaimed that the round was going to be more exciting, which was great. The host advised that they note that at that time, they have specially prepared 3 prehistoric behemoths. He urged that everyone place their bet. One of the audience wagered that he will bet 3 million that he won't hold on for more than 20 seconds, while another laughed and wagered that he would bet for 15 seconds. Zhang Yinghao declared that he can't miss out on that bet because he will win for sure, so he bet 200 million that he could survive. Suddenly, Qiang queried if no one was sitting next to him. She proposed that if he doesn't mind, she would like to watch the game with him. He invited that she sit. She questioned if he wasn't worried about his companion. He reassured that he is not worried at all because he is a remarkable hunter and she could make a bet with him. If she wins, the money is hers, and if she loses, it is his, but she declined that it was okay because there was no end to making money, and she was just there to spend her time. The host proclaimed that it was the end of the betting, and the countdown began. The prehistoric behemoths were released into the lake. The man lamented that they were doomed and they were dead meat at that time. According to Qingshan's strength, he could use the 15,000 kilograms earth sword heavy blow, and in that case, He doesn't have to show too much of his skills, and both parties could earn what they want. Meanwhile, Dugu Qiang pondered how he could have such a precious saber. The behemoths quickly surrounded the raft. Gu Qingshan advised that the man shouldn't blink. The man was dumbfounded. Gu Qingshan pulled out his sword. He quickly swung his sword, and it was so powerful that the water moved to the side. He released a powerful bright light that pierced through the behemoths' bodies. Blood spurted all over the place. In an instant, the sliced-up bodies of the behemoths fell back into the water. The man was moved to tears. Gu Qingshan warned that he will miss out on the moment they die otherwise. The audience inquired what happened. One of them remarked that they didn't see clearly. Dugu Qiang explained that the sword of Gu Qingshan is longer than ordinary swords by 1 inch. She looked at it closely. She wondered if he knew the reason, but he apologized and admitted that he is not very familiar with weapons. He reflected that it was as expected of someone from the Jandao weapon group, as he didn't even notice such a tiny detail. She declared that the sword is the most extraordinary one she has ever seen. On the other hand, the man started rowing the raft. Gu Qingshan just stood in front of him. He politely addressed the audience by clasping his palms together. Dugu Qiang recognized that it was an ancient etiquette and noted that he is indeed an extraordinary man. Back at the raft, Gu Qingshan thanked the man for rowing the boat. The man replied that he should thank him instead because he saved his life twice. Meanwhile, an audience member questioned what they thought. The bodyguard responded that according to his perception, Gu Qingshan didn't even use 10% of his strength to fight, so his subordinates would be walking to their graves if they challenged him. The man wondered what would happen if he hired a martial arts master and reasoned that besides the army, every martial arts master has a resounding fame across the world, and if he hired them to take action, it would be hard for him to make it out alive even if he is very capable. The bodyguard cautioned that it would require a huge sum of money, and the outcome is unpredictable. The man scoffed and concluded that he should just forget it. He will just use the money to pay for a show. On the other hand, Gu Qingshan came back to his seat. Dugu Qiang greeted him and introduced herself. As he introduced himself in return, he apologized to her for having scared her earlier. She assured that it was okay and his sword is very unique, and the bow also amazed her. She is a weapon manufacturer of the Fuxi Empire, and she specially customizes weapons for elites. So if he needs any weapons, he may find her. He proposed that they should leave each other's contact number. Zhang Yinghao chimed in and mentioned that since he had gotten her contact number, it was time to get down to business. Gu Qingshan stated that he needed to get going and bid goodbye. She agreed and waved them goodbye. Zhang Yinghao teased that she shouldn't keep thinking about Gu Qingshan, and their organization uses a lot of weapons, so she should remember to give him a discount too. The waitress requested that they follow her and relayed that their boss would like to meet the two of them. Gu Qingshan directed that she should lead the way. A few moments later, they arrived at the highest level of the casino. The waitress called her boss and informed that she had brought them there. Zhu Kaiwu welcomed them to his casino. He is a martial arts master, and he inquired how it was and if they had fun. Zhang Yinghao praised that his casino games were wonderful. Zhu Kaiwu commended that they have good taste. It was the VIP card for the casino, and it is limited to 30 people only. He will give them one each so they can enjoy a lot of special services and treatments when they come again in the future. Gu Qingshan politely questioned where they would receive their grand prize. Zhu Kaiwu clarified that about that, it was only a business advertisement to attract customers, so he shouldn't take it too seriously. Gu Qingshan challenged if it was fake, and Zhang Yinghao insisted that the black cat doesn't lie. Gu Qingshan stated that the money could be written off as he only wanted the grand prize. Zhu Kaiwu accused if he was planning to blackmail him and warned that he just hired 2 grandmasters of weaponry to manufacture weapons, and they happened to need 2 human-shaped sandbags to show their martial arts. He taunted if they wanted to try. Gu Qingshan acknowledged that in terms of strength, he is his senior, but he must know to honor a bet in the casino business, and he conducts such business. But he doesn't abide by the rules of the business. Zhang Yinghao sensed that it was a murderous aura, so it seems that a duel is inevitable. Suddenly, Gu Qingshan's glove beeped. He speculated if the goddess of justice was calling him. Zhu Kaiwu prodded what he would do. Gu Qingshan confirmed that he will be going back. Zhang Yinghao was taken aback. He criticized that his attitude changed too much. Zhu Kaiwu mocked that they were just scaredy cats. However, speaking of which, his casino always welcomes softies like them. A few moments later, Gu Qingshan got out of the casino. Zhang Yinghao questioned why he decided not to fight when he even drew his weapon and noted that although he is a martial arts master, they may not necessarily lose to him. Qingshan did not respond and just answered the call. Zhang Yinghao was surprised when he saw the goddess of justice. She announced that the court session is about to begin and requested that Qingshan keep his poise to maintain the dignity of the federal court. Zhang Yinghao was baffled by the court session. She explained that it was a civil compensation case about compulsory asset settlement. But of course, it depends on his wishes as the creditor, and Qingshan instructed that they should begin the court session immediately. Zhang Yinghao sensed that something was not right and probed when the goddess of justice intervened in the affairs of the casino. She disclosed that according to the calculator of the odds of the first game, Qingshan has placed a bet of 50 million merit points, and he should be rewarded with 6 billion, and according to the calculation of the odds of the second game, he has placed a bet of 6 billion merit points, and he should be rewarded with 20 billion. Qingshan declared that he wanted the highest floor. She affirmed that from that point onward, the room is his private property, and after deducting the handling fees, taxes, and notary fees, he has a remaining 19.99841 billion merit points to decide what he would like to do next. He asserted that he will pay for the labor fee and requested that she help him blow up the room. Zhu Kaiwu furrowed his brow. He grumbled that those two brats made such a huge mess in his casino. If he had known earlier, he would have made them compensate him for the loss before they left. Du Guqiang explained that she will need to collect his battle data in order to make a suitable weapon for him. He jumped into the lake. He hopped into one of the floating bodies. He declared that they should release a prehistoric behemoth, as he is going to show Du Guqiang, the Grand Master of Weaponry, his battle style. A behemoth was released into the lake. Its huge tentacles emerged from the water. Its body emerged, and it let out a huge roar. Zhu Kaiwu used his skill, Power of Return. He swung his arm and created a slashing attack. It was so powerful that the surface of the water moved away from it. He hit the behemoth and eliminated it in one shot. The man remarked that he was so strong, and the guy named Qingshan had offended an overpowering person. But Du Guqiang corrected no, it was the opposite. He should say that he has offended Qingshan. The behemoth's body fell into the lake, and water splashed everywhere. Suddenly, Zhu Kaiwu saw that the goddess of justice called. He was alarmed but still answered the call. The goddess of justice introduced herself and stated that she had something to announce to her, and he requested that she speak. Since he moved to the underworld, he has not interacted with her for many years, so he wondered why she personally contacted him out of the blue. Du Guqiang commented that she heard that the entire Federation is supervised by the Goddess of Justice, and she could link to anywhere she wanted to, and after encountering that for the first time, her reputation is indeed deserved. The Goddess of Justice informed that according to the gambling result, Zhu Kaiwu has to pay Qingshan 20 billion merit points, and since he refused to pay him, she will proceed with the compulsory asset settlement. He questioned why. Waves formed at the lake. The entire arena shook. He inquired what was happening, and she reassured that he shouldn't panic because the Federal Bureau of Investigation was disposing of Qingshan's private property according to his request, and they will be using the blasting technology for the highest level of the building. It adopts the highest international standards and safety levels so it won't affect anyone's personal safety. Zhu Kaiwu cursed that he was a bastard because that belonged to him. He quickly lunged forward, but another behemoth suddenly blocked his way. He was enraged at Qingshan. He vowed that he was going to kill him. Du Guqiang observed that it seems that their business deal with the martial arts master can't be done, and the man questioned why. She clarified that it was because a business without a buyer cannot be established. Meanwhile, Zhang Yinghao was leisurely tossing his cube. He complained that Zhu Kaiwu is too slow. If he continues to be late, that entire building will be blown up. Suddenly, the elevator arrived at the first floor. The door was destroyed. Qingshan and Zhang Yinghao prepared themselves. Zhu Kaiwu demanded that he should give him back his property. He argued that from the Federation's legal perspective, those properties are already his. Zhu Kaiwu sneered that he was a brat, and he was really asking for trouble. Qingshan was unfazed. Zhu Kaiwu released his powerful aura. He threatened that the two bastards should prepare to die. He swung his fist that released a wave of aura. Zhang Yinghao commented that he came in time, as he could finally let out his anger. He used his nano-disintegration cannon. A powerful beam blasted at Zhu Kaiwu. He screamed in pain. Zhang Yinghao looked at him intently. The glass windows of the building were shattered. He sighed and complained that the shot costs 2 million, so his wallet hurts. Zhu Kaiwu was still standing although he was out of breath. Qingshan mentioned that the guy hasn't died yet, so Zhang Yinghao should do 10 more shots. But he retorted if he thought that the cannon was as cheap as vegetables. He clarified that the mini nano disintegration cannon is a special warfare weapon in its experimental phase, so it could only shoot once. Qingshan advised that he should forget it then, as the goddess of justice's assistants are on their way. Zhu Kaiwu repeatedly yelled that he will kill them all. Suddenly, the soldiers called him. One of them declared that by the order of the goddess of justice, Group 3 of the garrison special forces had arrived at the scene. They would commence the disposal of the suspect. The soldiers quickly restrained Zhu Kaiwu and slammed him against the ground. Zhu Kaiwu remarked that those two soldiers were martial arts masters. One of them commanded that he should follow them. He declared that he is a registered martial arts master under the Freedom Federation, so he has the right to bail himself, and he challenged who dares to touch him. The goddess of justice clarified that the casino under his name is supposed to have 28 floors as per the application. However, the actual building is 28 floors above ground and 90 floors underground, which violates the requirements of construction planning, and his casino uses mutated beasts and federal citizens as the betting content, which has violated the special gambling prohibition of the federal law. He has also attacked a noble of the Federation, the supreme leader of the Federation, and he has committed an unforgivable sin, so he is sentenced to be detained from that point onward. He questioned if Qingshan is the supreme leader and if she had gone mad. Zhang Yinghao mocked that he is such an idiot as he doesn't know that he has offended the client of the goddess, but Qingshan advised that he should stop joking. One of the soldiers informed that they will take him away while he repeatedly pleaded that they should let him go. Qingshan thanked them. The goddess of justice stated that according to her calculation, the market value of the building is 8 billion credit points, and she inquired if he would like to take back the building to offset Zhu Kaiwu's debt, and he confirmed yes because he has a hunch that he can't pay off the debt. He instructed that Zhang Yinghao should find someone to run the casino, but only standard gambling business could be allowed. As for the profits, he will take 30% and he will take 70%. As Zhang Yinghao wondered if he was dividing the money already, he responded that he is such a generous partner. He proposed that he let his murder group be listed through the back door and set up a company called Meat Slaughterer Company because with his help, their company's stocks will shoot up. Qingshan considered that his character is very similar to Qin Xiaolu, and if the two of them were to work together, he doesn't know what sort of mischief they would come up with. Suddenly, Zhang Yinghao pointed out that Qingshan's fan was there. Du Guqiang remarked that thanks to him, her business was gone, to which he apologized and offered if she needed him to compensate for her loss. She replied that money is a trivial matter and she had a great time that day. She got to go, but he should remember to contact her. Zhang Yinghao observed that she is pretty good, but it was just that she has a little tendency to be masochistic, and Qingshan urged that he should stop looking and they should get down to business. He queried if she could already take him to the grand prize, as she requested that he follow her. They descended to the -90 floor. They walked through a huge hallway. She cautioned that they be careful because what is locked there are all strange creatures. They should be careful not to get hurt. Zhang Yinghao commented that he thinks she should be careful of them instead. She revealed that the corpse of the cosmic monster was right inside there. In order to prevent the corpse from decaying, they froze it. They saw a huge heart enclosed in a cube of ice. Qingshan affirmed that it was good stuff, as it was the most precious part of the cosmic monster, the heart. He walked towards the heart. He realized that all the monster fragments needed for the mission had been collected. The heart disappeared right before their eyes. Zhang Yinghao marveled if he could easily store such a huge heart, and noted that it was way beyond his expectation. Qingshan recalled that the second prize was a mutated person and questioned if she could take him there to have a look. She agreed he could, as he is their new boss already, and everything there belongs to him. Zhang Yinghao wondered if they needed that stuff. Qingshan replied that they didn't need it, but he had a bad feeling about it, so he wanted to verify it. A few moments later, they opened the room where the mutated person was kept. The room was dark. Zhang Yinghao wondered why there was a smell of rotting corpses. He noted that it has such heavy breathing. The mutated person showed itself. He was surprised. He doubted if he was seeing things and remarked that a person who had lost the 5 main internal organs was still alive. He has seen many weird things since he was little, but those things were incomparable to that. He was puzzled when Qingshan remained silent. Qingshan identified that it was a cannibal and questioned why it was there. Qingshan inquired where they found the person. She explained that he was a worker in the casino, and one day, he went crazy and bit Zhu Kaiwu. He beat him up, but he didn't die. Qingshan remarked that it was luck and misfortune, and luckily, he attacked a martial arts master. The cannibal roared ferociously. He declared that the person was so hungry that he wanted to eat him. It was suffering to live like that. He vowed to release it from that pain. The cannibal was immediately eliminated. Zhang Yinghao commented that he didn't have to go to such an extent if he didn't want it because it was their property. But Qingshan responded that the property would soon cease to exist. Zhang Yinghao questioned what was wrong and what happened, and he asserted that time was running out, so they should talk as they walked. As they walked outside, Qingshan explained that the creature had no value, so if he encountered one, he should just choke them or shoot their heads, but he shouldn't get scratched or bitten by it, as he wouldn't want to lose a partner like him. Zhang Yinghao asked what he meant and what exactly that thing was. Qingshan revealed that it was an infected body and he would become a cannibal if he was bitten by it. The apocalypse was coming, and he questioned if he understood, then said that the oceans, the humans, and even more were changing. Everything was changing. Zhang Yinghao grew anxious. Qingshan apologized and stated that the virus had already started spreading when he just found out, so they couldn't determine how many people were infected at that time. If he had someone close to him who was in the crowd, he should quickly go and protect them while the situation wasn't that bad yet. He reminded not to be bitten by them. Otherwise, he was doomed. Zhang Yinghao questioned if he was serious. Qingshan swore with his life. Zhang Yinghao immediately recalled his sister. He summoned the deer of the wilderness and the black cat. A dark aura engulfed him. The two creatures appeared. Zhang Yinghao coughed up blood. Qingshan checked if he was okay, and he responded that he was fine. It was just that too much energy surged in an instant, which made his body unable to withstand it for a while. He called the black cat and instructed it to lead the way to his sister. They should charge. He left Qingshan in a hurry. Qingshan considered that he needed to calm down and think about the next countermeasure. Su Zuer was cultivating closed door at her home, and the defenses of the Su family were very tight, and they had the protection of ability users who were 4th stage and above, so she shouldn't be in any danger. And Anna was very strong, so she should be fine too. The general public was the one who was in danger. He called the goddess of justice, and she asked how she might help him. He requested that she connect him to the president and said that he had discovered a special circumstance that required their immediate attention. The president inquired what the matter was. Qingshan declared that from that point onward, he authorized him to use all his research results, and as he requested the goddess of justice to record his authorization, she confirmed that the authorization was recorded. The president asked what happened and if the nobles were threatening him. Qingshan explained that the threat wasn't the 9th mansion. It was the existence of the new viruses that they had never seen before. The first type of virus spread through wound infection, and the infected people lost their consciousness and became extremely hungry for human flesh, which he termed the cannibalism syndrome. That type of virus depended on the strength of human physique, so people with stronger physiques were more unlikely to be infected, and it infected humans on a large scale, but that type of virus did not mutate or evolve. The second type of virus turned humans into high-level murderers, which was extremely contagious, and unless one possessed the strength of the 4th stage, they would be infected by it. People who were infected with that virus stopped secreting dopamine, and killing was the only act that could bring pleasure to them. It was also the strongest and last thought left in the brains of the people infected, so people infected by that had a strong desire to kill all the living things in their sight. But the most terrifying thing was that the virus spread through the air. It could even evolve. The president inquired if that matter was confirmed. She mentioned that combined with the information Qingshan provided, it could be concluded that the patients of the Beisha Country Central Hospital, Changju 2nd Level County Hospital, and the Capital Emergency Center showed symptoms of both viruses, and there was currently a possibility of proliferation. The president realized that it was real. Qingshan contacted the goddess of justice and urged that there was no time to lose, so she must take measures immediately. She declared that from that point onward, she would take over all affairs of the Federation, and it would now enter the highest state of emergency. All armies would enter the highest alert state. Strategy analysis progressed. 1,958 strategies were generated, and she searched for strategies with higher success rates. The search completed, and the number of selected strategies was 0. She began to gather further information. She concentrated. Qingshan considered that, unexpectedly, she could not generate a strategy immediately, even with her operating speed, and she did not have time to communicate with him. However, since she knew the details of that virus, there should be a chance to stop the virus from spreading. In his previous life, the ocean monsters appeared a year after the virus, and many important events occurred during the year. Since he reincarnated again, the ocean monsters would appear very soon since the virus already appeared. It seemed as if the game of cards had been messed up and new cards had been added. From that point onward, that life would be completely different from the previous one, and as he wondered if other disasters would not happen in the near future, he considered that if that were the case, that world would be destroyed earlier than the previous life. In his previous life, the world's apocalypse online helped people traverse worlds to train themselves and quickly improve their strength. The catastrophe was imminent, yet he had not found a single clue about its whereabouts. If it still did not appear when the end of the world came, it was all over for them. Suddenly, Anna mentioned that he did not seem to be in a good mood and inquired what happened. He immediately recognized her. She wondered which oblivious guy upset him and insisted that he should tell her because she would go and beat him up. He responded that he did not think she cared about him and that she just wanted to hit someone. But she denied that as nonsense. She said she had something to tell him that day. He recalled that he almost forgot that in the previous life, her tragic fate would begin in a month. Her tragic fate caused her to break down and commit suicide, and he could not let that happen to her again, so he must prevent her from returning to the holy country. Suddenly, the system notified that the time flow was disturbed, so he must immediately enter the world of spiritual practice. Otherwise, the void channel would be completely closed and could no longer open. He considered that the turbulence of the time flow might not only relate to the monster of the horror dimension, but also to drastic changes in the world. She asked if he was okay. The system bombarded him with notifications, urging him to enter the world of spiritual practice immediately, which made him consider that it was in such a hurry. The countdown began. He called her and explained that he had to leave for some reason, but no matter what happened, she should never leave the Federation, and she must wait for him to come back. She asked why he was suddenly saying that. He insisted that she must wait for him. She was in a daze. He disappeared. She noted that he returned the soul substitute contract to her, and as she asked if he did not know what that meant, she said that if her life were in danger, he was willing to sacrifice double the vitality for her. Feng Huod questioned if she bid him farewell. She said that she was not able to as he left in a hurry, and he seemed to have an uncommon chosen skill. He ordered that they leave because their Majesty's order was urgent and they must return immediately. She refused, saying she was not leaving, and she was going to wait for him. He stated that their Majesty issued the highest military order, which was very urgent, and if they were late, they would be severely punished. She insisted that since he asked her to wait, she would wait for him and not go anywhere. He sighed and complained that she was making his life difficult. Suddenly, cannibals stepped into the playground. There were 3 of them. Feng Huod remarked that those people looked a bit weird. The cannibals glared at them. They lunged forward and attacked them. Anna observed that they did not seem friendly. One of the cannibals opened its mouth and prepared to bite. Qingshan returned to the world of spiritual practice. He mentioned that the corpses of the cosmic monsters were all collected, so he could already claim his quest. He summoned the heart he enclosed in a cube. He embedded it into the system. The system informed that the conditions were met in advance. The God of War's abilities were completed, and the draw was ready, but it recommended drawing after a breakthrough. Qingshan considered that the probability of drawing a powerful ability seemed higher after the breakthrough, and he was currently at the peak of the Kai refinement stage, so it was time to break through and reach the building foundation stage. Once he reached that stage, his strength would improve a lot, and he would have more power to protect himself in the world's turmoil. It appeared that a breakthrough was imperative under such a circumstance. A few hours later, the sun rose. Bai Yingshan noticed that Qingshan meditated. He inquired if he prepared himself for a breakthrough and remarked that it was good because he was already at the 7th layer of the Kai refinement stage, so it was time to teach him how to break through. They should go and have breakfast first, as he and Qin Xiaolu would give him some advice by then, and Qingshan thanked him. A few moments later, they arrived at Qin Xiaolu's residence. Qin Xiaolu and Wang Lingxiu sat at the table in the courtyard when they arrived. Wang Lingxiu expressed that she couldn't eat any more of that snow spirit flower. Qingshan asked where their master was, and Wang Lingxiu explained that she went to the front line to discuss some pressing matters with the other 2 saints, so she wouldn't be back soon. Qin Xiaolu questioned why she didn't tell him that good news earlier, and noted that it was great their master was not around, as he had enough of that flour. He declared he would make something delicious and that he would roast lamb for them to eat. Qingshan wondered if it wasn't a little too oily to eat in the early morning. Qin Xiaolu replied that if he didn't want to eat, he didn't have to help him out. Bai Yingshan asked if it wasn't bad for the stomach to eat that in the morning. Qin Xiaolu again said that if he didn't want to eat, he didn't have to help him out. Both Bai Yingshan and Qingshan expressed that they wanted to eat. Qingshan reflected that Qin Xiaolu was known to be proficient in the 6 classical arts, and among them, he excelled at preparing spiritual food, so once he started cooking, No one wanted to miss it. Wang Lingxiu called Qin Ziaolu and requested a lamb leg. A few moments later, Bai Yingshan called Qin Ziaolu and informed that Qingshan was about to break through. Qin Ziaolu welcomed the news but complained that he was too full to move, and he guessed Bai Yingshan felt the same. To which Qingshan replied that he intended to break through that day and asked why he ate so much. Bai Yingshan suggested they discuss it first and give him some ideas. Qin Ziaolu admitted it was indeed risky to break through so many layers to advance to the next stage at once, and he believed he needed to use his formation and Bai Yingshan's protection spell to ensure that Qingshan could be safe and sound afterward. Bai Yingshan agreed that they should do that then. It was the method to break through that could prevent his spirit from scattering, so even if he failed, he wouldn't lose his life. He should take it and comprehend its essence, and he agreed. The system informed that 100 soul points were used to comprehend the 100 rings of canonization. Prologue. He felt puzzled when he saw his brothers. Qin Ziaolu contacted Bai Yingshan and stated that he needed a big pill furnace at least 200 years old and 1 person tall, while Wang Lingxiu should go to their master's courtyard and pick a dragon tear. Bai Yingshan said he would wait a moment as he would get it from the warehouse, and Wang Lingxiu agreed. Qin Ziaolu remarked that since Qingshan was going to break through many layers for the first time, they must make sure nothing went wrong, to which she promised to complete the task. Qingshan recalled that in his previous life, he was nearly devoured by a demon when breaking through to the building foundation stage, and he wondered who had ever cared that much for him. The Beihua Palace felt really warm, like home. He was startled when the furnace arrived. He inquired if it wanted to refine him. Qin Ziaolu explained what he knew and said that the inside of the pill furnace was protected by a magical formation, and that he and Bai Yingshan would maintain the formation from both sides. The inside of the pill furnace was a 300-year-old psychic pill furnace, and he would be sitting inside so the demon couldn't lay its finger on him. Qingshan agreed, and Wang Lingxiu wished him all the best. He jumped. He entered the pill furnace. Bai Yingshan immediately closed the lid. Qin Ziaolu announced that the auspicious time had come, so they should start. Meanwhile, the sky looked grim at the front lines. A powerful golden barrier protected a camp. Sai Dalling stood on top of a tense pole. Suddenly, the primeval lord of the world observed that she seemed unhappy that day. He questioned if she was upset because she couldn't negotiate. The Grand Master of Sorrow expressed that, in his perspective, he believed Sai Dalling had something urgent to handle, so they should wait a while more. The Primeval Lord agreed, as he also sensed something was going on with her, maybe a major event related to human survival, and the Grand Master advised they should not disturb her and wait patiently. Meanwhile, Sai Dalling considered that, according to her third disciple's potential, he should be able to break through smoothly. Qingshan meditated inside the furnace. He reached the Enlightenment realm, which represented that the cultivator reached the foundation establishment state in that round of cultivation, and with that state, one became truly prepared and qualified to advance to the next realm. He opened his eyes. The circular formation behind his head shattered. The shattered bits swirled around him aggressively. He felt puzzled and surprised. An entrance towards the void appeared in front of him. He inquired what was going on. Suddenly, he froze. He questioned if he had detached from his physical body. The entrance opened widely. It sucked him in. Outside, Bai Yingshan exclaimed that it was outrageous. Qin Ziaolu inquired what happened. Bai Yingshan explained that with him around, no demon would dare to trespass, but Qingshan's soul entered the void by itself, and as Qin Ziaolu questioned how that could happen, he admitted that he never heard of such a thing. Wang Lingxiu shared that Sai Dalling told her before that the breakthrough in cultivation realms related to one's own casual karma. Qin Ziaolu confirmed that it was right, so maybe Qingshan had some karma, so his soul was drawn out. Bai Yingshan sighed and expressed that they worked so hard planning for his breakthrough, but they couldn't protect his safety, so he could only hope that he would make it through. On the other hand, Qingshan realized that it was the place where he accidentally entered when he went to the martial arts world last time due to the turbulence in time and space, and he wondered why he returned there again. The man announced that he had arrived. Qingshan inquired who he was and if he was the one who brought him there, and the man revealed that he didn't know if he should tell him his name because as soon as he told him, they would be discovered. He explained that he had seen the birth and end of many worlds, stood in the pinnacle beyond the reach of all beings, and even if 1 billion years passed, his name still shocked all worlds. Qingshan admitted that he didn't even know him and questioned why he brought him there. The man declared that he was a peculiar existence, otherwise he couldn't pass through that prison safe and sound, but they didn't have time, so he would cut a long story short. He wanted to negotiate a deal with him and requested that he help him get out of there when the day came when he was strong enough. Qingshan asked what he would gain from that. The man questioned what he wanted. Qingshan explained that since he mentioned that he had seen the birth and end of many worlds, there was something he didn't understand. He asked why many apocalyptic catastrophes happened in one world at the same time. The man replied that that situation was rare, but it was due to high consumption because usually, the demon only triggered it step by step. However, it was also possible that they suffered setbacks elsewhere, so they shifted their attention to another world. He said they were demons after all, so they feared the strong and bullied the weak, and they liked to pick on weaklings first. Qingshan reflected on them suffering setbacks elsewhere, and their liking to pick on weaklings first. He realized that perhaps it was the case. Because of his appearance, Gong Sunjai and Ning Yuechen survived, and the martial arts world had also been exposed to everyone in the cultivation world. And because he was taken in as a disciple of Celestial Maiden Beihua, she personally defeated the entire front line of the demon clan. And she also slayed the 4 demon saints and even wiped out the spies of the human race. People in that world realized the doings of the demon clan in advance, and in order to avoid becoming an existence like the martial arts world, they joined forces and began to fight with all their might. The demons suffered such a huge setback, so they decided to shift their target and try to penetrate into a weaker world. Therefore, the end of the real world occurred so quickly and dangerously. In that world, the real world became the main target of the demon due to the sudden changes in the cultivation world. He asked if there was any way to stop the demons, and the man confirmed that of course there was, the 5 elements of both worlds. Suddenly, a lightning bolt came down from the sky. It hit the rod where the man was restrained. The man screamed in pain. Qingshan realized that it wasn't ordinary thunder. It was the devastating power of the end of the world. He urged the man to hurry up and say what he would do with the 5 elements. But the man only coughed up blood. The void entrance sucked Qingshan back. He returned to his body. He considered that it was so close, and he wondered what the man tried to say when he mentioned the 5 elements of both worlds. Fortunately, the breakthrough realm wasn't affected, and his spiritual power formed a spiritual pattern, so it seemed that he successfully advanced to the next cultivation realm. The system notified that a successful breakthrough was discovered, so he was already a building foundation stage cultivator. It started to awaken his new power, detected that the God of War's power awakening quest was completed, and the evaluation of the completed mission was grade S, so it started to draw an extra reward. Wang Lingxiu inquired if Qingshan was already okay, and Bai Yingshan confirmed that he was okay, and his soul had returned to his body. He returned safe and sound. Qin Xiaolu remarked that it was already up to his luck if he could awaken a new power in the building foundation stage. Bai Yingshan noted that as long as he was safe, those things were not important. Meanwhile, the system notified that the draw was completed, and since he completed the mission with grade S, he could draw the maximum number of powers, which was 4, and it requested that he select one of the 4 powers to awaken. Qingshan suggested that they should compare the difference between the 4 powers first. Seeing the martial arts power of return, he mentioned that in the aspect of martial arts, the skill was pretty good. However, he was a swordsman, so it was not very useful to him. Regarding the time declaration, he observed that, as expected of the chosen skill, there were all kinds of skills. He also received the transform into female, and he questioned what the use of that was and who wanted to become a woman. He expressed that it should not tell him that there was no useful power there. He hoped that power could be more normal. He clicked on the final power that was drawn. He expressed surprise when a powerful aura surged out of it. It swirled from the system screen onto his arm. It swirled above him. He identified it as the punishment of evil. That power of thunder and lightning was one of the special 5 elements, and it was a power that countless people dreamed of. In addition to the power of thunder and lightning's natural lethality against demons, it also had all kinds of unimaginable powers and magical effects. In his past life, a man who unleashed the thunder and lightning spiritual root stole a spaceship and brought his blonde girlfriend and dog to space to escape the apocalypse. The circulation and ecosystem of the spaceship were enough to sustain it for 50 years with his power. In the darkest years on Earth, that man used communication signals to post videos of his happy and comfortable life. However, during the 7th year of the apocalypse, a cosmic monster passed by his spaceship and took his life. People who lived to the 8th year of the apocalypse felt happiness and comfort when they heard the news. That was the worst way of using the thunder and lightning spiritual root. However, that also demonstrated how useful it was. He chose the punishment of evil. The system notified that he had chosen the punishment of evil as his advanced power, and the God of War's power mission reward had been given, so 10 seconds later, he would have to choose between the life and earth of thunder and lightning. He stated that he had already awakened his power and questioned why he still had to choose. He mentioned that it was an illusion. He considered that the power of thunder and lightning was indeed strong, and in his past life, all of the players who had thunder and lightning spiritual power chose the killing method of it, thinking there was no more powerful attack than that. However, he was a swordsman inside and out, so he could simply use his sword to kill his enemy, and possessing more spells of the same purpose would affect his progress in realm cultivation, as his sword did not fear any cultivators who possessed the thunder spiritual power. He stated that although he never saw anyone who used the life method of thunder and lightning, he was willing to take that risk. He selected the life method of thunder and lightning. A golden lightning bolt appeared above him, surrounded by golden inscriptions. He looked directly at the lightning and did not flinch. It summoned a fierce golden dragon. It entered him through his forehead. The system notified that he had awakened the power of thunder and lightning, and that the power naturally possessed the power of the punishment of evil, so his damage to demons increased by 30%. The first layer of the power out of control activated. He explained that it was a control skill, and for a swordsman like him, that kind of control skill was the best, and although he only had 1 second, it was enough for him to draw his sword and kill the enemy. As his power became stronger, stronger powers would appear in the second and third layers, so he confirmed he made the right choice. He summoned the Earth Sword. Powerful lightning poured out of it as it appeared. On the other hand, Wang Lingxiu questioned why there was thunder and lightning and stated that Qingshan did not have to overcome the thunder tribulation yet. Qin Ziaolu remarked that it was very uncommon, and for his first time breaking through so many layers, he could unlock the lightning spiritual power. The lightning surging out of the furnace became more powerful. Bai Yingshan warned that they should be careful. The furnace exploded, and Bai Yingshan protected everyone from it. Bai Yingshan emerged from the smoke created by the explosion. He remained unscathed. Meanwhile, at the front lines, Sai Dalling laughed. She explained that it was the life method of thunder and lightning. It was more like it, as expected of her disciple. Sai Dalling laughed. The Primeval Lord of the World inquired if she was all right, and the Grand Master questioned what he worried about. The Primeval Lord expressed that he worried about nothing else but the demon god, who is a saint. The Grand Master proposed casting a spell to protect her together, and he agreed that they should do that. The Grand Master joined his palms together. The Primeval Lord made hand gestures. They both released their aura. They directed it at Sai Dalling. She wondered what those two old men were doing. On the other hand, Qingshan claimed he was fine and questioned why he needed a medicated bath. Bai Yingshan explained that he had just undergone a breakthrough, so he needed to consolidate his cultivation realm. Qin Ziaolu revealed that the medicated bath was made with herbs obtained by Bai Yingshan, and he was the one doing the hands-on work. It was good for regulating his body. Bai Yingshan urged him to continue soaking in the bath and mentioned they would wait for him outside. Qingshan obeyed and kept soaking as they left the room. He noticed that the time flow constantly fluctuated, and indeed, the turbulence connected to the changes of the two worlds, or it might be the doings of the giant inside the bronze pillar. He wondered what kind of existence could lock a person through the turbulence of time and space and interfere with his time flow. He believed he was such a terrifying and valiant existence, yet he could be imprisoned in a bronze pillar and couldn't even move, so he questioned who imprisoned him there. He reflected that he spent so much effort to bring his soul to him and informed him that external help was needed to do something. The last words he uttered seemed to be a way to deal with the demons, but he was interrupted. He pondered what the 5 elements of both worlds exactly meant. He recognized that there remained a problem with the time flow, and the drastic changes in the real world had a serious impact on the time flow of the two worlds, so at that time, he feared he would have to stay in the cultivation world for a long time. The system notified him that he had successfully advanced to the building foundation stage, so the soul point limit had been removed, and he currently had 640 points. The sword tactics that wouldn't cause a breakdown to his body or soul were the Beitai, Lion, 4 Cs, Formation Breakthrough, and the Secret Sword, Moon Slash. There were a total of 20 sets of sword tactics and 1 secret sword tactic. Given that he had a deep understanding of all the sword tactics, the soul points consumed to awaken them reduced to a minimum. He expressed that he wanted to awaken all of them. The system informed that learning the sword tactics cost 5 soul points, while the awakening of the secret sword tactic cost 10 soul points. All awakenings were completed, and his remaining soul points were 530 points, to which he remarked that it was great because some of his sword skills were finally back. He had been in the bath long enough, so it was time to get out. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaolu grabbed his sword. He swung it in the air. Wang Lingxiu remarked that he was so strong. Qingshan noted that he was also a swordsman. Bai Yingshan recalled that he used to like the saber back then, but he was bold enough to flirt with Ning Yuechen and got beaten up during the previous yearly tests. Qin Xiaolu admitted that he was at fault and she shouldn't have hit him, as he would never practice the sword anymore. Qingshan observed that it was her personality after all and questioned if Sai Dalling didn't stand up for him. Bai Yingshan confirmed that she gave Ning Yuechen a few rare elixirs as a thank you gift. Qingshan remarked that it was as expected of her. Qin Xiaolu invited him to come and have a fight to help consolidate his cultivation realm, to which he thanked him and requested if he might know what his cultivation realm was. Bai Yingshan mentioned that he and Ning Yuechen were the same batch of disciples, but she was already at the final layer of the nascent soul stage while he was only at the middle layer of the building foundation stage. Qin Xiaolu claimed that she was insane while he was a normal person. Bai Yingshan confessed that he was normal in his head because he fell asleep after 15 minutes of meditation. He was always exhausted after 15 minutes of sword practice, and he always wanted to eat after half a day of cultivation, and he questioned if he was worthy to be called a cultivator. Qin Xiaolu explained that it was because he was comprehending the 6 classical arts. He advised that they ignore him and have a short battle, to which he consented. Qingshan smirked. He assured that he would be under his care. Qin Xiaolu warned that he better not be lenient, otherwise he would lose miserably. Qin Xiaolu glared at Qingshan while releasing his aura. Qingshan mirrored his action. Wang Lingxiu inquired why they weren't fighting yet, and he explained that they were putting on a show, adding that the more mediocre one is, the more they like to act. Qin Xiaolu claimed that he was the younger brother so he could attack first. Qingshan considered that it was just a friendly battle, so there was no need to be so serious. He warned Qin Xiaolu to prepare himself. He quickly disappeared. He appeared in front of Qin Xiaolu in an instant. Qin Xiaolu felt taken aback. He complimented the move as a nice one. Qingshan swung his sword to push him back, but to his surprise, Qin Xiaolu screamed as he got sent flying. Wang Lingxiu remarked that he flew so high, and Qingshan admitted that he didn't use much force. Bai Yingshan explained that as his cultivation level rises, so does the power of the Earth Sword, so he could already use the Earth Sword's 30 kilograms striking power. Also, Qin Xiaolu only ate spiritual herbs to reach his current cultivation level, so his true strength is very weak. And as for his swordsmanship, that day appears to be the 5th time he has resolved to practice it. Qingshan questioned Qin Xiaolu for calling himself a building foundation stage cultivator, and requested if he could devote as much time and effort to cultivating as he does to learning the 6 classical arts. Bai Yingshan advised not to bring him up, and as for him, he must learn how to use his spiritual power to communicate with the Earth Sword, to understand his thoughts and feel his emotions, and he agreed. He realized that he had already awakened most of the sword tactics, so every time he swung his sword, he would awaken a little bit of his memory of using the sword, and he was also remembering his perception and knowledge of swordsmanship more quickly. In his past life, he trained for 7 years and became so obsessed with the sword that it was the only thing in his eyes. During the frontline combats, he observed the Grand Master of Sorrow use spells to fight against the Demon Saint, and no matter how many times the Demon Saint attacked, the Grand Master killed it in one hit. At that point, he understood that the sword was not required because, in the end, all sword tactics are simply variations in movement and strength. So he realized what his true sword intent was and became a sword immortal one step at a time after that. He quickly swung his sword. His swing grew cleaner the more he practiced. Bai Yingshan remarked that his swordsmanship improved rapidly, and it seems that he sure has a talent in swordsmanship, which is similar to Qin Xiaolu's talent in the 6 classical arts. A few moments later, Qin Xiaolu returned, and he dug his sword into the floor. He admitted that he wasn't prepared earlier, so they should fight again, and he would attack first. Everyone appeared baffled. He screamed as he lunged at Qingshan. He challenged that Qingshan should take it. Qingshan effortlessly parried his sword. He was surprised when he lost grip of his sword and it was sent flying. It was plunged on the floor in the distance. Qingshan complimented Qin Xiaolu for doing well. Qin Xiaolu laughed. Then he sighed. Bai Yingshan wondered why he was laughing. He explained that he was a goose in their sect while he didn't like cultivation, and Wang Lingxiu was still young, so with an impressive swordsman like Qingshan, their sect's reputation could be maintained. Qingshan questioned why he sighed. He revealed that he lost the peerless swordsmanship jade slip and inquired if he had another copy. Qingshan asked if he wanted it and what he intended to do with it. He replied that it was for cultivation. Qingshan advised that he should take that jade slip and not lose it again, and he inquired why he suddenly wanted to cultivate again. He expressed that he doesn't mind losing to Qingshan, nor does he mind his cultivation level being higher than his. However, others would mock his master for choosing such a worthless disciple like him. He wouldn't allow that, and he wouldn't allow anyone to talk bad about his master. He decided to cultivate closed door for a while, as his swordsmanship had to at least be decent. Qingshan admitted that he was not bad, while Wang Lingxiu mentioned that she found him a little handsome earlier, and Qingshan scoffed and remarked that the kid had finally grown up. Qingshan revealed that the next time he fought with Qin Xiaolu, he could use 50% of his strength. Wang Lingxiu inquired if he didn't use all of his strength, and Qingshan replied that he only used 30% of it. Qingshan complained that it is embarrassing to beat him while they eat the spiritual food he made all day long. Qingshan responded that it doesn't matter, so he should stab him, as he found that the useless guy needs to be coaxed and beaten at the same time. Wang Lingxiu asked, speaking of eating, what they would eat when Qin Xiaolu was closed door cultivating. Qingshan became horrified when he realized that Qingshan shared the same expression as well. Wang Lingxiu grabbed the hem of Qingshan's clothes. She suggested that he train with her, and he agreed that she was always welcome. She inquired whether they should fight. He consented. She mentioned that she was only on the 6th layer of Kai refinement and his cultivation was higher than hers, so she requested mercy. He promised he would be careful. She declared that she would attack first. She gathered a dark orb in her hands, but she explained that she hadn't finished performing the incantation gestures and asked to try again. He assured her it was alright and reminded her to focus when performing the incantation gestures, to which she agreed and expressed thanks. She closed her eyes and performed the incantation. She looked so sinister as she released her dark aura. He immediately recognized what it was. He reflected that the 5 elements were steel, wood, water, fire, and earth, while the 5 special elements were wind, thunder, light, dark, and sound, and she possessed the dark spiritual power, the rarest of the 5 special elements. That spiritual power was used in a unique way, and it had the same effect as a chosen skill. And what was more amazing was that 2 dark spiritual power cultivators performing the same incantation gestures would have completely different effects. She announced that she was coming. He prepared himself. She directed her dark aura at him. He complimented it as a nice one. He performed multiple slashes to swiftly eliminate her attack. Her attack dissipated into dark smoke, but he was taken aback when he recognized her next attack. Dark monsters towered over her as she performed her incantation. He considered that those were monsters created by the dark spiritual power activating the law of heaven and earth, and there were thousands of monsters. That was the first time he had seen such an occurrence in his life. He assessed that the best way to deal with so many spiritual monsters was to use the secret sword tactic, and he was confident that they would be eliminated once he used the attack. However, she was standing behind those monsters, and if he didn't control the range of his attack, he might hurt her. There was only one way out. It was to escape. He quickly jumped away from her. The monsters chased after him. He judged that the location was fine. He prepared to attack. He turned around and skidded on the roof to reverse his movement. He used his skill, Secret Sword Water Stream Slash. His skill created a pillar of light that obliterated the dark monsters. Wang Lingxiu was in awe. The dust from the battle settled. Qingshan complimented her strength. She asked if it was real, and as she thanked him for his encouragement, she claimed that she still knew another move. He advised that she shouldn't, but she had already begun performing the incantation before he finished his sentence. Darkness consumed the entire courtyard. Dark monsters filled the place. Qingshan remarked that it was them again. A few moments later, piping hot meals were served on the table. Wang Lingxiu announced that it was time to eat. Qin Xiaolu questioned why he had to cook for them when he was going to cultivate closed door, and he explained that they were the real hurdles in his cultivation path. Suddenly, Sai Dalling observed that it seemed she had come back in time. Qingshan inquired about her mission at that time. She revealed that it was regarding the front line. All of the sects had gathered together, and they had discussed a few matters. Qingshan wondered how it felt to make her own goose to communicate with. Suddenly, she recalled something. She informed that there was something all of them should know. That year's annual test had been brought forward. Qingshan inquired why it was suddenly brought forward and mentioned that the date of the annual test had never changed for hundreds of years. Sai Dalling explained that it was because they lacked manpower, and to be exact, they lacked cultivators. They intended to gather all the cultivation sects together and cooperate to defeat the demons. After all, countless demons existed, but their human race had a limited number of cultivators, so if they didn't hurry and find new blood, they feared there wouldn't be enough disciples left in many small sects. However, a bigger problem existed, which was the high-end combat power of the human race. Qingshan slammed his fist on the table. He pointed out that demons whose cultivation levels reached Saint Rudiments were very common, but only 3 Saint Rudiments existed in the human race after so many years. He was speechless, then inquired if it was so easy for demons to cultivate into Saint Rudiments. Sai Dalling confirmed it was indeed weird, and added there was another strange point they wouldn't know if she hadn't mentioned it. Everyone asked what it was. She revealed that the strength of the Saint Rudiment demons wasn't enough to fight her alone unless they joined forces, and both the Grand Master of Sorrow and the Primeval Lord of the World also shared the same view. They felt very helpless, as they couldn't defeat the demons even though they were much stronger because the demons had a huge army. However, they didn't dare to go all out because the strength of the entire human race would drastically decrease if one of their men fell. She used her cloning skill to help Qingshan save someone last time, but the Grand Master of Sorrow and the Primeval Lord of the World lacked that power, so they still had to personally go to the battlefield, which was very dangerous. That was why they didn't dare to act rashly. Qingshan realized that such a thing existed and reflected that he had never heard of that secret in his past life. Sai Dalling stated that in that year's annual test, they would select suitable candidates based on the qualifications and skills of the rogue cultivators and warriors to join appropriate sects and cultivate quickly. After the annual test, cultivators who reached a certain cultivation level would participate in that war, and they hoped to defeat the demons once and for all. She and Wang Lingsu immediately agreed. She mentioned that the 2 of them were already officially her disciples, so they didn't have to take the annual test. However, according to thousands of years of tradition, the 2 of them still had to take a trip there. Qingshan acknowledged that he understood. Wang Lingsu also expressed that she understood. Qingshan assured that she would be fine because she was only going to show herself there, so she should just treat it as an experience. Qingshan urged him to take good care of Wang Lingsu and announced they would depart the next day, to which he agreed. Sai Dalling suggested they should eat. Evening came, and Qingshan practiced his swordsmanship. He reflected that in his past life, he never had the thunder and lightning spiritual power. He intended to carefully explore his power to find a good way to use it. Meanwhile, Qingshan complimented that his swordsmanship was pretty good, while Qingshan expressed that his swordsmanship left him speechless, but gave him a weird feeling. It seemed as if he was racing against time, wanting to achieve a higher level of strength before a certain moment, and Qingshan admitted feeling the same pressure. He inquired where he was going. Qingshan explained that he was going to cultivate. Qingshan wondered if he didn't usually go to the Spring Flower restaurant of Xishan country to have fun at that time of day. He denied going there, and Qingshan asked why. He reasoned that he considered the consequences of being unable to act if Qingshan needed his help someday. He had to go, as he had no time to lose. He excused himself first. Qingshan acknowledged it was good because at least it was not too late for him to realize that, and credited Qingshan for it. Meanwhile, Qingshan was still practicing his swordsmanship when Sai Dalling arrived. He immediately sensed her presence. She commented that his swordsmanship had improved a lot, but some deviations existed, and if he didn't correct them, he would stray from the right path of cultivation. She invited him to come because she intended to fight him with her plum blossom branch. She planned to show him his shortcomings. He assumed she wanted to personally teach him swordsmanship. He pledged to give it his all. She warned that he would regret it if he showed her mercy. Qingshan considered that since Sai Dalling is his opponent, mercy was unnecessary. He swung his sword. He created multiple slashing auras. He directed them towards her. She remained unfazed even when the sharp auras approached her. She effortlessly blocked his sword with her branch. He froze when she pushed his sword aside and everything shattered. She swung her branch towards his face and he failed to react. She inquired if he realized his problem. He admitted that she was too fast and questioned whether he had been too anxious to use that move. She explained that self-taught swordsmen always fear that they aren't fast enough to unsheathe their swords. Their tactics aren't ruthless enough, and their opponents will counterattack. In short, he lacked confidence. She described swordsmanship as the law of heaven and earth, where one draws the sword with the warrant of a good conscience, justice, and honor, and one need not draw the sword at too fast or too slow a speed. She encouraged him to come again. He agreed. He moved like a tornado as he charged at her. He swung his sword, but she effortlessly deflected it. He exerted his best to bombard her with attacks, but each attack was effortlessly blocked. She questioned why he struggled with such desperation. She warned that if he exerted too much strength on each slash, exhaustion would come sooner or later. She asked if he understood. He confirmed his understanding. He reflected that he did not expect an adult like him to be reprimanded. She invited him to try that move of hers. He became alarmed. She thrust her branch towards him. He admired the move's exquisiteness, realizing he couldn't counter it. That simple move carried such force that he was pushed away when blocking it. He noted the force was surprisingly explosive. He collided with the pillar of his house, and the impact destroyed the furniture on his porch. She asked if he saw it and questioned why she could knock him off flying without using full strength. He confessed that it wasn't right. He became completely troubled. Suddenly, he declared that he finally understood. All those dazzling sword tactics held no meaning. One slash was enough to kill someone. He lunged towards her. He thrust his sword forward. She still blocked his attack, but it carried explosive force. She complimented the slash as impressive. He revealed that there was more to it. He unleashed his lightning aura towards his sword. She recognized that another maneuver remained. She praised it as well done. With that swordsmanship, he would definitely become a sword immortal or perhaps even a saint in the future. He expressed gratitude for her guidance. She mentioned that she couldn't teach him much about swordsmanship, so he needed to explore it by himself soon, and he agreed. The system panel appeared before him. It notified him that all sword tactics which wouldn't cause his body and soul to collapse were fully awakened, and he had realized a total of 1,106 kinds of sword tactics without consuming any soul points. He realized that aside from the secret sword technique, he had awakened all other sword tactics without soul point consumption. And none of this was due to the system's help, it resulted from his accumulated experience across 2 lives. He recalled that in his past life, he resembled a lone wolf, pondering alone, training alone, and killing demons alone. He had been a vagabond then, but it was different in that life. He possessed his sword art. Qingshan and Wang Lingxiu were speechless. He mentioned that they would only leave the sect for a while, so there was no need to bring so many things. But Sai Dalling explained that they needed to bring them because they represented the repudiation of the Beihua Palace, and those books were the secret techniques of the 5 elements, which he had no use for since he was a swordsman. However, he needed to use them to socialize and gain the favor of others. He considered that the secret techniques of the 5 elements were treated as legacies among sects, and they were more worthy than the sword tactics. But they had to give them to others to gain their favor. It was the heritage of the saint and the strength of the Beihua sect, and she remarked that she thought they should prepare more spiritual stones. Suddenly, Qin Xiaolu pinched Wang Lingxiu's cheek. He advised that when she encountered any weird cultivators, she should just ignore them and make sure to hold Qingshan's hand wherever she went. And as he inquired if she understood, she replied yes. Sai Dalling urged that they should go already and return safely, adding that they should take the trip as a chance to widen their horizons and not care about anything else. Qin Xiaolu recalled that when he took the annual test that year, she warned him not to embarrass her, otherwise she would make him soak in the Beihua pond for 3 days and 3 nights, and he questioned why he was treated differently from them when they were all disciples. She reprimanded him for being a lazy disciple and questioned who told him not to put in effort and cultivate, noting that he was always fooling around and suggesting he try defeating Qingshan if he was not convinced, to which he replied that she was making bad blood between 2 brothers. On the other hand, Bai Yingshan pointed out that the annual test was very grand and all of the sects would attend, so he must look after Wang Lingxiu. Qingshan wondered if it could be that people would still dare to lay their hands on her and offend the Beihua sect. Qin Xiaolu explained that it was not because, although they were a reputable sect, the establishment of the sect was not as long as others, and they had very few people, and as the saying goes, they shot them down before they could even stand up and flourish, so he should know that there would be people who were jealous or unconvinced. He must remain vigilant around the sects of the other 2 saints and those big sects that had been established for thousands of years, and Qingshan assured that he would be sure to protect Qin Xiaolu. Sai Dalling announced that the teleportation array had been opened, so they should take their baggage and get ready to depart. Qingshan bid her farewell. They disappeared. Qin Xiaolu expressed that with Qingshan around, there shouldn't be a problem. Weishan Town was located near the Void Blue Sea, and it was called such because it was built on the Weishan Mountain in the middle of the sea, and all of the people living there were cultivators from the Human Race Union. When the annual tests began every year, they were responsible for reception management and other matters. Other disciples arrived in town using a teleportation array as well. Wang Lingxiu remarked that it was so lively there, and Qingshan confirmed it was. They planned to go in, and she agreed. When they arrived at the gate, one of the guards ordered them to halt and requested they show him their identity jade. Qingshan handed it to them. He questioned why he had never seen such a jade and which sect the two of them were from. But the other guard quickly recognized their jades. He apologized promptly and admitted that they misjudged the two of them. There was no problem with their identity, and he requested that they enter. Qingshan thanked him. Wang Lingxiu said that she wanted to eat sugar-coated haws, and he consented, promising to buy some for her. She added that she also wanted to eat another. Watching them, the first guard questioned if they weren't cultivators from an anonymous sect and why he was so polite to them. The other guard suggested that he should think about it and asked which sect had the least disciples among all of the sects in the world. And the first guard answered that it was the Beihua sect. He exclaimed that he missed such a good opportunity to be acquainted with them. At the town, a merchant announced that they had a new product, the dragon slaying sword, at their store that day, which cost 999, and it could kill any demons along their way, while another merchant offered that the smiling realm breaking pill could help them break through the Kai refinement stage, so it was an essential pill for cultivation. One of the cultivators expressed interest in purchasing the dragon slaying sword since he was in need of a handy weapon. Another cultivator desired the smiling realm breaking pill for his breakthrough, and to take that opportunity to join a good sect in that year's annual test. Meanwhile, Wang Lingxiu pointed out that he should look because there was a crane over there, and she liked cranes the most. He questioned if she liked it and if she wanted to buy one. She said that she was satisfied just by looking at it and asked what they were going to do next. He declared that they were off to the square at the hilltop. They were going to the Heavenly Palace.
The square on the hilltop swarmed with people, restless and buzzing like a kettle about to boil over. Wang Lingxiu pressed for a reason why things weren't starting yet, impatience flashing in her tone. Qingshan replied with a calm reminder to wait a bit longer, assuring her it would kick off soon enough. Moments slipped by until a heavy bell rang out, silencing the crowd. The host announced in a steady voice that the time had finally arrived. Everyone braced as word spread that the Heavenly Palace would open in 20 short seconds. Qingshan warned that thunder was coming, urging Wang Lingxiu to cover her ears quickly, and she responded that she understood. The two of them rushed to shield their ears from the strike. A cultivator nearby exhaled heavily, scoffing that young ones nowadays lacked grit. A cultivator nearby exhaled heavily, scoffing that young ones nowadays lacked grit, unable to even withstand thunder, claiming their generation was leagues worse than before. Qingshan and Wang Lingxiu shot him sharp glares, provoking him to bark if they were itching to die. Thunder cracked down suddenly, splitting the air with brutal force. Wang Lingxiu exclaimed in fright at the terrifying force of it. Qingshan clarified grimly that this was no ordinary thunder but a heavenly realm strike, its sound alone scarring the soul with ruthless potency. Anyone beneath the heavenly realm, he warned, stood no chance of enduring it. Another cultivator pointed out blood trickling from the earlier man's 7 apertures, pressing him for a reason, and the man muttered that he had overtrained last night, his sudden advancement rupturing a meridian. Wang Lingxiu laughed outright at his bleeding misfortune. The man snarled, calling her a brat and demanding to know what she found so funny. Qingshan cut in, challenging why she couldn't laugh, and asking if he intended to bully his sister. The cultivator snapped back, demanding if Qingshan was picking a fight and daring him to try against a third-layer chi refining cultivator. Qingshan questioned his rank with feigned surprise and dismissed it coolly, telling him to forget it. The cultivator crowed that he was right to back down, boasting he should scram if he was scared, then ordered his brother to follow as they were heading to the pharmacy for blood-replenishing pills. Qingshan assured Wang Lingxiu not to worry, promising that her third brother was behind her, and she answered with quiet agreement. Another cultivator sneered that Qingshan was just a juvenile too timid to retort, mocking his worth as a cultivator, while someone else chimed in that disciples from small sects always acted like that. Wang Lingxiu turned to Qingshan, pressing why he didn't put them in their place, remarking that Qin Xiaolu would have already beaten them senseless, and Qingshan reminded her they couldn't act recklessly, since their master ordered them to attend and return in one piece. Suddenly, she caught sight of a glow shimmering across the sky. She urged that he should turn his eyes upward. A swirling portal cracked open high above. From within its depths, a part of the palace slowly pushed through. The cultivators declared with excitement that it was the legendary Heavenly Palace. The host announced in a firm tone that the Heavenly Palace had truly opened. Everyone stared intently as a massive ship surged through the clouds toward the Heavenly Palace that had appeared in the heavens. Song Yangzi of the Luoyun school introduced himself with ceremony and declared that he had brought his disciples to participate in the annual test. Huo Shanfei of the Thousand Sword sect likewise introduced himself with gravity and affirmed that he had also brought his disciples to participate in the annual test. Suddenly, a colossal turtle broke into view. A majestic white tiger soon followed. Li Yuanshu of the Minghai sect and Bai Shanhai of the Baishan religious sect introduced themselves with composure and announced that they too had brought their disciples to participate in the annual test. Li Qingyao of the Jadeite light sect introduced himself afterward and confirmed that he had also brought his disciples to participate in the annual test. Gu Qingshan wondered in quiet suspicion if it was indeed the Jadeite light sect. He muttered internally that Leng Tianxing would surely be present as well. Leng Tianxing greeted him with a familiar tone, remarking that it had been a long time since they had last met, and added that as a law enforcement cultivator taking his first test, they should catch up later. Gu Qingshan responded with a casual agreement. Leng Tianxing then soared into the sky along with his sect. Wang Lingshu exclaimed in delight that so many flying tools and mounts filled the skies, and it was endlessly amusing. Gu Qingshan explained with ease that the Thousand Sword sect used a gigantic sword, the Jadeite light sect employed spiritual sea light, and the spiritual beast sect relied on a guardian turtle. Each sect's flying tool revealed its distinctive character. Suddenly, Ning Yuashan pressed him with a question about whether he was still practicing the sword. He stiffened in nervousness the moment he recognized her. He cursed inwardly, berating himself for forgetting to put away his earth sword. She remarked coolly that she would leave for the Heavenly Palace first, so she would speak with him later. One of her sisters teased that she never expected her to take the initiative to speak with a male cultivator, while another demanded that she reveal who he was. But she snapped at them to shut up. He muttered crap, and Wang Lingxiu immediately pressed him about what was wrong. He brushed it off, remarking that she wouldn't understand at her age, and told her they should set off as well. Suddenly, Li Chang'an called out, requesting that he wait. Gu Qingshan pressed him on what the issue was. Li Chang'an admitted with curiosity that since the celestial saint had been eyeing his sword earlier, he too wanted to see it, and politely requested if Gu Qingshan could lend it to him for a look. Gu Qingshan figured that while Li Chang'an's voice carried polite edges, the words underneath cut with open rudeness. Not only had the guy been snooping on Ning Yuashan, he also had the nerve to demand a look at his sword. For a swordsman, the blade wasn't just steel, but a life-bound companion through blood and belief. So he offered an apology, while making clear he couldn't hand it over. Li Chang'an pressed him again, throwing out whether he truly couldn't, and whether he even knew who he was. Gu Qingshan countered bluntly, pointing out how he would ever know unless Li Chang'an bothered to announce it. Li Chang'an sneered that Gu Qingshan didn't even have sharp eyes, yet had the guts to show up for the annual test. Gu Qingshan coolly remarked that he was already standing there anyway. Li Chang'an snapped that no one had dared toss words at him like that for a long while, so he would repeat his demand. Was Gu Qingshan really refusing to lend the sword? Gu Qingshan stood firm and flatly denied it. Li Chang'an's eyes burned with a glare. He promised that Gu Qingshan would come to regret this. He then announced his name, Li Chang'an of the Qingyun sect, bringing his disciples for the annual test. One cultivator blurted in recognition, calling him the direct disciple of the Primeval Lord of the World, one of the three saints. Another chimed in, marveling that at only 18 or 19 he had already broken through to foundation building. No wonder the Primeval Lord of the World favored him. Li Chang'an turned back and demanded if Gu Qingshan could now hand over the sword. Gu Qingshan's expression darkened, an ominous air spilling off him in waves. He drew breath to speak. He told Li Chang'an to get lost. Li Chang'an bristled with fury. He unleashed his energy, ready to strike, until his brother cut in to stop him. His brother reminded him that no fighting was allowed there. Li Chang'an snapped back that he didn't need the reminder. He leveled another glare at Gu Qingshan. Gu Qingshan returned the stare without flinching. Li Chang'an spat a cold fine. He whipped out a talisman. With a flash, red dust spilled into the air. It swirled and took form, shaping into a phoenix. The creature swelled massive, wings blazing wide. Li Chang'an and his disciples leapt onto its back. He hurled a parting promise for Gu Qingshan to just wait. Gu Qingshan remarked that it was one flashy way of heading up to the heavenly palace. Wang Lingxiu pointed out that one of the mythical beasts was a phoenix, doubting that the spiritual beast sect could ever command something that strong. Gu Qingshan reminded her it was the Qingyun sect, so it wasn't shocking for them to have such a spirit beast. She then pressed him on why he had refused to show his sword, and he explained that a cultivator could never casually expose their weapon. She herself was barred from showing hers to anyone other than her master and her brothers, and when he checked if she understood, she admitted she did. Suddenly, one of the monks lifted his voice and chanted for Amitabha. Golden Lotus instantly bloomed into existence, and they stepped right onto it. Gu Qingshan remarked that this had to be the Golden Lotus, one of the formidable powers of the Buddhism sect, and pointed out that they must be disciples and grand disciples of the Grand Master of Sorrow. Wang Lingxiu admitted that they didn't know how to fly and pressed how they were supposed to get up there. He reassured her not to stress because their master was more anxious than either of them, so she had already arranged everything. It turned out to be the transmission talisman that she had prepared in advance for them. He formally introduced himself as Gu Qingshan of the Baihua Palace and declared that he had brought his disciples to take part in the annual test. The talisman suddenly flared to life, releasing a fierce beam that shot upward into the sky. Li Chang'an muttered if that kid was from the Baihua sect and scoffed that it explained why he had the nerve to oppose him. But in his eyes, it didn't matter whether he came from Baihua's sect because both of them were disciples of saints, and that meant he could crush him however he liked. Meanwhile, Wang Lingxiu pressed Gu Qingshan about what was going on, and he told her to just look above. Peacock descended from the sky at a staggering speed. He landed with force, scattering dust across the ground and thick clouds. When the haze cleared, everyone finally caught sight of him. One of the disciples blurted that such immense power had to be a demon saint, while another demanded to know why a demon saint would dare show up at the site of the annual test. Suddenly, Peacock declared that he had come specifically to help the two of them reach the heavenly palace under the saint's orders. Li Chang'an froze in shock. On the other hand, Gu Qingshan thanked him for the effort, and Peacock brushed it off as unnecessary courtesy. He shifted into his beast form with a flash. He told them to follow him. Wang Lingzhe marveled aloud that he was such a beautiful peacock, and he ordered her to sit tight. He then spread open his wide wings. One of the disciples shouted that no demon saint had ever allowed themselves to be used as a mount in human history. Another remarked that what Baihua Palace had just pulled off would almost certainly become a dinner table story for decades to come. Peacock streaked past the Buddhist sect and the Qingyun sect with effortless speed. The monks froze in stunned silence, caught off guard by the sight. Li Chang'an mirrored the same dumbfounded look. His composure cracked. He muttered that this was something he would remember Gu Qingshan for. At the same time, Wang Lingxiu pressed Gu Qingshan if he didn't think their master had gone a bit overboard, and he admitted that she always preferred doing things that way. Together, they soared straight toward the heavenly palace. When they touched down, a cultivator muttered that the disciples ahead seemed to belong to the Tianji sect, and that they had better steer clear. Another scoffed at the warning, declaring there was nothing to fear and that they should brace themselves so the Thousand Sword sect wouldn't lose face. But then the others suddenly stiffened and blurted out that Ning Yuechen had arrived, urging each other to clear the way. Her brows were drawn tight, and her whole demeanor radiated irritation. The earlier cultivator tried to prod the rest into showing a shred more courage, but Ning Yuechen shot him a sharp glare and he immediately clamped his mouth shut. Everyone scrambled to drop their swords onto the ground. They sweated nervously in silence, keeping their eyes locked on her as she moved past. Her steps carried her directly toward Gu Qingshan and Wang Lingxiu. She remarked that she had forgotten to ask earlier and pressed him on why he still carried his sword. One of the cultivators whispered that Ning Yuechan seemed to be picking a fight with another swordsman, and another muttered that someone was about to get beaten again, prompting the crowd to egg her on to thrash him. Meanwhile, Gu Qingshan realized he had carelessly forgotten to stow away his sword. He couldn't deny the truth. He wasn't really a swordsman, so he figured he might as well come clean to her. He explained that the situation had been spiraling lately, and he needed to sharpen his strength fast, because without enough power, he would die easily on the battlefield against the demons. He truly had no other road left to take. She countered that he could always train with other weapons like a knife. He confessed that he had always longed to learn the knife, but his master refused outright and forced him onto the sword no matter how much he pleaded. She pressed him further, asking if the saint had been the one to order him onto the sword. Wang Lingxiu suddenly chimed in brightly, calling her beautiful sister, and affirmed that yes, their master was extremely strict with Qingshan and had even taken the time to personally guide him the other night. Ning Yuechan remarked that not many in this world could claim direct training under the saints, and though she still held doubts about sword practice, she admitted the saints' judgment was sharp. Wang Lingxiu then revealed that their master had secretly confided in her, saying Qingshan had a dazzling future in swordsmanship. Ning Yuechan responded that very well, she would wait and see just what he could accomplish by then. Qingshan figured that Wang Lingxiu really came off as the perfect partner. He went on to propose to Ning Yuechan that he should practice knife techniques alongside his sword training, but she rejected the idea, insisting that whether it was the knife or the sword, the heart of it was sincerity and single-minded dedication, so he could not scatter his focus. He replied that he understood and promised to pour his full attention into the sword alone. She nodded in agreement, remarking that this was exactly the spirit required. One cultivator piped up, wondering aloud if Ning Yuechan truly let someone off and told him to practice swordsmanship, or if his eyes were deceiving him. Another chimed in that it did not fit the celestial saint's usual temperament. Yet another insisted she must have been overtaken by the heavenly demon, and that explained everything. Meanwhile, Ning Yuechan turned toward Wang Lingxiu, inquiring if she was Qingshan's younger sister, and upon confirmation, she introduced herself as Wang Lingxiu, inviting the beautiful sister to simply call her Xiu Xiu. Ning Yuechan then remarked that inside that spiritual bag was a red-necked crane. She told Wang Lingxiu to take it as a gift for their first encounter. Wang Lingxiu brightened, declaring her fondness for cranes, and thanked her warmly. Qingshan noted with quiet relief that they seemed to get along effortlessly. Out of the blue, one of Ning Yuechan's sisters turned to her and pressed if this was the Qingshan she always mentioned. Another teased that he was indeed handsome. No wonder her name dropped him so often, while a different one pointed out that he too was a swordsman, making it a fateful link. Ning Yuechan snapped at them, telling them not to spout nonsense. Qingshan then inquired who these women were, and Ning Yuechan introduced them one by one as her sisters: Liu Tingyuan, Wang Ningxiang, Dong Shui, Showdown, and Zhang Qiwei. Qingshan responded with courtesy, identifying himself as a disciple from the Baihua sect and greeting them all, and they reciprocated the welcome politely. He then remarked that since Ning Yuechan had offered his little sister a gift, it would only be proper for him to give something in return to her sisters. He presented them with jade slips containing the 5 elements secret techniques. One of the sisters exclaimed in disbelief that the 5 elements techniques were the heritage of his sect, and pressed him if he was truly offering them, while another protested that such knowledge was far too precious. They murmured among themselves that the Baihua sect's generosity seemed remarkable. Ning Yuechan herself observed that the 5 element secret techniques carried immense value, so Qingshan's gifts stunned them all, but he dismissed their concern, insisting they were nothing more than ordinary methods, and that as long as everyone felt pleased, then it was worthwhile. Ning Yuechan's sisters assured him earnestly that they would absolutely support him in the future. He frowned and asked why they would back him in the first place. Ning Yuechan brushed it aside, urging him to ignore their chatter, declaring that she was taking them for the test and they could continue another time, prompting him to take his leave with a farewell. One of her sisters suddenly leaned toward the others and questioned them about their impressions of Qingshan, and while another gave him a perfect score, Ning Yuechan cut them off sharply, ordering them all to shut up. Meanwhile, Qingshan felt unsettled, caught between confusion and a twinge of fluster. Wang Lingxiu pressed Qingshan about where that place was, pointing out with a little awe that it seemed crammed with people. He explained casually that it was the spot where folks took their first test and retest, and figured they ought to wander over for a look. She probed further, wanting to know what exactly they were tested on during those rounds. He laid it out simply, remarking that the first test was straightforward. Cultivators only needed to unleash their strongest ability, with sect leaders chosen by the spiritual realm judging their performance, and they would pass her as long as potential showed through. His mind drifted bluntly to his past life, remembering how, as a rogue cultivator, he got cut off early since all he had was a single sword tactic. She circled back, pressing him about the retest. He clarified that the retest worked like an entrance exam for vocational schools, with specialized cultivators evaluating the rogues and different sect leaders judging according to their own sect's traits. Passing meant securing a ticket to be an inner sect disciple. He added that temperament would also be under scrutiny, warning that timid and weak types wouldn't make the cut, since even talented ones might panic and wet themselves in front of demons. She admitted she finally got the picture, though she still wondered aloud if it was fine for them to just stand around idly watching. He insisted that was the best move, since their master's order was to see the world and make it back safe. With the third round about to start, he told her they should catch it. He then headed up the stairs, still carrying her in his arms. Ning Yuechan remarked that the third round kicked off once newcomers stepped up one by one to press their palms to the bronze disc, but only after passing the first 2 rounds. She added that disciples who had already joined sects beforehand could also come forward and try their luck. Wang Lingxiu turned to Qingshan, asking if they ought to give it a shot, but he brushed it off, noting they had won back at Baihua Palace, and if she wanted to try, Qin Xiaolu could dig it out for her. Out of nowhere, a cultivator shouted that they should let him give it a go. He strode onto the stage. He pressed his palm against the bronze disc, which flared with brilliant light. In an instant, flames burst across his body. Ning Yuechan observed that he carried the fire spiritual root, though it hadn't fully matured, encouraging him to cultivate harder to reach new heights, before calling for the next. He bowed gratefully to her. Moments later, another cultivator climbed onto the stage but froze when the bronze disc stayed completely unresponsive. He muttered that it looked like he lacked both the 5 elements and a chosen skill. Ning Yuechan reassured him, pointing out that even without those traits, he could still join a sect and cultivate, since it showed he wouldn't be weak down the line. He admitted he never imagined hearing such words from the celestial saint of Tianji's sect, and the weight of them moved him deeply. One of the cultivators remarked that Ning Yuechan was actually spurring others on, while another pressed if she was still the celestial saint of Tianji's sect, he remembered. Another cultivator pressed his hand against the bronze disc. A massive sword materialized behind him. Ning Yuechan questioned if he practiced the sword and declared that it showed he would be a swordsman in the future, so it was already enough, and she ordered him to step down. He countered that he could train with the saber instead and pleaded for another chance, but she dismissed him and told him again to step down, and he conceded with an okay. The other cultivators were left dumbstruck. Meanwhile, Wang Lingxiu voiced her curiosity about what might happen if she touched the bronze disc. He explained that a dark shadow would coil around her, and the stronger the spiritual root, the clearer the vision. She then pressed him on what would occur if their master touched the bronze disc. He admitted that he figured it would shift ceaselessly for 3 days and 3 nights, with countless different visions unfolding. Abruptly, he caught sight of another cultivator striding toward them. He questioned him on what the matter was. They flinched when the cultivator suddenly dropped to his knees before them. He confessed that he had longed to enter the Baihua sect for ages and begged him to accept him as his disciple, swearing eternal gratitude. And Qingshan declared that if he truly wanted to join the Baihua sect, he could go pluck a Baihua branch to secure his position. And if he managed to succeed, the saint would judge if he was fit to enter the sect. But the cultivator insisted he was not appealing to the saint for discipleship. He was appealing directly to him. One of the cultivators scoffed that it was shameful to kneel before someone younger and beg him as master, while another countered that no matter the age, one counted as a disciple of the Baihua sect, once acknowledged as a grand disciple. Qingshan retorted that he was younger than him, and it was improper to take him in as his disciple. The cultivator pressed how it was improper, and declared that Qingshan possessed unmatched strength, relentless effort in martial arts, and even the spark of a future saint, so being his disciple would be an honor. Another cultivator pointed out that the Baihua sect had few disciples but abundant resources, and he might even catch a saint's guidance, so it looked like a clever move, while another muttered that he already felt like kneeling to him too. But Qingshan argued that without the saint's order, they could not accept disciples, and they had to abide by the rules. Otherwise, the saint could fault them, and while punishment was bearable, his very life could be at risk. The cultivator spat that he would ignore those rules and cursed his own foolishness for kneeling to 2 brats. Li Changan abruptly chimed in and declared that although the Baihua sect refused disciples, if he could defeat both of them, other sects would surely notice him. He challenged if entering his dream sect would still be difficult by then, and warned that such chances were rare. The other cultivators froze, stunned by his words. They conceded that he made sense. Wang Lingshu then spoke up for Gu Qingshan. She stiffened in fear as she realized they were ringed by cultivators glaring at them with malice. One of the disciples remarked that Li Chang'an had a point, that if they couldn't become a disciple of the saint, they might as well knock down her disciples. Another declared he'd challenge him, and another chimed in that he would too. Wang Lingshu commented that it looked like they were itching for a fight. Gu Qingshan replied that she shouldn't stress, because with their master's reputation hanging heavy, they wouldn't dare move recklessly. Ning Yuechan suddenly announced that the third round of the test ended right there. She added that the chosen ones should start the final round of the test. Wang Lingshu questioned what the chosen ones even were. Gu Qingshan explained that according to records buried in ancient relics, human tournaments tended to catch the eyes of gods. If a god took a liking to a cultivator, they'd toss that cultivator a gift that boosted his cultivation, and although the gods had long vanished, humans kept the custom alive. Out of nowhere, a cultivator shouted that he'd challenge Gu Qingshan of the Baihua sect. Wang Lingshu worried over him, but Gu Qingshan assured her that it was fine. Leng Tianxing suddenly demanded if they were flat out ignoring the rules of that test. He reminded them that Gu Qingshan was already a saint's disciple, meaning he wasn't one of the challengers. A cultivator countered that, by the rules of the chosen ones, he could challenge whoever he pleased, and nobody was above that. Li Chang'an called it excellent. He praised the guts of someone bold enough to go at a saint's disciple, claiming true cultivators faced hardship head-on, just like him. Regardless of the outcome, he said, the Qingyun sect welcomed him. One cultivator commented that they could enter the Qingyun sect by challenging Gu Qingshan. Another mentioned that their sect also had a saint, which made them equal to the Baihua sect. And another claimed that unlike the Baihua sect that rejected everyone, the Qingyun sect was their ticket to the top. Another insisted there was no reason not to challenge him, because if he was in the test, he shouldn't get special treatment to dodge fights. Another mocked him for calling himself a saint's disciple, if he didn't even have the nerve to face them. Gu Qingshan explained that they were a misunderstanding. He didn't refuse because he was scared, but because his master ordered them not to join any battles. One disciple grumbled that he should just drop it, and he quit so others could fight him, while another scoffed that it was nonsense, since no one would dare offend a saint. Meanwhile, Wang Lingshu laughed that it was ridiculous and teased Gu Qingshan for sounding so cool while spouting nonsense. Li Chang'an, however, mused that he didn't expect him to hide behind the saint to avoid challenges, which only proved his weakness. He resolved to provoke him no matter what. He then sneered that maybe the saint banned him from fighting because she was afraid he'd lose the child. He pressed about why a child was in the Baihua sect, whose child she was, and if she might be the saint's illegitimate daughter. Ning Yuechan snapped at him for speaking nonsense. Wang Lingshu's mood sank. The other cultivators laughed at her. Li Chang'an claimed he was simply curious about the girl's origin, wondering aloud who could tell what sect her parents came from. Gu Qingshan instantly tried to comfort Wang Lingshu. He told her to trust him, admitting that he had let his guard down before and was wrong, apologizing to her, and promising to fix everything immediately. He then turned to Ning Yuechan and requested that she look after her for a bit. After that, he strode forward in front of everyone. He declared that if they thought it was unfair, he'd fight every single one of them until they were satisfied. A cultivator scoffed that he was arrogant. He boasted that with his Guikong powers, he'd crush him and make him regret not taking him as a disciple. Leng Tianxing identified him as the stone golem. Another cultivator noted that the stone golem's body was as tough as rock, and combined with martial arts made him a dangerous powerhouse. The stone golem charged straight at Gu Qingshan to strike. He bragged that he could flatten 3 weaklings like him with one punch. Gu Qingshan stared at him, unbothered. The stone golem unleashed a mighty punch that tore the ground apart, but to his shock, Gu Qingshan had vanished. He turned his head the moment he sensed him behind. Gu Qingshan struck him with his sword still in its scabbard. The hit landed so hard it sent him flying. Before he could crash, Gu Qingshan closed the distance again. The stone golem froze, startled that Gu Qingshan was already in front of him before he could recover. Gu Qingshan hammered him with a flurry of blows. He smashed his face and shattered his nose. The strike hit so hard that the floor caved in as he crashed. The stone golem pleaded for him to stop, saying he'd admit defeat. But Gu Qingshan questioned what defeat meant to him. The stone golem broke into tears. Gu Qingshan told him to save that pity for monsters. The stone golem lay sprawled helplessly on the floor. Gu Qingshan's eyes were chilling. He kept pounding him, refusing to stop. The stone golem wept as blood poured from his mouth. One cultivator whispered that all his bones were shattered and doubted he'd ever cultivate again. Another murmured that his punches were absolutely crushing. Qingshan finally stopped and turned his gaze on them. He warned that he'd gladly do it again. A cultivator remarked that Qingshan could only deliver crushing blows with his sword. He implied that speed was his glaring weakness. It just so happened that his own technique could perfectly counter that heavy blade. He lunged at Qingshan with reckless speed. He declared that he should die. Qingshan sensed him striking from behind. He swung his sword sharply, but it only sliced through the cultivator's fading mirage. The cultivator let out a smug laugh and taunted that he couldn't even land a hit. He sneered that his sword was pathetically slow. Qingshan remained unbothered. He spun his blade with measured grace and drove it straight into the ground. The cultivator chuckled again, claiming that he was right there. Wang Lingshu froze in terror. Huo Shanfei of the Wanjian sect barked that he should stop, but he scoffed, questioning why he'd stop when he was a step away from reaching the Qingshan sect. His confidence crumbled as he suddenly lost his footing. He blinked in confusion, wondering what had just happened and why his body wouldn't obey him. Shock tore through him when he saw that his lower half was gone. Dozens of thin, gleaming threads spiraled around Qingshan. Huo Shanfei recognized them instantly, muttering that they were sword aura threads, requiring the finest mastery of aura control, and he couldn't believe such control from someone that young. Qingshan invited them to come at him again if they still weren't convinced. One cultivator barked that they should strike together. Another urged that they finish him, or their honor would crumble. He insisted that Qingshan should face them all. Qingshan remarked that was perfect, since it would save him some effort. He plunged his sword into the debris. Then he swung upward, launching the rubble into motion. He unleashed a fierce aura, sending the stones spiraling around its surge. The raging force shredded their robes and splintered their weapons midair. They were tossed skyward, bodies limp under the blast. Ning Yuechan observed that this was the Qingshan she recognized, while Wang Lingshu gushed that he was incredible. Qingshan stood calm at the center, surrounded by unconscious cultivators strewn across the ground. Huo Shanfei murmured that it was the secret sword art striking tide, one he hadn't seen performed with such steadiness in years, while Li Qingyao of the Yaoguang sect noted that he hadn't even drawn his sword, meaning he was holding back. Qingshan stated that they were still somewhat useful to humanity, so he would spare them. And from that moment on, anyone who dared to provoke the Baihua sect would meet death by his hand. But there was one person he refused to spare, so Li Chang'an should step forward and prepare to die. Li Chang'an stood silent for a beat. He then declared that as disciples of the new saint generation, they should determine who truly stood above the other. He summoned his weapon with a fierce gleam. He proclaimed that he would enlighten him, but Qingshan retorted that enlightenment meant nothing to him. He simply intended to end him. Li Chang'an countered that they would see whether he had the strength to do so. He charged in, his strike bursting with such power that dust whipped violently around him. Qingshan steadied his stance, his hand brushing the hilt of his sword. He held himself still while Li Chang'an raced straight toward him. He waited for that single perfect instant. Li Chang'an drove his weapon into Qingshan's torso. He smirked, believing he'd landed the fatal blow, but realization struck fast when the body dissolved into a shadow. Qingshan was already behind him, slashing through his back in one clean motion. Pain ripped through him as he spat blood. Qingshan declared that the first strike was for Wang Lingshu. Li Chang'an forced his body steady, regaining his composure despite the wound. He admitted that he might have underestimated him. He challenged him to see how many shadows he could conjure to block his strikes. He grinned wide, pleased with the destruction he had just unleashed. But Qingshan scoffed that he was a fool, since dodging was all it took. More attacks surged, and he asked if they should start counting them one by one. Li Chang'an's eyes widened as he spun to look over his shoulder. Qingshan remarked that it was for insulting the Baihua sect. The impact forced the air out of Li Chang'an's lungs. He then declared that Qingshan should die. He howled in agony as he pushed himself too far. He cursed furiously when his strike missed. Wang Lingshu pressed Ning Yuechan on how her brother stuck to him like a shadow. Ning Yuechan explained that when Li Chang'an launched an attack, her brother would move as well, keeping right behind him. Only extreme combat prediction could make that work, and one slip would destroy everything. Even worse, that technique crushed the opponent's mind, and her brother used it just to torment him instead of striking to kill. Li Chang'an was already falling apart. Han Tianming, head of the Tianji sect, commented that it was no wonder the Baihua sect rarely accepted apprentices, while Huo Shanfei, head of the Wanjian sect, remarked that the younger generation might soon surpass the elders. Back in the fight, Gu Qingshan challenged Li Chang'an, asking if that was all he could do. Li Chang'an retorted that while Gu Qingshan had his sword, he had his secret arts. He spun his spear in a fierce motion, he hurled them forward, and they multiplied midair. Every copy aimed straight for Gu Qingshan. Gu Qingshan's clones braced to intercept, but they froze, unable to block the onslaught. Li Chang'an burst into wild laughter. His strike detonated, flinging shards and dust everywhere. He grinned wickedly through the drifting haze. Yet Gu Qingshan, unshaken, asked if that was truly his best. Li Chang'an stumbled back but caught his foot on a rock. He muttered that it was fine and Gu Qingshan should end it there. He admitted Gu Qingshan's swordsmanship was unmatched, so they could stop. Gu Qingshan repeated if he should stop. He grabbed Li Chang'an's spear. He announced that he was only getting started. He drove the spear through Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an cried out in agony. Ning Yuechan called for Gu Qingshan, while shielding Wang Lingxiu's eyes. Meanwhile, Li Chang'an shrieked Gu Qingshan's name with venom. He shouted that he swore by his name he would kill him that day. Ning Yuechan condemned him for daring to use a saint's spell in a chosen battle and accused him of disgracing the test, ordering him to stop. But Li Chang'an ignored her. He repeated that Gu Qingshan should die. Gu Qingshan caught his hand clutching the talisman before it could activate. He murmured that he understood. Li Chang'an's face twisted in terror. Gu Qingshan slashed across his body with a clean stroke. Blood splattered across the floor. Li Chang'an's strength drained away. He then gave a broken laugh, saying it wouldn't matter. Even if Gu Qingshan killed him, the phoenix would claim his life. Gu Qingshan stayed calm as he glanced over his shoulder. He channeled his energy into Li Chang'an's body. He released him at once. Li Chang'an stared in confusion, realizing his spiritual power had slipped from his control. He watched helplessly as his talisman drifted upward. Gu Qingshan promised that he would settle the score. Li Chang'an pleaded for his life, saying he should spare him and not kill him. Amused, Gu Qingshan remarked if he was really begging for mercy. Li Chang'an admitted it was his fault and pleaded again for his life. Gu Qingshan remarked that he was too rude and should first apologize to Wang Lingxiu. He turned towards her. She responded when he called her. Li Chang'an immediately admitted fault and begged for her forgiveness. Gu Qingshan remarked that he should sound sincere. He told him to do it again. Li Chang'an agreed, begging him to stop punching as he would do it again. He straightened his posture. He faced Wang Lingxiu and admitted his mistakes, promising he wouldn't talk nonsense. Calling himself a great man with a big heart, he requested her forgiveness and asked her to let it go. Gu Qingshan remarked that she could decide how to deal with him and told her to speak her mind, even if she wanted him cut apart. Wang Lingxiu remarked that it was fine and she would let him go since he was already beaten. Gu Qingshan noted that although she said it was fine, he believed compensation was due, and he asked Li Chang'an what he thought. Li Chang'an agreed and pointed out that the sack held all his belongings, offering it as her compensation. Gu Qingshan turned to Wang Lingxiu and told her to catch it. She caught the sack. She peeked inside. She remarked that his stuff was awful. Gu Qingshan figured that since she was the master's favorite, she was used to the finest things and would surely scorn his junk. He remarked that it was troublesome since he couldn't even compensate her properly. He asked if he should just kill him. Huo Shanfei addressed him, saying he had already punished and beaten him, so there was no need to finish him off. Gu Qingshan remarked that it was between the Baihua and Qingyun sects and pressed if he was interfering. Huo Shanfei quickly cleared his throat and insisted he didn't mean that. Li Chang'an suddenly told them to wait, saying it was the spell to summon the phoenix. He tossed it to Wang Lingxiu. She looked delighted. Gu Qingshan remarked that it could summon a phoenix as a playmate, so it wasn't bad, and Li Chang'an expressed relief that he liked it before announcing he was leaving. He figured he should flee first, live to fight another day, and someday repay this humiliation with vengeance. As the saying went, if you can't change the wind, adjust your sails. So he vowed to find a way to kill him someday. But Gu Qingshan remarked that since they were done with Wang Lingxiu, it was time to settle the score for the Baihua sect. Li Chang'an looked shocked. Gu Qingshan stated that if he let him go, rumors would spread about the Baihua sect. It would ruin their reputation over time. The only way to end it was to kill him there. Li Chang'an confessed he was wrong, admitted he shouldn't have spread lies about the Baihua sect, and swore never to repeat the mistake. Gu Qingshan declared that he should die. His death would serve as a warning to anyone who insulted the Baihua sect. Li Chang'an cried for help. shouting that his master was Zhuan Yuan. He panicked. Then shock struck him as he realized Gu Qingshan was already in front of him. Gu Qingshan remarked that he didn't care who he was. He swung his sword and sliced off his head. Li Chang'an froze. He complained about his head. His body fell to the ground. His head rolled across the floor. Huo Shanfei remarked that he had killed a saint's apprentice. Gu Qingshan, on the other hand, commented that in his next life, he should think of others before insulting them. Zhuan Yuan and the Grand Master of Sorrow lounged in a pavilion, keeping an eye on the clash between the chosen ones. Zhuan Yuan remarked that it was ruthless. He figured Gu Qingshan was a ruthless man through and through. He suddenly stiffened when he caught the faint trace of Sai Dalling's presence. She remarked that it was not at all. She noted he finished it in a single blow, painless and clean. Zhuan Yuan then inquired about the wounds left by the sword. She explained that his disciple had insulted her Baihua sect, so if her disciple had done nothing, she would have instead. She pressed him for his opinion. He went quiet. She mentioned that she had nearly died years ago when being hunted down, surviving only because of Wang Lingshu. He pointed out that the little girl looked no older than 7 or 8, demanding to know how she could have saved her. The Grand Master of Sorrow immediately sensed something was off. He observed that time had stopped for her body, and a deep wound still marred her soul. Sai Dalling confirmed it, explaining that Wang Lingshu had allowed herself to be captured so she could escape, enduring 5 years of torture inside a spiritual beast pouch without ever betraying her. She stated she owed her life to that act. That was why if anyone dared harm her, she would risk everything for revenge. Zhuan Yuan brushed it off, saying it was whatever, admitting his disciple deserved a beating and it was his own fault for raising him poorly. She admitted her own fault too, thinking no one would dare trouble them and letting things slide. The Grand Master of Sorrow suggested they each take a step back and call it even. She agreed, adding that if all misunderstandings were cleared, she would take her leave. The Grand Master of Sorrow murmured Amitabha. He noted it was gracious of her to come in person, to explain and even reveal her tragic past. Zhuan Yuan commented that she had changed a lot. He pondered how things would have gone in the past. She would have cursed them outright and sworn to kill them if anything had happened to her disciple. Back at the Heavens Palace, the aftermath of the battle was being tidied up. The disciples placed Li Chang'an's head inside a box. They shut it carefully. They wept for their fallen brother as they carried his body away. Meanwhile, Wang Lingshu turned to Gu Qingshan. He reassured her not to be afraid, claiming no one would dare bully her again. Elsewhere, Huo Shanfei remarked that the heavenly master Zhuan Yuan would have stepped in to protect the weak, and if he hadn't appeared, it meant he silently approved. Li Qingyao added that if he was fine with it, they shouldn't dwell on it, and should announce the results. Huo Shanfei cleared his throat. He declared the first place for that year's test. He announced it was Gu Qingshan of the Baihua sect. Gu Qingshan's brow tightened. A disciple commented that he faced over a dozen cultivators alone, and even killed a saint's disciple with ease. So it was no surprise he ranked first, while another whispered that no one would dare challenge him anymore. Huo Shanfei stated the test was officially concluded. Wang Lingshu flinched. He proclaimed they would now invite the gods. Ning Yuashan brightened. The other disciples, however, froze in disbelief. An array flared, casting a beam of light straight into the heavens. Suddenly, a staircase appeared, leading upward toward the sky, but its end had already shattered into ruin. Wang Lingshu questioned what it was. Gu Qingshan replied that it was the path to heaven. He explained that long ago, the path opened after every test, granting outstanding cultivators the honor of meeting the gods. But now, the path was broken, and no message had come from above. He reflected on the age of gods. She then wondered what they should do next. He smiled at her. She waited for his answer. He told her they should go home. Yi Daoling and her disciples raised their cups in a toast. They lounged in the courtyard, drinking with easy cheer. Bai Yingtian remarked that unlike someone else, Gu Qingshan snagged the top spot on his first try, bringing glory to them all. Qin Xiaolu pressed him on why he wouldn't just say the man's name. Wang Lingshu leaned towards Yi Daoling and told her to take a look. Yi Daoling noted that it looked fine and casually asked what it was. Wang Lingshu mentioned that Gu Qingshan got it for her. Qin Xiaolu frowned and demanded if that wasn't the Heavenly Master's talisman, wondering how he even got it. Gu Qingshan explained that some idiot had tried to bully Wang Lingshu, so he took it off him. Qin Xiaolu slammed his palm on the table. He barked out, wanting to know who had dared to bully their Wang Lingshu. Gu Qingshan paused, trying to remember. He finally muttered that he couldn't recall the name, but the man had already been taken care of. Qin Xiaolu grinned, saying that was great, and saved him the effort. If the talisman belonged to the Phoenix, then the guy must have been from the Qingyun sect. The two locked eyes for a moment, then both shrugged it off and said whatever. Sai Dalling turned to Gu Qingshan, saying it was now his turn to serve as examiner for the Baihua ranking. Bai Yingtian agreed, noting he had to maintain appearances. Gu Qingshan nodded and said fine. He then looked at Sai Dalling and asked if the two of them had planned that from the start. Moments later, Gu Qingshan descended to the pavilion. He mentioned that he'd first fled there to rescue the two generals and managed to grab first place after giving it everything. As the disciple of the Baihua fairy, he no longer needed to worry about resources or skills, with even a saint guiding him. Before realizing it, his life had turned out far better than in his last one. He greeted everyone and introduced himself as the third rank of the Baihua sect. He announced that he'd be setting the test that day, telling them to take the left path and join the Baihua ranking if they could meet his challenge. One cultivator urged him to state the question. Gu Qingshan replied, there was no question today, only one condition. From that point on, only those who had lived in the Baihua realm for 10 years would qualify for the ranking. After 20 years, he'd allow them to skip a test, and after 50 they could pass instantly. The cultivators gawked in surprise. One muttered that the questions were always so bizarre, no one could ever answer them anyway, so they might as well stay and train. Another agreed, saying 10 years was nothing when one had a century to live. A cultivator mentioned that one was great at talismans while he excelled at alchemy, so they might as well open a shop together. The other chuckled and said that sounded good, and suggested talking it over at a restaurant. Someone else sighed that it was a pity there weren't any brothers around. His companion scoffed, calling it nonsense and asking how a filthy crowd could exist where the saint resided. Gu Qingshan declared that from that moment, anyone staying in the Baihua realm would be under the master's supervision. Whether good or bad, time would lay their hearts bare. He went on that Sai Dalling had always been alone since founding the sect, but her proud temperament had led her to create thousands of clones just to make the realm livelier. Now that people were joining, the Baihua realm would truly thrive, and soon it would rise into a proper cultivation nation. Meanwhile, Sai Dalling and her disciples watched from afar. She remarked that there was no need to recruit new cultivators anymore. Qin Xiaolu teased, asking if she planned to hand her seat to Wang Lingxiu. She denied it, saying Gu Qingshan's idea was clever and they'd follow it from now on. He cheered, thrilled to be free of that duty, while Bai Yingtian admitted relief, since he no longer had to worry about what questions to ask. She then mentioned that she needed to speak with Gu Qingshan, so the others could leave. When she approached him, she said she already knew about what happened during the test, that Master Zhuan Yuan always shielded the weak, and though she'd settled things with him, there was no guarantee. He might still send top cultivators after him. She warned that she couldn't always protect him, so he needed to grow stronger fast, at least enough to escape when the time came. He quietly asked what he should do. She told him he must go into self-seclusion. His eldest brother had chosen another path. The second was useless, and Wang Lingxiu was still too young. He alone remained. Diligent, gifted, and above all decisive, he was fit to bear the mantle. He realized that the Baihua fairy, Sai Dalling, was passing it to him, something every cultivator could only dream of. Sai Dalling pressed if he was ready to take her mantle. Gu Qingshan replied that he was, though he wielded swords, and wondered if that would clash with her art. She assured him that she wouldn't pass on anything that didn't fit, and that the technique she picked wouldn't mess with his swordsmanship. She told him she'd drop her cultivation to the first level of basic, and that he should strike her to feel what he was about to learn. He agreed. He warned her to be careful since he was using the secret sword. In a blink, he appeared before her. He swung his blade. Then his eyes widened. He blurted that his sword was gone. Sai Dalling pressed how he could claim to wield swords. She remarked that he couldn't even hold on to one. He darted back from her. He pulled out the bow of the night rain. He muttered that it wouldn't happen again. But when he took aim, Sai Dalling had already vanished. She materialized behind him and plucked the bow from his grasp. He groaned that his bow was taken too. She moved her leg. She kicked him square in the back. The blow snapped a tree clean in half as he crashed through it. He tore through more trees before slamming into the dirt. He admitted that without a sword or bow, every skill he had was useless, and he wondered how he could win. He realized it was the same trick she'd used stealing the monster's weapons and talismans so they couldn't fight. He asked if she meant to teach him telekinesis. She dismissed it as a cheap shot that shouldn't be overused and added that it needed her power as the chosen one, so she couldn't share it. She told him she had something else in mind. She blinked behind him. He groaned that it was that again. He was hurled into the air and smashed into a massive boulder. She demanded if he caught her movements. He admitted he didn't. She ordered him to watch again. He froze in horror. The forest shook with a flurry of crashing sounds. Moments later, Qingshan gasped that even after she lowered her cultivation to the first level of basic, he still couldn't follow her moves, which felt impossible. Sai Dalling asked again if he saw it now, and he replied no. She reminded him that in their last war, she'd sent clones to the front lines and asked if he knew when the real turning point had hit. He wondered if it was when she unleashed the divine skill, the Lethe. She noted that Lethe cost 81 seals and would have failed if not for the monster's stupidity. So he guessed Panlong, but she said no. He brightened, claiming he knew. It was the move she used against the Monarch of Blades. Curious, she asked why. He explained that her sudden strike spooked the monsters into thinking she'd kill the Monarch, so they rushed in to protect him, putting themselves at a disadvantage. She confirmed it, adding that the Monarch hid behind them in fear, never expecting her to appear before him so abruptly. She said that when she lunged forward to kill him, it shocked them all into fighting at once, which let her snatch their weapons and talismans and read how to finish the war. So the real turning point came when she appeared before the Monarch using her secret art. He declared that he finally saw what turned the battle. It was a secret art. She revealed that the divine skill was called 1,000 miles in a step, and that he was the first one she ever passed it to. Sai Dalling mentioned the spell for 1,000 miles in a step was right there, and told him to ask her if anything confused him. He accepted the scroll with both hands. She reminded him not to slack off on his bow and sword practice. He should use his time well to sharpen his edge, and he replied that he would follow the master's command. He then called to the system, declaring he wanted to learn 1,000 miles in a step. The system informed him that it would cost 1,000 points of soul power, while his current total was 532. He muttered that he already knew divine skills required a ton of soul power, but that amount was absurd, and since he didn't have enough, he wondered how to get it. Then it clicked. He recalled the war god system had once mentioned that understanding the skill deeply could lower the soul power cost. If that was true, he figured he'd study it first. He activated the scroll. The knowledge sank straight into his mind. He stepped into his consciousness. He reminded himself that the first stage was mastering 12 fundamental movements. He lifted his foot, ready to move, but he couldn't figure out why taking even one step felt impossible. He strained so much that veins stood out on his forehead. He groaned, realizing he was somehow going backward instead of forward. He wondered if adjusting his sense of direction could help, and muttered that he'd try again. He lunged with a massive stride. This time he moved, and caught sight of still frames of his own motion. He remarked that those bizarre poses and crooked angles looked ridiculous. Still, he somehow grasped the concept, so he decided to attempt it again. Then, he stumbled over his own feet. He cursed that it was the wrong step. He admitted that it wasn't nearly as simple as he expected, so he'd have to grind at it for a while. Moments later at Baihua Palace, Qin Xiaolu called out that dinner was ready. They should quit fooling around and head home to eat. Bai Yingtian and Wang Lingshu cheered that they were coming. Wang Lingshu exclaimed that she was starving and couldn't wait to eat. Qin Xiaolu then wondered where Qingshan had gone. He usually showed up on time, so he questioned whether he was training again. Wang Lingshu offered to go find him. Qin Xiaolu teased that she seemed pretty close to him lately. Bai Yingtian nodded, remarking she'd been glued to him ever since they came back from the test. Sai Dalling decided they should all go see how Qingshan's training was going. They headed into the forest together. Wang Lingxiu found Qingshan standing still like a statue. She called out that dinner was ready and Qin Xiaolu had cooked a feast. He replied that he was fine and told them to eat without him. She frowned, asking if something was wrong and if he had trained himself into possession. Qin Xiaolu's eyes widened at the word possessed. Bai Yingtian froze with the same shock. Qin Xiaolu rushed forward to check on him. He confirmed the pulse was steady, so possession didn't seem likely. Bai Yingtian demanded to know what was happening. Qingshan explained that he'd been studying a secret art that day, had a rough start, but gradually got the hang of it, managing to learn the basic steps for his lower body. Qin Xiaolu pointed out that sounded great, so why did he look so miserable? Qingshan admitted that he suddenly didn't know how to walk anymore. Qin Xiaolu burst out laughing that he'd forgotten how to walk. Wang Lingshu giggled that it was fine. He'd remember soon enough. Sai Dalling cut in, saying they should stop laughing since he was just overdoing his training. But Gu Qingshan shot back that she was the one laughing the hardest. Bai Yingtian, her clone, was already on the ground howling.